Welcome here to the Grapes Game Set Championship with the Rules of Villainy. How you doing today, Villain Andy?
I'm doing good, Vince. How about yourself?
I'm sad because this is going to be the last time we're casting here from Grapes Games. I'm really bummed out, but we're going to talk more about that as we get to it. But we're going to get live into the action here right now. Let's get into the gameplay here. We've already got a first round here with Kirsten and Mikey. Yeah, I feel like I feel like, you know, you're gonna get my F1 commentary right now, which is gonna be like lights out and away we go.
Well, this should be a really fun matchup. I know that Kirsten has been testing a very, very spicy deck that I've personally practiced against and got my butt whooped, as have probably many of the folks in the area if you hang out at Grapes here. And then Mikey is on something new, actually. I think previously we've seen him on some more aggro lists, but today he's playing an Emerald Amethyst. We'll see how fast it goes, or maybe it's all Diablos. Maybe we got a classic tempo. You never know.
What is that? The Oops All Diablos?
Oops,
is that
all
sure?
Diablos, yeah.
He is very much an aggro player. So...
There we go. I was just adjusting the chat. It wasn't really fitting. I want to see some spice. All right, Heather. Well, this is probably as spicy as it comes. My money is on Kirsten for this whole tournament, by the way.
I hope so. Look at that. A sticky Mickey on the board.
Comes down on turn one. Not a bad start. Let's see. So we do see a sudden chill. Diablo. Oh, it looks like it might be the Oops All Diablos. So we get a good look at Kirsten's hand here. We see the Captain Hook, a card I don't know, a Fox, a Whole New World, and the Shift Mickey. So I don't know what that one card in there. It looks like it's an action. Could have been All Is Found.
Yeah, it did.
Or not All Is Found.
And
Show Me More. Yes. Yep, so it was. It was Show Me More. Both players draw 3 cards here. So this will get really interesting when Diablo, if the Shift Diablo comes down. A card like Show Me More is going to give Kirsten 3 cards, but it's going to give Mikey 6 with the Diablo down.
yeah, maybe not it'll be interesting to see how that card is played with that. Although, you know, when we saw that discard, it reminds me very much of the deck we saw at... Oh,
Look
discard.
He shifted the Diablo, played the Sudden Chill, made her discard. It looks like she threw away Crab, maybe? All right.
You know, I gotta say the I Am Immortal, Matt.
Yes, we are immortals.
We
yes.
are immortals. Is very very busy.
It is
It's a busy Matt.
kind of complicated.
Oh, and a Whole New World.
The shift and the sing. Okay.
Yeah, and so since that Diablo was not exerted,
Why didn't he quest with the Diablo?
he will not get to draw an additional 7 cards as a result.
Mikey.
I know.
Spoiler alert. I don't know that he wanted to draw an extra 7 anyway.
Just a reminder, do they know about how to use the phone to do lore?
I believe so. I told them.
Okay, cool.
I don't think anyone's gained any lore, though, yet, right?
No, it seems unclear. Yeah, it seems like nobody has gained any lore.
So we see the Peter Pan come down. Evasive.
So we are going to quest here, it looks like.
Oh. I'm going to go fix that.
All right. And then we see Mickey sings Grab Your Swords. That'll going to take care of that Diablo very quickly. And it's going to put 2 damage on the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. You know, as these players are competing for the hero of the set, we see Captain Hook, staple of Chapter 1, being played. And then we also see the Amethyst Chromacon come down. So we got rid of that Diablo so that there will... so only Mikey will be able to draw one card from that versus the 2 with that Diablo had remained on board. And Kristen will be able to draw continuously. I have to say to the listeners out there who are going to probably consistently hear me mispronounce Kristen versus Kirsten because it is painful that we have 2 people with the exact same name and they're both married to each other.
Well, yeah, Kristen and Andy run Grapes.
Yep.
And Kirsten and myself, also Andy,
Run Rules of Villainy.
do the Rules of Villainy. And so we've got, it's an interesting party here. And Maggie's husband's also named Andy. So sometimes there's a triple threat of Andys in the building.
Right. That's right. I haven't seen him in a while.
He's a sleeper for sure. When he plays, he does
very well.
very well. Okay, so I missed a little bit here, but it looks like the Diablo was removed somehow.
With the grab.
Okay, grab swords. So put 2 on.
Pete, no actions. I have to say that the Sorcerer Mickey is such a great card.
It's definitely slept on for sure.
Well, I think what people fail to realize is that it has that resist.
Yes.
So they're like, oh, 3, 4. That's not too bad to remove. But actually, you need to put 5 damage on that card.
I've seen a fox swing into it before, and you just tell him, nope, sorry. Fox goes, and the Mickey does not. All right, so we see the 3rd Ursula come into Mikey's hand here. Does he think there's another song? I didn't get to see the hand earlier. So we ink the Ursula, so there's probably no other song because he just saw it twice. The Elsa comes down. What are we exerting? It's got to be the hook, right?
Yeah.
Take out the hook.
Taking out that hook.
And then he's going to double quest with his Ursulas and his Peter Pan. The Peter Pan's free. Looks like he'll go up to 6.
Right, because Kristen doesn't have any.
And we have the scores on the wrong side. That's my bad. I'm going to swap them.
Readjust those real quick.
So player 1 score is actually player...
You're probably going to hear me say this during the stream quite a bit today, but please, if you're in here, thank you so much for joining us. This is the last Grapes Games Set Champs that we'll be streaming, unfortunately. But there are 23 of you in here. We would love if you would drop a like. Helps that YouTube algorithm so more people can watch this Set Champs and get some ideas maybe about what you're going to play in your own Set Champs in your locals. But also help support the channel and also subscribe because we got a lot of great content that we put out.
Absolutely. So we see the Zeus from Mickey remove the Elsa, and Pete comes down. Chromacon used.
Was that another? Or did I miss that? Did we
Mickey
put
sing
the
to
Pete
Zeus
down again?
Yeah, we put another Pete down. I think we bounced the Pete the previous turn.
Yeah.
So now if Pete's not in play, does the Pete still, like if you play a Pete and bounce a Pete, the Pete's not in effect for the following turn?
If you replay it, it becomes in effect again.
Right, but if you play it and then bounce it before a passing turn to your opponent, then you...
Oh, yeah, you don't get the effect twice.
Right.
You get it once.
You don't get the effect. Why? Mikey buffed it. Oh...
So
the resist 1 comes into play.
And that resist 1
Does
again.
he finish it off with the Peter Pan is the question. I think you have to at this point.
I think you kind of can't let that sit on the board. And so both will go away. But I think that's the...
A little bit of a misplay there. I think he could have buffed the damaged Peter Pan and taken the Mickey out cleanly.
Yeah, that would have probably been... But again, this is just goes to show you why this Mickey... we have that up on the screen right now that you can see that resist 1. People are sleeping on that. So we see Kristen exert the Amethyst Chromacon, draws. It doesn't look like Mikey chose to draw at this point.
Spoiler alert, that's the smart choice. So we see another Mickey come down.
It is a smart choice, I think, in particular in this deck, because you don't want to have too many cards in hand, because Kirsten can play that whole new world and just
get rid of
force
them all.
you to discard them. So we see a Diablo.
A crab and a Show Me More in hand. All right. I don't think this is probably where either player wants to be at the moment. Mikey is definitely... I think his name is Mikey with no C, right?
Oh, did I misspelled it? I'm bad at spelling.
This is Mickey.
Sorry. There we go.
Mikey.
Thank you. I'm not smart. Oh, and puts the Show Me More with that Bruno's that away. And probably not what Kirsten wanted, because I think like it would have been nice to be able to
Draw three more
cards at this point, especially because you're not giving Mikey any more cards because of the Diablo. So I think of all of them, that's probably the one you didn't, but she did just draw.
He takes the Chromacon, and then Friends gets sung by Pete. Refill the hand. I think really she's looking for the whole new world here. She's looking to probably get that Sticky Mickey back down again. See the broom come down. See the Mickey come down again. We're going to pop the broom and draw another card. Looks like she's avoiding... Oh, she gets to do 1 damage because there's 1 broom in play.
Oh,
so whenever this character is played, deal damage to chosen character equal to the number of broom characters you have in play.
So she has 1 broom.
Throws 1 on the crab and passes the turn. Okay. Not too much that 1 damage is doing. We see the Shift Diablo come down now. All right. Mikey's back.
Sudden chills away a Captain Hook.
Oh, no. She shouldn't have thrown away anything. He shifted with the sudden chill.
Oh, did he shift with the sudden chill? Or did he play it?
Pretty sure he shifted with it.
I think he paid. Oh,
no, he shift. How else would he have shifted to Diablo? Oh. Did he have 2 sudden chills? I didn't see what happened.
Should I go check, you think? Or probably it's fine.
Yeah, we'll check. We'll check.
We're doing a lot here at Grapes Games. We want this final turn here. We wanted to make sure that Kirsten and Andy, the owners here of Grapes Games, were able to play. So we're not only casting this tournament, we're also running the tournament as well. And we do have Jimmy's wife helping us out, Julie. So thank you to Julie for assisting out there.
The current reigning Gen Con speed puzzling champion of the world.
Yeah.
Julie.
Which, if you're going to Gen Con, by the way, just remember that today at 11, which actually I don't know if it's 11 Eastern, but 11 at some point today, in some time zone, they're releasing the catalog of events.
Probably Eastern time zone, because that's where Gen Con is hosted,
Probably
right?
Eastern time, because it is in Indianapolis, so I'm really excited.
Is Indianapolis Eastern time?
It is okay. In Eastern time.
We're pretty close to Eastern time where we're at here. We're like just a couple hours away, and boom, Eastern. So we saw a whole new world come down, it looks like, right? Because we have a whole new hand here for both players.
Yeah.
Mikey did not choose to draw 14 cards. We see a Pete come down, and the other Pete swung into the crab.
And we didn't talk about it, but we did see this 2 Dual Ink Diablo come down. 2 of them, actually, in the last turn.
Ooh, so we see the Mickey. You don't need all of them. Nope. You need more than that. I think
Well,
he needs both birds.
Well, you wouldn't. Oh, because yeah, you put so it's 3.
So it's 3 damage, -1 resist. So both birds are needed to take that out.
Did he also run the Elsa?
He did. He did 1 extra. He didn't need to do that, but we said it before. That's what's annoying about this Mickey shift is.
So plays a Diablo, gets a look at the hand. We see
Another
Yzma,
Mickey.
another Mickey, another sticky Mickey, a Pete. That's a...
That Yzma is deceiving. They basically, when you play it, you can shuffle a character into the deck, draw 2 cards. But you can do it on your character or your opponent's character. So she plays that on your character. It acts as removal, and it allows you to continue forcing your opponent to draw cards, which really is what Kirsten is trying to do here. So we see Mikey.
And this is just a reminder, a best of 3 tournament. And so we're already under 40 minutes in game 1.
We've got our little round timer going there this time.
I know, you improve every stream that we do one little bit at a time.
I'm trying. Eventually we can get our faces on there somewhere. Some of the streams have the caster faces.
On the thing?
On the stream
I don't know if
as
I'd
it
love that,
goes.
because if you saw me, I'm sweating profusely because
It
it's
is hot
quite
in here.
toasty in here.
Okay, so we see Yzma come down. Elsa gets shuffled in. Oh, that is an awfully small pile of cards Mikey's got left there. Oh boy.
Could we see a mill here?
I think if Kirsten wants, that's how she's trying to win this game here. She's kept him at 6. He is not got the biggest board. He is making some interesting decisions about when to quest here. He didn't quest with the Diablo the last turn again.
She does have a whole new world in hand too. So
she's gonna shift and sing it next turn. Brutal.
So you can tell that she is now trying to empty her hand.
Yep. And what the real thing here is, so next turn she sings the whole new world either with the shift Mickey or the Yzma, and then off the whole new world, if she gets a bounce card, she bounces the Yzma back and uses it to immediately remove whatever good character you just drew and played on your turn.
Yeah. So
the double Iago.
Double Iago and
ooh, so we have the Peter in hand as well. I think this is one that Mikey's going to look back on and think, man, I should have played that Peter and the Iago before I got whole new worlded. But we will see what happens here.
yeah, and so that Iago is a one of those cards that that's the wrong Iago. I was gonna say it's one of those from Archazia's Island. It's a set 7 card here. 4/6. Dreamborn, Ally, Illusion, Evasive, and Vanish. When an opponent chooses this character for an action, banish them. But I don't think Kirsten has a lot of actions that would trigger that Vanish ability.
Yeah, that is. I mean, she has options that could exist. Obviously, all of the damaging spells from Steel will just take it out.
Yeah.
So even if it's a Storm, Strength with 0 characters actually takes it out, which is kind of interesting. So we do see Mikey quest now.
Yep. So we're going to 8.
Not really sure why he quested with the green Diablo and not the purple Diablo. That's fine. Are you drawing, Mikey? Do you want to draw when she draws? I guess not, which again, spoiler alert, might actually be the right play here. When I tested against Kirsten earlier in the week, I 100% did not see it coming.
So he will be able to draw, though, because that Diablo
It's not. It is a May though. I think that's what he was reading, and he made it a choice. Oh no.
So we are going to see that
whole new world gets sung. Oh man.
Man, and he had a Bruno in hand, which is probably something he would want. And she got another whole new world.
Yep. And
Off of that.
She recycles them too with the with a broom, the first chapter broom.
Oh yeah.
Which takes a card from your discard, shuffles it back into your deck. Oh, he's got to count the cards in his deck. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh, I think we might see this.
Oh, he's milled for sure. It's over with a whole new world in hand. This is the shift
on the Yzma. Oh my god.
Wait, does that get shuffled in?
It does.
It doesn't vanish
because it's not.
Oh right, it's an ability. Yep,
it's
not an action. Correct. We had this question about Hades when you were in the bathroom yesterday at game night, and we got it wrong at first, but we got it right afterwards.
Oh, is that the question?
He has to draw 2 cards. Did he draw 2? There we go. Yeah. Draw the 2, and now it's Kirsten's turn again. So she is gonna play the broom to shuffle the whole new world back into her deck. She had the broom.
And I mean, she is in no danger of being milled.
I mean, I would guess that is 20 cards she's got left. So she is close, but not as close as he is. So cut.
Yeah, and that's that broom character there, the Magic Broom Bucket Brigade. When you play this character, you may shuffle a card from any discard into its player's deck.
Sing the whole world. Oh, man. That's a lot of cards gone. I don't think she cares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So do we see another whole new world?
I don't think I see another whole new world in hand.
And we don't have anything else to shift with. Bird.
So, gonna get rid of that Diablo. Take 1 damage from the Pete.
The Merry Unbirthday. So that's 2 cards. 1, 2. Oh boy, we are.
Yeah, Merry Unbirthday. Each opponent
don't draw a card, Mikey. Don't draw the card. You don't have to. He draws it anyway, or maybe that was for his turn. He drew for turn. Okay, he didn't draw for the
Amethyst Chromacon.
The Chromacon, yeah. Oh boy,
this is rough.
This is the one game where you're happy you're missing your Diablo triggers. And I say miss, he probably could have just...
Okay, all right. So we get to see. So Grab Swords is out.
Ursula comes down, steals the Grab Sword.
Honestly, best scenario for Kirsten right there, honestly, because like you really...
She's 1 card away from being able to just win the game. So, the crab into the Iago.
And take out the Mickey? Or would you take out the Yzma?
Probably the Yzma. Okay, the Mickey. That's fair.
Although there's an argument to say I think maybe the Yzma would have been a better choice.
It's double Yzma stack there.
Yeah, because you get rid of them, and now she has the ability to bounce them back.
Yep. So she has 9 ink, which I don't know if she does. Then she will be able to bounce the Yzmas and play a Yzma. And Mikey has 2 cards in hand. So she only needs 1 more card. She only needs to be able to take 1 more card out of his deck, and it's over. Currently, she only has the ability to take out 2, right? By bouncing and playing the Yzma if there's enough ink. So he sacrifices the Diablo. Mikey, you need a quest. You need to win this game in the next...
Yeah, bro. Quest.
2 cards.
Wow. I think this might be the first mill if we get it on stream.
It probably is. And I mean, it was Kristen's plan too. Like this was, this deck is clearly built around doing this to your opponent. Yeah. This chat overlay needs to be moved up. I think.
milling a 9-year-old.
Yes. She,
Listen, we play for keeps here in the St. Louis area, and these children are good. Don't make them fool you, okay?
yeah, exactly.
I'm just gonna say, maybe it's actually Andy's probably gonna say something smart, but Mikey did beat me.
Yeah. We knew that, Vince. All the kids do. Vince is the person that when the kid comes and he's like, the mayor beat me in Lorcana. We go, just go play Vince. It'll be fine. You'll be okay. Get a win under your belt. We send him over to play Uncle Vince. He's an easy win.
Oh.
We see the broom come down again.
Yeah, so we put another whole new world.
So she shuffles it there. Mikey cuts. Is she going to try and draw her last whole new world? No way. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So she had 9. So she could have done the. She bounces and plays it again. Puts another whole new world back into deck. Oh my
She's
goodness.
putting all of these whole new worlds back in her deck.
I do think she's giving him. She could have won the game here. Bounce the Yzma, play the Yzma, make him draw those last 2 cards, pass turn. GG's. I think that was the play.
Yeah, with the snake bounce the Yzmas. I agree.
Yep. Bounce Yzma, play Yzma. He's got 2 cards left. They both go into his hand. Oh no, he wouldn't lose. So because one would go back in, one would get shuffled in.
Yeah, but then he would draw it.
Yes, but he would still get that turn.
He would get
so
that turn.
I thought you could deny him getting another turn, but you can't. Not unless she somehow was able to get a card. So she's going to quest for 1. She plays a character. Oh, I don't know what she drew, but
Looks like it was a bounce card. I want to say it looked like a snake, but I'm not 100% sure.
so I think if she plays a character here,
I think she should play the snake. Quest with Yzma.
no, she's going to play and pop the broom. Play the broom, pop the broom. There we go. Draw a card. Did she get it?
Oh,
She did. She got it. There you go. GG's.
And that
Wow.
is the game.
Crazy.
Wow. And we just saw a mill, a whole new mill.
What a game. We don't even need the lore here. We should change the lore counter to a card counter. Cards left in deck counter. So we can actually I didn't teach them how to do this, so
to reset the counter.
yeah.
But yeah, what a match that is. And so they're gonna go into game 2 here with about 26, 27 minutes on the clock here.
Reset. There we go.
And yeah. But,
Crazy. What a game, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm
You're going to Gen Con, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so just a reminder for folks out there. So the events come out today. May 18th is when you can actually start to register. So be sure if you're going to Gen Con. You can also meet the villains. We'll be there.
We can have a booth. We can have a Meet the Villains booth.
We won't have a booth, but we will be there. So you can come meet us in person at Gen Con in Indianapolis this summer. Tickets are still available. Fortunately, we don't have any promo link like we do with TCG Player.
Yeah. Which link in the description if you're buying cards. Hit up our TCG Player link, partner.tcgplayer.com/ROV.
Yeah, I did not say that. I let Andy do that because I did it on the podcast the other day. And I don't think I got it right once, actually.
I don't have the Family Feud buzzer queued up, so I don't know if we should let you try. So what do we think Mikey wants to do here in order to try and win against Kirsten's mill deck here? I mean, we know drawing optional cards may not be the best in his,
So yeah, I think trying to make it harder to mill, and then I think questing is going to be his strategy. I also think taking those brooms really seriously. to prevent the recycling of those songs is going to be a super...
That's an on-play ability, though, so it's really hard to... He has really no choice in the matter, right?
Yeah.
Like he can't stop them.
Right.
I guess you get rid of them if you can to keep the bounce, but you also have to keep in check any 5 cost or more characters because of the singing.
But I think
their shift targets.
is I think if you attack those brooms, you make Kirsten have to choose. Do I put a whole new world back into my deck, or do I choose one of those brooms to put back into my deck to get more opportunities to bring those whole new worlds back? Right?
Well, you put the whole new world back.
Right. But after a certain
You
point...
only need 1 broom, right?
Right. But after a certain point...
Well, I mean, it's the concept of like a whole new world is a whole new world. A broom could be anything. It could even be a whole new world. Oh my goodness.
Bless you.
I sneezed. Sorry.
We have 41 folks.
Pounds the
we have
table
19
with his
folks in
fist.
streams, 41 views. So thank you so much for joining us. As always, please make sure you're dropping a like. I'll bet if I pulled it up, I would see folks have not liked it. I always love how every time I mention a like, our viewership actually goes down to like 1 or 2.
Be sure to like and subscribe. What? Everyone left.
That's just how wooed. How wooed.
Oh, so we see the improvise. Diablo shifted. Ink and play the Diablo in your hand, Mikey. I think that's your best choice. Don't ink it. Play it. Nope, don't ink it. Okay, he inked it. He inked it. All right. No 2-drop then. Unfortunate. But he's going to sing. He's going to get sing. Sorry, he's going to quest, get a lore, and draw when she draws. No. Okay. So this is, I think, what becomes the really difficult part about playing against Kirsten's deck here, a mill deck like this in general, is that you need to balance drawing cards because you still need cards in order to win the game and have a strong hand. Unfortunately, Mikey's hand is like Bruno and 2 crabs, I think. And so we saw him not draw off the Diablo, again, in fear of the mill, like that happened to him last game, but really he needs to fix his hand. So you draw a couple cards, you try and stay away from the danger.
Yeah. And we already see
the whole new world. Take the world. Take the whole new world. Do it. Take the whole new world.
Take the whole new
Draw for a while, Mikey. You take the whole Ooh, okay. Very
Although
interesting.
I would say maybe he's thinking I can play around the whole new world by discarding more.
He also has like no cards in hand, so he probably doesn't mind the whole new world either. But with the Diablo on board, it meant that he could have just gone to the races with his Diablo and drawn cards. All right, we see Mikey channeling for thought here.
He is thinking, so we're gonna
Take out the hook. Good call. Good call. Love to see it.
Nice.
1 damage.
Yeah, and we already did see that Kirsten is getting off to an early start on the discard with that very merry birthday.
Yeah. It looks like maybe she just top decked to show me more. She passes, draws, and passes. Okay.
Didn't even ink that turn.
Nope, didn't ink. I don't think she has an ink. I think it's just the shift hook and the whole new world, and I believe she drew into a show me more, which is another uninkable card. But we see Peter Pan come down, and I think you just quest. You quest them all, my dude. Quest everything. Well, you can't quest the Peter Pan. No, 2. You can't quest the Peter Pan. There you go.
Oh. There we go. All right.
That's the internet here. It's not my app, I swear. That lag is...
So we do see that shift hook come down.
Yep, that's what we knew, and the whole new world. I don't think Mikey's too upset about that. He kind of wanted 7 new cards. Do you draw 14? Draw more, Mikey. Draw as many as you want. One of the beauties of Diablo and A Whole New World, that interaction, is that every single card draw them is its own trigger of Diablo. So you draw your 7 for a whole new world, but then you have the choice. If you don't like the 7 you have, if you need that specific answer, you can draw one more and then look at it, and then one more, and then one more, and then one more, all the way up to however many you're allowed. Oh, characters with cost 3 or less can't challenge this character. Yikes.
So that means basically none of his characters can challenge.
So we buffed him, so we'll take out the Sticky Mickey instead. At least he has a valid target. That's still pretty good. Still not bad. And then we should see something. That was the friends he yanked this turn. Yep, that was it. And then play the 1 drop from your hand. Not bad. You just want to commit everything you can to the board. Because her deck is balancing between having this mill game plan as well as some things to keep people off of your characters, and to stop them from going wide and doing stuff like this. So we do see, oh my goodness, she's got another whole new world in hand. I think it's a little too early for her to be playing that yet. But we are going to
recycle that whole new world back into her deck.
Whole new world count is 5. We're now at 5 whole new worlds in the deck. Each one adding a new instance to the deck. So we also are, Vince. We are on judge duty today. Head Judge Vince is in the building. So I know in some previous streams we've didn't know whether we should intervene on certain things to provide the competitive integrity of the game, but we are on judge duty today, so that means we will have the ability and the fiduciary obligation to go and so if anyone sees anything, call it out, let us know. We're trying our best to pay attention here. Probably won't see anything in these games. Mikey is an expert of a player.
Yeah, the one judge call we've had to have to make on this was actually Kirsten's.
Yeah, she gave away a card for free.
Not that it mattered in the end, but
it did not. She had a few cards still to give away. So we see Mikey ink the Diablo. Man, this...
And we do have
Iago.
39 players.
Yes.
Here, I was just pulling up the melee here, as Andy reminded me that I am the head judge, making sure that everything goes to plan. And we've got quite a few rounds still unreported at this point.
I'm going to try and get our standings going here for in between the rounds. I want to talk about what's going on. We do have some fan favorites playing in this tournament. Everyone loves the Mayor of Lorcana, as well as ROV Kirsten, ROV Reckless, ROV Mikey on stream right now. Got ROV Kristen, Andy. We've just the whole team.
Yeah, just to be clear, the Mayor has not yet reported. That's not really a surprise to me.
Okay. Yeah. We see here, we got a couple, let's see. Jimmy, ROV Jimmy, takes the win, 2-1.
So we see a grab swords played here by Kristen, and that is going to remove quite a few characters from Mikey's board there. That's going to take care of that Peter Pan Shadowfinder, the Diablo, both actual Diablos. And then the Broom is going to finish off the Ursula.
Wow.
Leaving only the Crab on board. But Mikey is actually in a pretty good position here. He is 10-0, and Kristen doesn't really have the board to play as much of the...
Take out one of the Brooms. Yep. Let's go.
Yep.
Quest with the Crab.
Yeah, I think we might see this go to game 3.
It's certainly looking like it. Definitely not as commanding of a presence as
So
Kristen had
I just
last
want to be
game.
clear for those that were saying, like, why is Kristen milling out a 9-year-old? This is what 9-year-olds do. They come back.
I mean, he is playing discard and the bird, so like, did he deserve it?
But as somebody in our chat has said, that's not an easy deck to play.
It is not. And Mikey is a very, very good player, so I believe he can play it. Okay, we see the Bruin come down. Whole New World. That's number 6. Whole New World count 6.
How many cards does Mikey have in his deck? I can't quite tell. It's hard, but it does look like he's in a much better shape than he was in round 1.
Yes, definitely.
Or I should say game 1 of round 1.
Absolutely. You know, we need to invent a little holder, like 3D printed holder for their deck that they set their deck on, but it's got like a scale in it, right? So we weigh one card, then we put their deck on, and now we have the count of cards. And as they draw cards off the top, it just slowly goes down.
Yeah.
So it's like
I think that my decks would break that scale.
yeah, probably would. We need we need to have a weight limit on there, 70 card max. Although Vince's 72 card Ruby Sapphire Extravaganza might be one of the few answers to 6 whole new worlds in your deck.
Yeah, definitely getting milled, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, let's see you mill me now. How many cards you got left? 45. No big deal.
So we see a Genie and a Niago come down.
They both have rush. They both can attack the Captain Hook. We're just going to see quest for 3.
Well,
keep the pressure on.
The Iago has rush?
They both get rush from the Peter Pan.
Oh,
So they're both
that's
evasive,
right.
so
That's
they
right,
both get
'cause
the
you're right.
nothing to rush into, but they show me more. Okay. See, the beauty here is for Kristen is that all of these cards, the Chromacon, the show me more, they're helping her filter and draw for the cards that she needs.
Yeah.
While also punishing Mikey by forcing him to draw cards.
Don't see that she has a whole new world in hand yet.
She had one, I thought. Oh no, she used it. She's used 2 now. So played count 2, deck count 6.
And
Well, total count 6. But I think we still have all 4 in the deck because
she did not find it there.
Oof. Okay, Crab goes.
And Mikey can go to 18 next turn?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
No,
19.
You go to 19, yeah.
Probably no crabs or goats. Sorry, there's crabs. There's probably no goats in this deck.
No, we haven't seen a White Rose either, so it doesn't seem like there's any instant lore.
Okay. I mean, it could run goat. Even the ones that don't traditionally want or need the goat for the instant lore, they'll maybe run 1 or 2.
So I think Mikey here should just...
And Elsa, I think, just
Quest.
wins the game for him. Oh, you think he should just quest?
I think he should quest out.
9. Okay.
And then play what he can.
Everything he needs to play, though, needs to survive a grab sword. That's his biggest.
Yeah. But if she had it, she would have played it last turn.
Right, but she gets 3 cards next turn because of the Chromacons. Oh, the Bruno. That's a good play. That's a good play. The Mickey. Sniped. Oh,
Yeah,
the
there we
double
go.
Diablo.
That's what I'm saying.
And he shifts one of them.
He shifts it. Oh.
Wow. Empties his hand, says, go ahead, whole new world, and he... Oh my goodness, goes to 19, passes the turn.
That is not at all. That's it.
She would need... Well, she gets 2 more cards. Grab Sword would take out everything but the Iago and the Genie. She would need... She doesn't have enough.
It wouldn't take out one of the Peter Pans.
Oh, you're right. Yep,
So
it's 2, 3.
So it's not enough.
And yeah, it wouldn't... she doesn't have the ink to She just doesn't have the ink to be able to do it. So she has a grab sword, it looks like right there in the middle of her hand.
Did she get it?
Yeah, but it just doesn't clear enough. She would have needed a grab sword and a Zeus and a strength. She would need this, or 2 grab swords and a strength or something. That Iago's really, really pesky.
So we clear out
1, 2, 3. No, that does not go.
Clears out the Iago.
No. Did he have damage on it? The Iago?
Oh.
But that's it. That's game. She knows that's not enough. So we see the scoop, and Mikey takes game 2 and reset the scores for them here. And we are down to 8 minutes and 55 seconds.
They're going to have to
left.
play a very fast round.
Should we bust out the chess clocks? Speed, Kana. Oh, man. Mikey is at a... I think Mikey is at a disadvantage here. Little hands make it hard to shuffle. He's trying to speed shuffle and can't do it. He needs a surrogate shuffler, that's for sure. We are in the best of 3 format, so a tie is honestly not that big a deal. It will mean you aren't afforded potentially a ID later in the game, later in the tournament, but it is, not the end of the world. You still get 1 point for it. Both players get 1 point. And so, hey, could be worse. All right, so we see the broom come down on turn 1. Diablo for Diablo. We see no shift, whole new world. He's going to shift the Diablo real quick. Okay, before he passes the turn. Fair enough. That's cool. Pass the turn. So everyone's playing at lightning speed. Amethyst Chromacon draws a card. Mikey draws one as well. Nope, that was for turn. Drew for turn. Ink. Bird. Quest. Questy. Perfect. Perfect. Excellent. All right. So we see the snake come down. Double Marianne birthday. 1, 2, 3, 4. We see an Elsa, Cricky, Peter Pan, Shadowfinder, and the Ursula Deceiver thrown into the... Oh, and another one. Oh, my goodness. 3 in a row. Diablo, Fox, gone from the game. Going on 3 ink here. We see the Iago maybe sent to the inkwell. Okay, we see the Bruno sent. 3 come down for the crab. Love it. Quest for 2, both Diablos. Go to 3. Love to see it. All right. So Kirsten's going to get another card here. Finds ink that she's looking for. Is going to pay 4 to Zeus, the crab. Passes turn. So an interesting part of this sort of game plan that Kirsten has here is she doesn't really care about Diablo. And honestly, Mikey probably isn't too happy with the Diablo right now either, given that he's not drawing off of it. He is not activating the triggers. He's not getting all these extra cards because he knows that the cards in his deck are precious against Kirsten's deck here. So welcome back, Vince.
Yeah. Let's go and checking on everything. So we got 5 minutes left in round. I think this particular game is going to go to turns.
I think it might. And Mikey looks like he knows that he is trying to... Ooh, grab sword. Yeah, it's got to be the grab sword. What? Okay, yep, there you go. Because he's...
Wait, did he not choose anything? No, he definitely did. We know that he did.
So he's going to quest all 3 of them, go to 8. He is just racing this down. And this is one of the reasons Mill doesn't work as well, is because there are 60 cards in someone's deck, unless you're Vince, in which case you have 72, but even still 60 is a lot of cards to have to put into the discard or in play or wherever, compared to 20 lore, right? 20 less than 60, pretty simple math.
For sure.
But now Mikey gets this full hand, and see, this is where it's dangerous. Kirsten needs answers to Mikey's board, and he's just going to be able to refill it.
Well, the thing I'll say is I think, like, on average here, this one of the struggles with the Mill deck is that on average, Mikey's cards are just better.
Yep. Higher value.
Yeah, versus Kirsten's, which are really...
Kristen's?
Thank you. See what I mean? I'm going to do this.
The evasive is rough too, right?
Yeah, it's just because all the cards in Kristen's deck are really meant to help play a whole new world.
Yep.
Right? You know, so you've got these little hooks, big hooks, little Mickeys, big Mickeys.
She had earlier the little Yzma and big Yzma. I haven't seen the little Yzma yet, but that was always a fun one. She could look at the top, either put it on the top or the bottom, and then shift the Yzma the following turn, or I think it's a 2-cost Yzma, and then they shift onto the 4-cost. It's a 4-cost shift. Okay, so we see the whole new world back in hand again. So he knows another one's coming. He's going to sing Sunchill. Does he think he can get all of the cards out of Kristen's hand? He does have a couple discards here.
As well. Is he going to play it?
That is an interesting choice.
No, it doesn't.
He does. Diablo. Cool. Quest. 1, 2, 3 to go to 11. Okay. So I think only thing I would have done different there is not saying Sudden Chill. Double Show Me More. Right before the whole new world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was 13. This is going to be 13 cards gone.
And he has to draw. That's not a May ability.
That is not a May. That is a must. You absolutely have to. Got your little stand here, Vince. Try and move my cable out of the way. There we go.
Each player draws 3 cards.
Then we get the whole new world that comes down, sung by the Captain Hook. 7 more cards. We see the Captain Hook shifted. Draw from the Chromacon. Draw from the Chromacon. Does she have something else? She really, really wants that not Zeus swords or something. She finds the one character that she can hit that isn't evasive. She has to pass the turn, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go to 16 from Mikey plus whatever he plays. So he needs to play something that doesn't get hit by Grab Sword, which he did. Exert the broom. Exert the broom. Take it out. That's free. Quest the rest of them and count the cards in your deck. I think that's what I would do here at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I just...
2, 3, 4, 5 to go to 16.
Yep. Yeah. Kristen is in danger here because her deck is not designed to quest. It is designed to mill.
Yes. So another show me more. 1, 2, 3. No grab sword. Oh. Look at all those cards. She needs the grab sword. Grab sword would take out 1, 2, 3. She'd be able to get 4 of them gone. Not with just a grab sword, but from challenging.
Mikey
as well.
was like, timer? What timer? I got this.
18 seconds. We're about to go to turns here. We'll give them an extra couple seconds here because probably a minute maybe.
Yeah. We'll
they're
give
on
them
the
a little
stream
bit more
table.
time because they are on the stream table, and it does take a little bit longer to get the stream table all set.
Oh, nope. We got a judge out there already. Look at that. Time in round.
Time in round.
It's just like in the way now.
So we see the magic broom. Is she not recycling?
Maybe the other broom. It was the one.
Oh,
it was the draw
the other
broom.
broom. Okay. So she did get a whole new world. She's gonna play it.
I don't know that.
But I don't think it matters. I think it's too
1,
late.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mikey
She's
still's got a couple
another
piles there.
Whole new world.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. 2 whole new worlds, does it? 1, 2, 3, 4. She needs Very Merry on Birthday and
She did get
Show Me
grab
More.
swords.
all
but
3
it's
of
not
them.
enough.
Is she pointing to 3 grab
It's not
swords?
enough. It's not enough.
She's pointing to 3 grab swords. She needed those earlier. Oh, that's so devastating.
So close. Oh my god.
She was one
One
very
card
unmerry
away.
birthday from being
Yeah.
able to win.
One card away.
Wow. So crazy.
And so Mikey will take that 2
Mikey.
to 1.
Congratulations to Mikey. That was, what a game.
Now,
These are
what
really exciting.
Amazing game. And I'm going to go do some tournament organizing stuff. So if you want to chat with folks.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me reset all this. Oh, I'm bumping into the table.
We may have a guest caster come in here
Cool.
to help out. So I'll be back, but Andy is going to stay with you.
All right. All right, guys, ladies, gentlemen, children, people of all ages. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's head back over to the caster cam so you guys can hang out and see me. I want to appreciate everyone. We appreciate everyone for coming to hang out with us. 17 people in the chat. That's kind of crazy. What a great game one. The first I've only played against this deck of Kirsten's once before, but it cooked me. I did not see it coming until it was too late, very much like Mikey in game one there. And ultimately, the first thing I thought is I want to try this out. I think this is spicy. I think we all kind of aspire to win. But you know what makes winning even more fun is if you built the deck yourself and it's something people didn't think of. We saw Josh in Atlanta DLC take down an amazing meta field with, was it Amber Amethyst with the Fairy Godmother and the Cinderella to exert characters. Oh, what a crazy game, especially that finals was. We've seen Zan recently call a shot, say I've broken this meta, and then came out with, not the newest concept in Jafar Wheel, but certainly an amazing meta pick for the event that he was in. And it did crazy, and I think this is kind of our St. Louis version of this. I think this will do well and should hopefully take the meta by storm, if you will. Yeah. Again, thanks everyone for coming to hang out. We're just chilling here. I think Vince might try and find me a new partner for casting next. We've got our Gatorade mashup, which I bought entirely for the marketing purposes. Cool Blue and Fruit Punch together, which, spoiler alert, just makes purple. Just tastes like purple. So, what up, Bader Mickey? How's it going? We got Brad in the building. We got the mayor in the building. It's the mayor. What's up? Mikey. Mikey. Mikey, you want to come in? You want to come say hi?
Should we ask? Let me ask you on real quick.
Oh. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Mikey walked by. We were going to try and interview him real quick. Mikey can be on camera?
Yeah,
All right.
let's get Mikey in here.
All right.
Oh, they get to see my ears. What's up, everybody?
Of course they get to see your ears. How's it going, Mikey?
Good, pretty good.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
That was it. How long did it take you to realize what was going on?
Not really any time, really.
Yeah, we noticed you stopped drawing from Diablo pretty early on.
Yeah, because, like, I had barely any cards left because, like, she kept holding worlding and, like, birthdaying
Is that
and
annoying?
show me more, yeah. So I didn't want to draw any more cards because the one game she actually decked me out.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, he got milled.
He got milled in the first game. I think that was the one time we've ever seen a mill on stream. It was pretty
Wow.
crazy.
Squatting down like that
Yeah.
is not good for my knees.
I mean,
So-
it was kind of hard, but kind of easy at the same time because I practiced yesterday against my dad, so...
Okay. Was
so,
he
like,
playing the same kind of deck?
Yeah, so, like, I was playing a different deck.
Okay.
So, like, I was asking him if he had a good time and playing my deck. So, he said, no, we're not trading decks.
But you
So,
traded? You got him
no.
to trade with you? 'Cause
no,
he's
we,
playing.
have, we have the same deck.
Okay, I was gonna say he's playing
So
something similar, right?
he built me the same exact deck that he has.
Okay.
And you got a win on a feature table. That's incredible.
And
Yeah, and he said it was hard to beat, but not to me, really. Like, my dad said he couldn't beat Kirsten.
he couldn't
some
beat
reason.
Kristen. Yeah, I mean her deck is pretty crazy. I think you
So, yeah.
adapted to the correct plan there towards the
Yeah.
end where you just started putting all of your characters on the board.
Yeah.
There was one turn where you sang Sudden Chill with an Iago.
Well,
It's a little confused why you did that.
I did it because, like, I saw her hand with
Right.
a little Diablo, and I saw two Show Me Mores and
A Whole New World
a
and the
whole
Mickey,
new world.
right?
Yeah, so I needed to try to get rid of some of that
Card
either-
draw.
Yeah, so
Mm.
I didn't get decked out again.
Okay. That's not a bad plan. So I think we also see your dad on here. He won his match with the same deck. So you guys are still on course for you versus your dad mirror match in the finals, right?
Yeah,
you could beat
pretty
him?
much. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe? Okay.
We're
He's not-
playing the
he's not very
same
good.
exact deck.
Yeah, but he's not as good at it as you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's getting time-stamped for sure.
Not to be rude to him, but
No, of course not.
So who else do we got here? So your dad won, Linc won. This is not updated, so let's hit refresh on this and then
womp.
look at it again. Kirsten won, Ron won, Megan won, your sister won. Look at that.
hey, she has
Brother
the same
lost,
streak as me now.
Look at the mayor. The mayor won.
The
Little
mayor.
Jafar, baby. Jaflurple.
Hey,
Jaflurple.
Yeah, let's
Oh my
go.
goodness. The Jaflurple. I can't believe.
Flurple.
Have you played the Jafar deck yet?
Me, nah.
No? Okay.
It doesn't sound that fun. Like,
It isn't.
not as much lore game.
Oh.
And you know what's even less fun is when you put Jafar in Blurple. That sounds no fun, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out with us, Mikey.
Yeah, no problem.
You got to get back out there and keep winning, right? Looks like we've got
Yeah, I'll try.
Really close. Yeah, that's,
we're- one game left is in rounds, it looks like right now.
Yeah, I might be going against Lincoln.
You might be going against Linc. Okay, maybe. You got a lot of people you could be going against here. Any of these people that won. Well, they're not showing up. But any of these people that won here could be you. Amir,
idea
Alex,
I have no
Linc,
idea.
your
who
dad?
it is.
Jimmy. You could go against the mayor. Could be you and the mayor. That's crazy. Could be you versus your sister. Look at that.
It's Ryan. Did Ryan win?
Of course not. No, I'm just kidding. Ryan versus Ron. So it looks like Ron took it 2-1. So it was probably a really close match. And I think they were playing a similar deck, maybe? I don't know.
Possibly. Might.
They were both playing the same deck yesterday. No, they were playing different decks yesterday, but then they were talking about switching. So if they switch to each other's decks, then I don't know.
That wouldn't be a good idea because today's set champ and like
Yesterday was too.
they don't know like their decks better. They know their
true.
decks better, but they don't know each other's decks better.
That is true. Yep, you got to play what you know, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
looks like there's a lot of shuffling. It might be time.
All right, so we may be going into the next round here.
Perfect.
We're going to the next
See you
round.
guys
Good
later.
luck, man.
Next round.
Cool. You casting this one with me?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I will get out of your way, and you can sit over in Vince's seat.
I gave Hunter a monstrosity of a deck today.
Nice.
The blue-green items.
Oh yeah. I saw
Is that
that.
your seat there?
That's your seat. You can sit there. I'll
I'm putting Brad at the.
Who's he playing?
I don't know.
Cool. All right.
Brad's on the stream?
Yeah, Brad's on the stream. So hold on. I think we're on the caster one, so they can see us.
What the?
I don't. Turn it this way, maybe? There you go. I don't know. That was confusing me, too, for a second there. Lucas, okay, awesome. This should be a fun matchup.
Does this retract at all downward?
Maybe?
or-
Vince?
Hey,
Oh, here it is. Well, there's like a lock on it, so
oh
you
my
gotta.
gosh, you have a fan in here.
We need a fan in here.
Okay.
If you twisted it, unlocks, and then.
It just
You honestly,
wasn't. It just
you honestly
wasn't
don't
long
need
enough.
the headphones, really. Okay. So. Let's change this up. This is not Vince. We've got Justin Ward joining us here.
What's up?
NA Continentals qualifier participant. I know that's already happened now, so I guess it's participant. And yeah, we've got, sorry, I'm trying to connect everything up here. So thanks for joining us, Justin. You took first place at game night yesterday, right?
Yes, I did.
So I guess opted to come hang out with us instead today. Awesome. We've got some notes here. Brad
Yeah,
on.
I accomplished the goal of just getting the mat, and it's like, well, I don't really feel like playing today. I've got family stuff later, so
Okay, nice. That's we really appreciate you coming and hanging out with us. Let's see. Justin, all right. So yeah, all right. We're already on to the game. Let's move over to that one. Okay,
this started
so
quickly.
yep, we don't get much time in between rounds here. It's not a DLC. They
Go,
go.
go, go.
They go without us. So we got Mayor, and yep, and the timer starts now. So we start our round timer as well. So we start our round timer now. There we go, it started. So round one, we got, I'm gonna adjust some of these inks here. So we have Brad on not just Blurple, but
That's
I
a
believe,
Blurple Jafar, right?
yes, Jaflurple, I think is what he called it.
Jafarple.
Yeah,
that
Jafarple.
better.
That's easier to say for sure. And then we got Lucas over here, which red blue. So this is probably the same list that I played against yesterday.
Oh yeah, I'm certain about it.
He said he wasn't planning on changing too much up here. So it's Manor, red blue Manor versus the Blurple Jafar. Who do you have in this match?
So if Lucas knows how to play this matchup, generally against Blurple, the way for the Ruby Sapphire DKP Shark Manor list to win is just to go wide and force them to deal with you. You never really want to beat prep unless you're absolutely forced to. But I could probably give the edge to Brad or the mayor in this one just because he has the Jafar package to be able to just steal lore whenever necessary.
Okay.
But if Lucas knows how to play this well, then it's probably going to be a better matchup for him. That was very interesting to see him ink up Popsicle there.
And he plays the croquet mallet instead
No.
to throw away and get the bell.
Oh, his hand must be full of uninkables.
Yeah. Croquet mallet's not a bad card, right? That's the one that allows you to.
It gives a character rush. If
Yeah.
I remember correctly. I can't remember if you have to pay in ink or not. However, in that situation, I probably would have just inked the bell and played the Popsicle instead. Especially since it looks like he had to, or maybe he drew that for turn. But it seems like he's struggling for inkables in his hand. And I don't think the way to win this matchup against the Ruby Sapphire Shark deck is to race it. Generally, that means you're committing resources to the board and not having much in your hand, and then a single board wipe can just remove you from the game. But we'll see what happens. So he goes Tipo over Sail there. Not sure what does he have in his hand. Fishhook.
I see a Maui, a Tala.
Yeah.
The Sail can be much, much better when you have another 1-drop to immediately follow with it, right?
Yeah, so it looks like Brad's going to lead up with the Genie here. If I am Lucas, I'm very keen to just inking and playing the Fishhook that he has in hand, especially since it looks like, does he have a Develop or Popsicle there? Or is that a Tala?
Looks like it's a Tala. How far I'll go? Double Maui's and...
Yeah, so I like putting out the Fishhook here right now, just for the fact that you can next turn play Maui and give it evasive and go into the Genie.
Interesting. Because
But I think he's going to try taking the Shark approach here, which is also effective. But obviously, if Brad's playing the standard Blurple, he has Hades and whatnot, but Lucas probably recognized that he's on the more Jafar-focused variant, which I don't believe plays Hades. So the Shark should be pretty safe for a majority of the game.
Okay. Not playing Hades in Blurple seems very risky. That is one of only like 2 options for removal that you really have, right? With the Let It Go and the Hades.
Yeah, I mean, he may as well have it in there, but it's definitely not as like a 4 of.
Right.
Unfortunately, Brad's keeping his hand pretty tight to his chest, so can't get too much information from that.
Yeah, unlike when we had him on the webcam games for that collab we did, I kept telling him, Brad, you got to watch your hand, and he would play like this.
Okay, so it does look like he has a Hades there in his hand. So yeah, I definitely don't like the approach that Lucas took then here. It's going to get very punished by Hades next turn.
Absolutely. So we quest for 3. See the library come down, and he's got 1 left. He moves the Genie over the library. I think that's probably the smart play, right? You always put the most valuable character in the library.
Mm-hmm.
Forces them to, if they want to take out the one that they like, then unfortunately you get that card. Okay, so we see the Maui come down. This is where that Fishhook would have been really nice.
Yeah, so the Fishhook would have been nice for either being able to take out the library or to take out the Genie and just give him a card. And then it puts the pressure on Brad to answer that Maui Hero to all. Otherwise, he's losing the library in the next turn. So if I'm Lucas, I'm probably just inking that Fishbone here now. Or not Fishbone, Fishhook. Yeah. I'm item brained right now.
He's going to... It looks like he's considering he's got a Pirate's Life, it looks like, a Develop. So he inks the Pirate's Life, plays the Develop to try and keep digging further into his deck. I don't know which one he took, but it looked like he maybe had the Scrooge or Donald. Is it Scrooge or Donald? The Big Mickey, basically?
It's the Donald. Donald Duck Focus Flatfoot, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, Focused Flatfoot.
Yeah,
So
that card's very good. I like it a lot against the purple matchups.
So I think we saw him either grab one or put it on the bottom off the Develop Your Brain. It is a nice card. I have played right after the Hiram ban. I tried to, like everyone, see if Sapphire Steel still had anything good in it. And I tried the, sort of the classic ramp on 3, get to 5 like Hogsworth, Something, Whole New World, and being able to ramp on 3 and then ramp further with that Donald can definitely be fun.
So what that version you're probably playing, if you don't have turn 2 drop, you were playing like the Mickey Mouse Detective.
Yep, yeah, the 3
Especially
drop.
since you were playing Cogsworth.
Yep, Mickey Mouse ink on 3, and then Fishbone as well. I tried the other 2 3-cost ramp ones, but they're delayed ramp.
It's interesting to see him
Just takes
use
the
the
Tipo.
lamp just to rebounce the Tipo. I probably would have just let the lamp sit there until I drew a Jafar.
Yeah, that is
the
odd.
the Tipo wasn't applying a lot of pressure. I guess he was focused on him just throwing the Tipo into the library, and then Maui can take out the bell.
Yeah, and he gets punished though because he has another Maui. So
Yeah.
we see that not play off for the mayor. Although I mean, 8 lore is nothing to laugh at here. He's definitely well out ahead. We see 3 cards left in Lucas's hand.
And he drew the 4-drop Jafar this turn.
Oof.
Having that lamp would have really helped him refill his hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Brad is gassing out at the moment. At least he still has the genie, but the fishhook can easily come down next turn and just take it out.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can see Lucas putting 3 ink to the side there. Yeah, Lucas has a decision point here. He can either put out the fishhook or the shark. I'm probably more inclined to put out the fishhook to play around Hades.
Yeah. No reason to overcome. Like, you want to take care of the board first. Brad's down to 2 cards. If you can get him to play out those last couple cards, then
Yeah.
the Let It Go on the Jafar. I will admit that Jafar can be pretty pesky. This Keeper of Secrets.
Yeah, I mean, it quests for 2, but you're most likely playing Shark next turn, so I most likely would have just held the Let It Go and sang it with Maui next turn and get a lore out of it. Obviously, you're saving yourself 2 lore here, but eventually you got to start progressing your game state at some point.
Oh, and so we get the Hades out of Brad's hand there. He's got another Let It Go. So it looks like it almost didn't matter, essentially, because he can do the same play here, punish the... Interesting. Very interesting. That was a play, for sure. I feel like I would have played the shark and then sang the Let It Go on the Hades, because now he risks having the Hades bounced and played again. Not necessarily this turn, but in the future.
Right, yeah. It was definitely a critical decision point there for him. I probably would have been more keen to play the shark because it's just more ink efficient, and holding the mana next turn can allow you to, if he clears your shark, to potentially just hard cast the Let It Go if you have to by inking a card, and then you can play the mana. Obviously, we're getting rewarded by holding the Let It Go to
Yes.
get rid of the Jafar here, which compared to the steel version is not as threatening, but obviously there's a bunch of draw cards
For sure.
in the purple.
I tested this with Brad yesterday after the set champs, and he didn't win, but he did get like 12 lore in 1 turn. So
Yeah.
I unfortunately didn't have the answer, and I had to let him have the Jafar, and he got to do a bunch of stuff. He also had like, I think, 3 lamps in his hand. He had kind of bricked early and then finally got the Jafar and had the 3 lamps, and I was like, oh, well, now it's come in handy.
Yeah. So I think if Lucas's game plan is to try to play around Jafar or Let It Go, I probably would have liked just inking the shark there and establishing the Tala to the board. Just because you want to be progressing your game state, and now without that ink from last turn, he can't even ink the 4 here and potentially play the Tala that he kept, and Brad's just going to use a Let It Go here or a Hades.
Yep.
So this matchup can easily just pull away from Lucas's control.
Yep. If he gets, I mean, there are some definitely key cards to Lucas's strategy here, that shark being one of them, and if it gets removed efficiently, like with a Hades or a Let It Go or something, then you can definitely be really hurting for staying in this game.
Yeah, but it looks like we drew a popsicle here, which is actually very important for the Ruby Sapphire Shark Manor deck. It's probably the most important 1-drop you want to be finding in your altar at the start, just because Tamatoa. A lot of people think Shark. Obviously, Shark is the game plan to win the game, but a lot of your resources comes off the back of Tamatoa and the pressure that it provides.
Okay. I honestly wonder if he's playing Tamatoa, because I don't remember seeing it yesterday when I played him.
If he's not, that's very awkward to not be playing it.
Do you know if like the DKP list plays in?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you have to play Tamatoa because you get gassed out way too easily, and you're just running on fumes the whole time.
All the replacement, basically.
Yeah. So we see a Sisu come in to clear a Tipo. I actually like playing that there, not only because it clears the Tipo, but also because it provides a lore pressure on the
Yes.
board, and he's trying to catch up in this race. Now, I assume Brad is going to banish that genie and draw 3 next turn, which can help gas him back up. And I believe he's sitting on an Elsa in hand too, so...
Ooh, that Elsa's pretty big. Because the Elsa can tap down the Sisu, and it'll be available to take out with the Elsa, if not something else, the next turn, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like I believe that vision grabbed Automatoa, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I think he's already got a popsicle
Yep.
in discard, and he's got one on board.
And he's got a Pirate's Life and Medium Tammy, I think, is what's in hand, right?
Yeah.
Which the Pirate's Life is going to come in handy a lot as well. That Brad hates that card. We might see him flip the table if that gets played. He says it's the dumbest card ever, and he hates it so much.
Oh, just wait until he plays against Hunter and Radigan's Marvelous Trap.
Oh, right. That's it's the same thing, right? Throw it away, lose 2 lore.
Yeah, each opponent loses 2 lore by banishing it
Yeah, and then you bring it back with
with the
Tamatoa.
8-cost Tamatoa and stuff.
just keep playing it over and over again.
It's
It
a
was a
pretty
fun
fun
one.
deck. I don't know how competitive it is. Was there something that we missed?
Yeah, maybe some sort of judge call. How did the bell die?
He be prepared the board, did he not? And
Right.
it had the bell and the Hades on board.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. We do have like this log here of the lore. We were set to 0.
Is it a discrepancy between lore totals on the pad and the phone? Okay, so that's what it looks like.
It was. Okay. So we are at 14 for Brad. He does quest the genie and throw it away. I really honestly like this genie. Or I liked it a lot more when discard was about to be like incredibly prevalent for a hot minute there until people figured out how to play around it. I feel like the regular genie gets you that 1 card, but this one is harder to remove, can fight back if you needed to, and being able to get 3 cards at around turn 5 can be very helpful against discard.
Well, yeah, and also if you have a exerted Jafar in play too, you can just quest with him, and then banish yourself. You draw 3, and then you can play the lamp, and then draw another 2 and gain another 2 lore. So you're gaining 5 or 6 lore from that total interaction because of the quest.
Wow. Yeah. So we see the Linc, and then we see another Hades. Is that the 3rd Hades from
It is
Brad?
3rd Hades.
So
I didn't think he would be playing that many, especially since I saw Elsa in his hand. So
He just said uninkables don't matter to
yeah,
me.
he's playing a bunch of uninkables. It looks like, and I don't know if I'd be that crazy to play it, but I think that this match is slowly being clawed away from Lucas. I think Brad is sitting on a Shift Elsa in hand, Elsa Spirit of Winter, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. The big one.
Yeah. So if Lucas doesn't find a Be Prepared to be able to clear the whole board, then Brad could easily win the following turn if he plays this Elsa next turn.
Oh, well, there's the B prep.
Yeah, the question
does
is
he
he going to
keep it?
grab it? Looks like... I would most likely take the Be Prepared here, especially since you're riding off the back of Manor. Yeah,
Yep,
looks like
there
he
you go.
pulls it.
I think he considered another manor for a second there.
Yeah.
He was like, man, 2 manors would be nice.
Yeah, but you're never winning that race if he plays like an Elsa or something off the top.
Yeah. Especially because I don't know if Brad runs foxes or crabs, honestly, in his deck, because he had to make room for so many other Jafar-based cards. But you obviously have to respect those cards. A fox, crab, Elsa. The more characters he gets here, he can easily take out those manors, and then they get to stay, and then Lucas is left with nothing.
How much ink total does Lucas have there? He played a... Did he play the Tamatoa this... Yeah, he played Tamatoa this turn, played both Popsicles, played a Vision, played a Develop, so that's 3, 4, 5, 11. So he went to 12. I don't think he really needed to ink the sail there, just because you don't want to be inking every turn with this version of Ruby Sapphire. You want to keep a lot of card economy in your hand in order to be able to find answers to the board state or answers to have you win the game. So I would have valued having the sail in my hand more than inking it there, especially if I'm not using the ink that turn.
That makes sense. That's if you don't have enough cards, you
Yeah,
can't really be inking them.
So you're this version isn't like the old Ruby Sapphire control list. You're not trying to ink a whole bunch to get to big bombs and endgame pieces. You're just trying to play more of like a mid-range deck and burn out your opponent.
Okay, so we see Croquet Mallet and the Lamp come back with Brad's own Tamatoa.
So if he wanted to, he could play the Croquet Mallet and give his Tamatoa rush this turn and put some damage into that manner.
Yeah, I mean, if he does that, both characters are exerted, but he poses lethal at that point, right?
Yeah.
And if one of them gets removed, he still is threatening that manner. Okay.
So Lucas is at effectively 15 here, because he's going to most likely quest with the Tamatoa and then gain the 2 lore from the manor. So if I was Brad, I probably would have thrown all the damage into the manor there to try and make sure that the game can't be taken away from me with like a Be Prepared. So he's going to sing Pirate's Life and then play a Be Prepared, and then that's most likely going to be GG for Brad.
So he has 13 ink there. Is there any reason why not quest and play the Be Prepared and the Pirate's Life?
The only reason I would see for doing that is you're trying to grab another manor off of this, or Tala, but it looks like he got another manor there, so he'll go to 19 next turn. And he has another Be Prepared in hand, so this game should be checkmate, even though Brad doesn't realize it.
So he has the last card is the Be Prep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, that is not good for Brad, which means he can't even stick a Jafar.
Yeah.
Let him go to 19 and then win the game next turn. It looks like he had. Is that the Jafar in hand?
He has a Jafar, a Let It Go, and I think a Tamatoa. Yeah.
Oh, but he can Croquet Mallet to give it rush to exert, and then gain.
Oh, and then gain 4 off
lore
of this.
here. And if he draws a friends or anything, he just wins, right? 1, 2. Wow.
He drew a Popsicle. I'm most likely popping the Lamp first.
2 more to go to 18.
And
he got Popsicle on a sale. GG's.
That's
oh,
game.
wow. What a... I guess that's why you played Jafar.
Brad just stole that from underneath Lucas's nose.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy.
Sale for 20.
Wow, crazy. What a game.
Yeah, Croquet Mallet is actually like very important for this version. I know Brad wasn't playing it last night, but it immediately exerts a hard played Jafar.
Right.
Because most of the time, because you aren't really shifting it in on 5 because you have no way to really take advantage of it. So you want to try to be progressing the board state and gaining lore at the same time. So being able to play that on when you even have like 8 ink so that you can pay the 1 to banish the item and give it rush is very good.
Definitely. And I think he was either talking about having Cogsworth or just considered putting Cogsworth in there. What do you feel about the Cogsworth?
I don't think it's necessary. Oh, that Cogsworth?
This Cogsworth, to give you the rush instead of the Croquet Mallet. The Mallet
I'd probably prefer the Mallet just because it can be recurred by Tamatoa.
Okay.
Especially since you're not playing the bounce package to recycle the Cogsworth. The only upside to the Cogsworth is that it's inkable, unlike the Croquet Mallet.
Right.
But if you have the uninkable space in your deck, I think you're more inclined to be playing the Mallet instead.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no, you don't even have to pay 1. You just banish it and give anything rush. So
same cost and everything. You give up the body and the ink ability in exchange for the ability to basically just use it whenever you want. Put it out on turn 1 or when you have a spare ink just lying around on one of these turns. Be very ink efficient with it and get that rush later when Jafar comes down. And that was pretty crucial for Brad to, whether he calculated it out or got lucky or whatever.
Yeah. So let's go back to the game plan that Lucas was having that previous game. He was trying to just be carried off the back of that single manor the whole game, which it's a fine and valid strategy. However, by not going wide, it meant that Brad, all of his single removal cards, like Hades, Let It Go, and all that, easily dealt with that, and it made the game drag on longer until Brad had the opportunity to just insta-burst lore with that Jafar. So I would really like to see Lucas focus more on going wide this turn instead of trying to go tall.
Okay, that's a good strategy. I think that's a somewhat known weakness to Blurple, right? Is the lack of being able to deal with a wide board. They have very, very good single target removal, but not so great at a big board. You basically just are bouncing it and playing that single target removal again and again, which without the bounce package, which again I don't know for certain, but we haven't seen any foxes or snakes, so could easily not be great for Brad here.
So I value that Donald in his hand very highly.
Ooh,
it's very unfortunate to see him ink it. I would have liked seeing him ink a Maui instead, because if he doesn't play anything that threatens you, then just establishing the Donald Duck there to have a 2-lore quester as well as something that also ramps you is a lot better than just playing a naked Maui or just the fish hook on turn 5.
Absolutely. It also sings Let It Go as well.
Yep.
And I think we saw him put the big Sisu into the inkwell. So now he's got double Maui, Tala, and Fishhook in hand.
Yeah.
Brad inks a crab. He's got an extra. Looking for a second ink off his sail. Is that double Jafar in hand? I think we see a Friends. I think we see...
Yeah, inks the bell. I see crab, Elsa.
So not a bad hand for Brad. We got the ramp down like we want.
Yeah, so I would have liked Lucas thinking out his next 2 turns a lot more than what he did last turn, because in this board state it would have really helped having that Donald Duck.
Yeah.
To be able to play it next turn, because it functions the same as the manor he just pulled off the top of his deck just now, but it's a body on board that Brad has to deal with, and then you follow it up with the manor afterwards.
And I mean, from what we've seen so far of Brad playing, if he doesn't run the crab, the crab, the Merlin crab, the foxes, the snakes and things like that, he doesn't have this early pressure to even threaten the Donald.
Goat bounce either. In
right.
The deck. So he can't just, obviously he was able to steal a bunch of lore at the end of game 1 there because he had the double lamp with the Jafar Croquet Mallet combo. But that version of Blurple isn't stealing a whole bunch of lore in the early game usually. And there's no well-statted character like Goat to be playing. Now, this Jafar is pretty decent here. It's a very big body, and it answers manners quite well, actually. So it'd be very neat to see him have like a Croquet Mallet and something else next turn, but obviously that makes his Jafar shrink in strength, so he would have to swing into it before playing those cards if Lucas were to play Manor here.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Brad with 9 cards in hand to take out a Manor in one swoop. But that would be nice.
This is also where I would have really liked having the Donald. Like obviously, your turn 5 now, right, or turn 4 now, even though you have 5 ink available, is very awkward. So you can double ink and then go into a Manor if you wanted to, or you could just ink a single time and play the fish hook, which is probably what I would do, because I don't think you really want to be inking everything and anything else in this hand. Yeah.
Yep. So he still has the Manor available, the Maui quest for, and even more now, I feel like you quest with these 2, and if you just played the Donald there, you'd essentially be, if Jafar turned sideways to take out one of these, now you can swing your Maui in, or even the Donald potentially in a favorable trade, depending on the cards left in Brad's hand.
I also know that Lucas was trying to grab lore here. If I was Brad, I probably would have valued swinging into either the Tala or the Tipo, because most likely Tala, because you're most likely losing your Jafar next turn anyway to a Rush Maui, or Lucas may take the time to establish a Shark Maui just because Brad hasn't been inking a whole lot here.
And if he plays Shark Maui, so he inks and plays Shark Maui, now the fishhook is free, so he can fishhook the Tala to take out the Jafar. And so he doesn't even, like, just with what's on board, even if he didn't have the other Maui, he can pay 2 and use the Tala to take out the Jafar. That Jafar is as good as gone at this point.
Tala also functions as being able to sing How Far I'll Go, which is a very good card, especially whenever you're playing it for free. Obviously, you still lose your Jafar because he'll just play the Shark Maui next turn and give the Tipo the +2.
Yep.
And it will get banished that way. But at least the Jafar ate both of those cards.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 then instead of just this 1-for-1. And I mean, I guess he does get some value out of the Jafar. He sang friends with it, filled his hand. But
yeah,
he's
he's throwing a lot of it to the board right now.
Yep. Okay, so we fill it back up. So 4, so it's a 4-5. That's not bad.
Yeah. But now it means that a Rush Maui can
take it cleanly. Yeah,
take it cleanly.
Oh, we see the popsicle drawn. It's pretty nice. So no.
Yeah, so it looks like he's committing to the Rush
Maui.
Maui this turn. I'd probably ink the Vision here. Or actually, I probably would have maybe inked the
Manor.
The Manor. I understand that the Manor will pull you ahead in lore, but the Vision keeps the engine rolling.
Yeah.
So you can easily sputter out here because as of right now, Lucas doesn't have any more engine in hand. I also would have liked given Tala evasive there over the Maui.
The Tala. I mean, the Tala can't sing the Let It Go, right? So the Maui has that on it, but the Maui can't gain lore ever. So.
Yeah, but there's nothing that you're trying to, at least on this board currently, that you're trying to sing Let It Go into. And if Brad is using a Hades to eat the Rush Maui, then you're just fine with that. Because the Rush Maui already took care of something, so it's just a 1-for-1 trade at that point on board presence, but you went up in lore.
And you don't have to worry about the activation of the fishhook because you know you've got a Shark Maui coming soon thereafter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at chat. John asked who won game 1. Lucas did win game 1. Yes.
No, Brad won game 1.
No,
Remember
Brad
at the
won game
last
1.
second. Yeah.
I thought Lucas had won that.
Yeah.
And then Brad was like, "Let me just gain 7 lore out of nowhere."
Yes. So, and that's my bad, John. Sorry, I forgot to put the little wins thing up here. So now Brad's got one of the little win pips, I guess. So library comes down, Jafar comes down, and he quests for 2. So really just trying to put a critical mass of threats out on the board here, but I kind of feel like...
I think Brad should have just put out the library and moved the bell to it and trade into the Tala and draw a card out of it before committing to any other play. Because now you just threw the library out there for no reason and it just got eaten by the Maui.
Yeah, doesn't cost him much either. And it doesn't cost Luke as much to have done that.
Yeah.
In fact, it cost him nothing. Just the hook and the Maui.
Now, what's in his hand? So, Manor. There's 2 cards.
Oh, he sails first. You have 6 ink. Why don't you slam the Shark, right?
So, Brad's going into a Hades turn.
Okay.
So, if you establish Shark, it's very prone to removal like Hades or Let It Go.
Okay, so you want to bait out the Hades or the Let It Go, basically.
Yeah. So basically, you never really want to play a naked Shark in this matchup, just because of how much card economy the Blurple deck has to answer your Sharks. So you want to be able to combo it with turns, whether you're playing Pirate's Life that turn, or you're playing like 1 or 2 other actions, so you're at least getting some type of value out of it instead of just throwing it out there and then just losing it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that is one of the criticisms of the Shark. No ETB. I remember when it first came out, like LD and Artifacts and them were saying that like Mother Knows Best is just so punishing on the Shark.
That too, yeah.
Turn 6, they play it, boom, you Mother Knows Best it back. But yeah, I like that idea. You get the Shark out, and you have the plan to immediately use it that same turn, get something out of it.
Did that Tala have damage on it?
Yes, 1 from taking out the Tipo.
Okay.
Yep.
I must have missed that. So
Yeah, some of the dice don't show up as well. But yeah, one from taking out the T-bow the turn earlier. So the Elsa comes in, takes it out. Maui did not have evasive. It had the plus strength because it needed it to take out the library.
Yeah.
Fair enough. He had left the Maui's fishhook next to it. Made me think, usually because the evasive is until the end of your turn, right? Or until the start of your next turn.
Yes. So, but he used it to pump. He used the fishhook last turn to pump the Maui to take out library. So it was free pickings. I also would have liked not seeing Lucas ink that brawl last turn. He's in this habit of inking every turn, thinking that he's going to need the ink. But the brawl can be used to answer genies and stuff, so it's very important to have to make sure that you just don't get overran. And yeah, this is another reason why playing out the shark without getting any type of value from it in this matchup is kind of backbreaking. Did we give Tipo evasive?
I think we did. It was free. Why not, right?
I would, yeah, but not. It's still gonna get eaten by the Elsa. So I would have just liked not even turning the Tipo sideways there.
Okay.
Because at least next turn you can pump up the Tipo to 4 power and take out something if you have to.
Right.
But obviously the Jafar has 5 willpower, and I think Brad's racing pretty well here. So unless Lucas can find a be prepared, this should be Brad's game.
Yeah, I mean, it is Manor versus... I mean, Brad's threatening 5 lore here. Oh, so we see the vision come down. Looks like Donald, Crab, Big Sisu, Popsicle, Develop maybe?
I don't think Lucas has a Popsicle in his discard. I don't believe he started off with that this game, unlike last game. So I don't think you're taking either Popsicle or Tamatoa here. It's what, Sisu,
Big
Develop,
Sisu.
and that's a Tipo, I think? Or is that that's the Donald.
The
That's
Donald, okay.
Okay, so he is. So maybe he does have a Popsicle in discard?
He did check his discard earlier. Let's see.
Or is he just putting it out there to be a threat? Okay, so there is a Popsicle.
There was just one. Okay, not the best, but still good.
Yeah, I
Still
mean,
worth
it's still something that can be lore pressure. But obviously Brad's going to tie up the game next turn by turning everything sideways.
We are in an almost near identical situation as before, right? Brad's about to go to 11. Lucas is looking at going to be able to go to 15.
Yeah.
He needs a B prep. Doesn't have it this time. He did last. But so what do you think's the, I don't know. We don't know what's in Brad's hand, but if you could have any card from Brad's deck, what's the one to play here that hopefully seals it?
I see a Friends in his hand. Can't tell what the other 2 cards are. See, so if you hardcast Friends, you go up to 4 strength, 7. Oh, so he's got
shift. Oh, and he's gonna take out the Manor.
and probably hardcast Friends and gain 2 lore.
7, 8, 9. Okay.
Does he have 2 Friends in hand? Oh, I think is that a Finder's Keepers? Did he tap 5? Yep.
He played the Friends.
Oh.
2 lore to go to 8. It's an interesting plan.
Oh yeah, he didn't exert his ink after he played the Jafar, which is why I was like, did he just exert 5 to play Finder's Keepers?
Yeah.
But
So
yeah.
this is what you were saying, last turn, right? Is that you wanted to see him put the damage on, clear out this the Manor, and so now, I mean, he's given up 4 lore there, or 5 even, to take out the Manor, but now a B prep doesn't punish him, right?
Yeah, so last turn, I think he had 7 power on field, or
Yeah, it was a Hades
6.
and the Tamatoa that could have gotten Rush, which we're actually now, in retrospect, glad he didn't give it Rush, right? Because of the Croquet Mallet came in handy for the Jafar. So we saw Vision played. It got him a Let It Go.
yeah, I mean, I think you have to play I think you have to sing the Let It Go and play a manner this turn.
Oh, he let it goes the Jafar. Doesn't play the manor. It looks like he's going to play the popsicle instead. He used the last ink to play the popsicle. Certainly, right? Or quest, play it for free.
I think he's considering playing the Let It Go. Yeah, not. Lucas is gassed out now, and he doesn't have the manor on board.
I think he's considering.
Oh no, he already used the Let It Go. I don't know why I'm stuck in 1985 apparently, but no. So I would have liked establishing the manor there because it's another threat to get rid of. Because now Brad could just easily play another Hades, and then you're just back into the situation where you're just like, I need to draw, be prepared, otherwise I lose this game.
Absolutely. So another Finders Keepers in Brad's hand. He either got it off the draw or off the friends last turn. So completely filled hand. He dumped his entire hand last turn, and now he's all the way back up to 5 cards. So
Oh yeah,
Pretty
the
nasty.
Finders Keepers is definitely a good card.
that's another one of those anti discard tech. That's
Yeah.
pretty nice.
So this crab pretty much functioned the same as a Hades. Obviously you lost the Elsa in the exchange, but now
Easy trade.
now we're back to square zero. See, that would be 6 if he has or Croquet Mallet plus another character. I think you just play the 5 or Maui Hero to all this turn.
Take out the Hades. Okay.
Yeah.
And then does he have something he can ink? He inks the Pirate's Life to play the. He could ink the
No,
Pirate's
it's a
Life
be
to play-
prepared in hand, I'm pretty sure.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So he does have the be prepared he needs then. He gives it evasive, passes the turn, so he can't ink to play that manner. So Brad's got the Jafar, looks like. Maybe a Genie or something.
He does have a Hades in hand.
Oh, that's what it is. A Hades, that uninkable there. Okay.
If I'm Brad, I'm just slamming the Jafar this turn. Lucas only has 2 cards in hand, and you know he used a Let It Go already. So if he's playing DKP's exact build, which obviously he isn't since Fishhook is in this, he would
Right.
have 3 Let It Go in the deck. But I would be inclined to think that he only has 1 more Let It Go in the entire deck. So I'm keen to just slam in the big Jafar here. And I think he has 9 ink, so you can follow it with a Tipo too if you really wanted to.
Although we know that punishes. He gets punished for that if there's that B prep in hand for Lucas.
Yeah, but if he B preps you, that's fine because you didn't have to blow the Hades to get rid of the.
So wasn't that Maui evasive? From
he
the
used
fishing?
Hades to tuck it away.
Oh, he used the Hades tuck
Yeah,
away.
and then he quested.
And that was a quest. Okay.
Yeah,
He like put the Hades, turned the crab, and then pointed at the Maui. It made me confused for a second there. Oh, Hades on Hades crime. So we see the Hades given evasive.
Oh my
he
gosh,
tapped
another
that
Hades.
one. Hey, back to back. All right.
Brad's chipping away. I wish I could. So, okay,
Jafar,
so
Croquet, he
so it
does
looks
have
like
the
he's probably trying to save that combo to just win or to just get lore out of nowhere.
Yeah. And I mean, you were right earlier. If Lucas had established that manner, this could have been, 4 more lore.
It
he
forces
could've
him
got.
into a situation to commit more to the board, and then you could follow it up with a B prep, especially if he doesn't clear the manor.
Yep. And he's gonna play that. How far I'll go. And really, the Jafar, the manor then enables the Jafar and the Croquet Mallet. Ooh, so it's a shark and a manor here. It looks like he chooses the shark.
I think you have to take the shark. You have to put something onto the board. And now this makes Brad either he needs to have
Gives
another Hades or let it go, or he can't really turn sideways.
Right. Because there definitely is a be prepared in the discard, right? Played one earlier? Maybe not.
I don't believe he did, but there's like a visions in the discard.
Right. Which
So-
is almost guaranteed to get you one at this point. Like,
Yeah.
especially if he hasn't played one yet, we're this far in the game, like, you got to start expecting those to pop up. With the mana protection, they easily run 4 B preps, right?
Yes. So basically, your game plan is you just want to you're playing the protect the castle overall in this deck. Shark and everything else is just bait, and your main win con is the manor. So Shark can put in a lot of work, but everyone's so scared of it that the manors just come down, the Tamatoas just come down and outgrind you, that you're just like, what happened?
Yeah, and it puts you in that really sticky situation where where they have a shark, you put the manor on board, and
Ooh, I like this. I mean, he's gonna lose the Jafar in the process, but it at least got rid of the shark off the board, and it made him be able to freely quest. Now, Lucas is probably in the clear to play Be Prepared this turn, and
Probably
I think
has not
he
much
has
choice.
11, so he can go Be Prepared Manor this turn now.
oof, yeah, that's rough. Be prepared. Manor. So, and Brad's out of cards in his hand.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably the best card you could have drawn off the top of the deck.
That is pretty good. Oh, and he got another big Jafar. So you just play this for 7 and then hope for the best, right?
Yeah, what's that? A Let It Go in his hand?
I think it was a lamp and a Jafar. Oh no,
it's a Great Stone.
Yeah, I don't know how I,
I mean,
feel about that
you
card.
have to put the Jafar out there this turn and
Hope for
tell
the best.
Lucas to answer me. Otherwise, I can just like win next turn potentially.
Yep. And I mean, you have to do this too because Lucas, if he plays a shark and some actions, 5 lure is not the hardest for even the Ruby Sapphire to reach for. Okay, so it looks like we get to look further. We get a Grammatala, a Popsicle.
Probably trying to find a Let It Go or or Be Prepared first before anything else.
It's too late at this point, though.
Yep.
He's only got 4 ink left. Don't know what he found. I think he put a sail on the bottom, maybe. He's got How Far I'll Go, and
Yeah, you just play the How Far I'll Go this turn. Use up all your ink. You take the shark next turn. I don't know what else is in his hand.
I can't tell. It's a shark.
Is that a
and,
Let It Go?
Oh, How Far I'll Go, maybe? Oh, well.
Well, that's your hand. So don't
It
put
is.
that
It's a Let It
into
Go.
your hand. Oh wait, never mind. I'm so
It was a Let It Go and a shark, and he put the Let It Go in with the Tala. So, I mean, like, this is like Brad wins now or not, I think, right?
Let's see if he would have taken the shark there.
He could have gone to 18.
He goes to 2,
play
goes to
shark.
18, and then you have the vision because I think he took the How Far I'll Go, right?
Oh no, I think it was a Let It Go. I think you were right. I think it was a Let It Go, and
Okay.
and he
goes
took
to
the Let It Go.
17. Okay, so the Elsa in his hand does signify Lordful next turn.
Okay, and I think that's really his only option, right? What is the other card, like a Tipo or something?
It's a Great Stone Dragon.
Oh yeah, the Great Stone. Yeah, nah. Okay. So,
All right, so now the Let It Go doesn't do anything here.
yes, you're right.
So
now,
this is also why I would have liked to take the shark, because you go to 17, and if you can chain together multiple cheap actions, then it's very easy for you. But I think he just revealed a Be Prepared off the top, and that's
Yep.
probably going to win him the game. I don't even think they're going to have enough time to finish this game 3.
yeah, that's what happened with the first round, honestly. Oof. And he had enough for a Tipo
Yeah, so that's just game next turn.
because he's got Whole New World. Or he's got the Let It Go, so it doesn't even matter, really.
Unless he just has a hideaway in his deck list.
Nope, it's an item.
Oh. I would have, if I was Brad, I would have just conceded before playing all these cards.
I mean, he knows what cards he has in his deck. Maybe there's an out, but you don't want to think too long. That's it. Game 3, hurry up. 8 minutes left.
Yeah.
All right, well, we get a game 3. We've picked the best game so far on the stream. Both of these will go down 2 turns to the wire.
Yes. I'd probably say this game ends in a draw. I don't think either deck can finish in enough time.
Yeah, they are both kind of slow decks here. Have you? Did you get a chance to see the round one that we streamed on here? with
I did
Kristen's
not.
deck?
I was watching a couple other friends out on the floor, but I do know that I think Kirsten was playing Amethyst Steel, and Mikey was playing Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, so Mikey's playing, I believe, the same card for card list as his dad.
Okay.
The Oops All Diablos with no Prince John. So it has the discard package for Hypnotize, Force Sudden Chills.
Was that the
with no
Moyen
Prince John.
build? Like, I can't remember. Was Moyen playing Prince John in his
Yeah,
list?
someone said it was either Moyen or someone was not playing Prince John.
I know
feel like-
that Dino guy over in Germany or Belgium or whatever who pretty much popularized that version of Emerald Amethyst. He is still on Prince John.
I
But
feel like that's such a. If you're gonna have all 8 of those discard cards, but Kristen is on what I think is probably the spiciest deck here today, the Amethyst Steel. It runs all of the shift 3s, so Captain Hook shift 3, Mickey Mouse shift 3. It runs Whole New Worlds, and it basically mills you out. So
okay, so is she playing the Floodborn Yzma in the deck too?
Yep,
To force the
Floodborn Yzma.
opponent. Okay.
draw 2 cards, bounce it back, force them to draw more. Show me more, draws 3 cards for them. The Chromacon, which obviously is in May, but a lot of people early on say, "Ooh, Chromacon, free cards."
Yeah, they
let's
get
go."
baited into it,
Yep.
and then they get their whole hand discarded by Whole New World. So
Yep.
it's like the Daisy dilemma. Like
Yeah.
you're just like, do I take this card, or do I risk losing it when I get wheeled?
Yep.
Like you don't have to take the character with Daisy. You can just ship it back to the bottom.
Yep.
So, but no, it's definitely interesting. I know that Craig was playing like a deck out version at Collector Store for a few weeks, although he was more on the playing the Earth Giant and
Okay.
the items and the action of Very Unbirthday.
Very Merry Birthday. Yeah, she played that as well. But I think the real another interesting thing, she had the broom, the set 1 2-cost broom that puts any card from your discard into your deck. So she shuffled her Whole New World in like 3 or 4 times, and
Yeah.
effectively has like 8 Whole New Worlds in the deck.
Ooh. Looks like we got the ramp off of the popsicle, so now we're pretty much playing off curve next turn,
That's rough.
which kind of sucks, especially since Brad was able to do a ramp of his own.
Genie. He needs a genie here.
Yeah.
Oh, that works too.
This is definitely some pressure here. So next turn, Brad is most likely going to shift in. If I was Brad and my plan is to shift in the Jafar next turn,
Oh, he needs
I'm
a Donald.
probably questing first and then shifting in just to get the 1 extra lore. But then you have Finders Keepers next turn to regas. So, and being able to get that stuff, obviously next turn he could play Shark though. So, or no, he can't. This is only 4 ink here.
Yep, he's only
Yeah.
on 4 ink. Yeah, no, and he can't ink
Yeah, so
anymore.
he
either,
can't play a Shark. So I would take this opportunity and play the Jafar.
And you know what one of his 2 inks was? A Donald, which
Yep.
he could have played next turn, which would have threatened the board.
And then it gets to the Be Prepared to turn sooner too.
Yep.
So I think he's overvaluing the Mauis, like the 5-cost Maui right now.
Or at the very least, very undervaluing that Donald throughout this whole
Yes.
game here. This whole round we've seen.
Yeah, what are you doing? Playing Manor? A Maui to take out Tipo? Oh no.
Poor Tipo.
Child abuse.
He was still growing. So
Okay,
this is
now-
where a Whole New World would be like
Does he have
awesome.
friends in hand? That is not a song. Or did he
He
quest?
quested.
Okay. I couldn't. I couldn't tell
confusing
because he didn't
sometimes,
even
yeah.
untap his ink. So
He's trying to go as fast as he can. He's dying here. 3 minutes.
yeah. So he just gained 5 lore this turn. Goes up to 9.
That is pretty crazy. Pretty quick.
If I'm Brad, even though Lucas is going to deploy a Shark here, I think he should still just turn the Jafar sideways.
So we get a lure off the Shark. Maui singing How Far I'll Go. We're at B Prep Inc. now. So you think he turns this sideways, tries to draw as many cards as possible, and ignores the Maui Shark?
Yeah, because Lucas,
It's too far behind.
we're about 2.5 minutes until turns are called, and Lucas isn't going to be able to win that quickly with this deck. Even though this deck can just chain together cheap actions, he's going to have to deal with that Jafar to make sure that Brad doesn't win on his following turn.
Yeah, and we're at B prepping, so basically, it don't, sideways or not, that
Yeah.
Jafar can be removed.
So
very easily.
I'm probably not
Finders
playing the
Keepers.
Finders Keepers here unless you want to gain 5 lore off of the Jafar. But you can still play the Genie and play the lamp and still gain yourself 3 lore there.
Oh, he has enough for Finders Keepers and the lamp, though. So that would be 5, 6. You get 6 lore this turn. You get 5 more here to go to 15,
Yeah.
right? Lamp, 2 cards.
Okay, so he's doing the smart thing, doing that first. And then, yeah, okay. So next turn we'll also have...
Oh, he got another big Jafar. This is...
Ooh. So we're going to see him...
Let it go. Okay, so he doesn't need the B prep now. Kind of interesting. I feel like he could have swung the Maui in, right, and got an action back. No?
Yeah. What
Maybe
does
it was
Brad,
only
Brad
how
have
far
in his
ago.
hand? Genies, libraries.
He's got a Hades, 2 Hades, it looks like. Hades a shark.
I'd put out a library this
Yep.
turn.
Yeah, play something else. Perfect.
Yeah. So now he can't clear the library, and so he can't clear both the library and the Hades this turn. So the question is, do you value just dealing 6 to it, or do you value putting out the what's it called, the Shark Maui?
The shark, yeah. That's a really interesting thing. B prep is not really worth it here, right?
I mean, unless he knows that they're about to go to time and he's just going to try drawing it out with the be prepareds and hope that it works for him.
Tie, right? That's the best
Yeah.
you could do at this point. Looks like we are going to go to time. I know often we will get...
Now we're at the point to where the library could easily just win the game. Because all you have to do is just cheat a couple lore. And a very nice threat to establish this turn is just the 4-cost Jafar
Another library.
and the
Interesting.
library.
So we haven't seen the dice come down yet, so we may be giving them a couple extra minutes. Sometimes the stream players get to start a little later. So I do believe we have a judge at the table, though. So the
Yeah,
dice should
so-
come down whenever turns are called.
If they are in turns, Brad should have been turn 0.
I'm going to peek my head out the door and see where we're at with the turns.
Okay, so Brad is presenting Lorthel next turn.
Couple extra time.
Yeah. Yeah, but Brad should be winning this game. There's no way for him to clear both locations, and Brad's going to 18 next turn. So,
Yeah, even if we go to turns here, see the genie come down.
I mean, Brad's at 18. Lucas is out of Be Prepareds. His only option is to draw. Well, you can't even draw Pirate's Life off the top to
win,
try
yeah.
and last another turn. Is that 6 ink there?
So there's just basically no outs left for...
Yeah, I mean,
Lucas.
if I'm Brad, I probably would have just inked and played the Jafar there, and you're presenting Lorthel in so many different ways
Right.
that there's just no way for him to deal with it. That is one of the smallest turn tracking dice I've ever seen, and looks like Lucas conceded.
All right, there it is. So we see the mayor winning in 2. We only had time for 2 games. Or no, we had 3. We went to 3.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we finished game 3.
There we go. Sometimes it just time disappears while we're in here casting. That was crazy. So I mean, we obviously can't go back and change what happened, but you started off by saying that Lucas could win this match if he played the right cards in the right order.
I think Lucas definitely overvalued Maui early, the 5-cost Maui. I think having the Donald to be able to provide lore pressure and stay in the race would have helped him a lot. Obviously, the Maui took out one character, and then it got hit by either a Let It Go or a Hades. I can't remember exactly,
Yeah.
but or no, I think he dealt 6 to the library and then be prepared it away, which, yeah, you deal 6 to library, but it's still there after you wipe the board. So, yeah, I think you have to keep the Donald there to provide pressure. And then at worst, it's still a 5-singer to play Let It Go.
Absolutely.
So,
Well, thanks so much for casting with us, Justin.
thank you.
If you're hanging around, I know you said you had some family stuff. But if you're hanging around, maybe we can get you in here again.
Sure.
Do some more casting. That was a lot of fun. Very very analytical. Hello, Dunstan in chat. That's in Seattle, the guy dressed as Smee. Remember him, pirate Smee?
I don't think I saw him in Seattle.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I wasn't like walking around socializing with a bunch of people.
Fair enough.
So, but I think I saw a lady dressed up as Tinkerbell.
Yeah, the
at
giant
Seattle.
Tink. Yeah. That we met her as well. She had the boat she was carrying. The ship.
Yeah,
was
I
her
remember
deck
that.
box.
Was it really?
Yeah,
I
it
didn't know
opened
that.
all up, had cards in it and
That's so
everything.
cool.
It was really, really awesome. Ryan and Steve found her a enchanted Tinkerbell and signed it for her and gave it to her on the
Nice.
second day. So it was really, really cool.
That's awesome.
All right, well, we are going to go see what's going on here. Looks like we got some new people here.
You guys good? You want to swap?
Yeah, you want to swap? Do you want to swap out? Do you want to do it again?
I'm gonna swap out. I'll probably grab a drink or something. So.
Sounds good. Okay, guys, what is up, everyone? Thank you so much again, Justin, for joining us. Be sure to, I think he's got socials. We'll put him in the chat or in the description. But real quick, I did want to jump in here and see. We've got some round 2 standings at the end of round 2. Ace, Nick, Mitch, Buff, Steve, Linc, Ron, Jeremy, Kirsten, Lucas, all 2-0 after round 2. Hey, did that go in properly? We're in round 3 now, right?
We're in round 3.
Why is Lucas 2-0? I think Lucas lost to Brad, right?
Oh, did I mess up the pairings? Hold on one second.
Hold on, should we go tell him to play?
Yeah.
Pause?
Could tell him to pause for a second. I messed up.
Everybody, pause. There may be a repair. Sorry. Right, you won that game, right? I won, yeah. Okay, I think you and Lucas's result may have gotten flipped. So before you start, there may be a repair. Sorry about that. You can pause where you're at because if there's not a repair, you can continue. But Also, it's Vince's fault, not mine. Just putting that out there.
You do what you got to do.
Oh, I mean, we might not even have the. Oh, there are. We're still on with the people. What's up? Sorry.
Hi. Hi.
We just had to run out there. So I'm glad we went through the standings real quick, okay? But Ace, Nick, Mitch, Buff, Steve, Linc, Ron, Jeremy, Kirsten, and it should be Brad at all 2-0. We did have a tie. Britt looks like she went to time in one of her rounds and did 1-0-1, and then a bunch of 1-1s here. Jimmy is 1-1. Izzy, Amir, Megan, Andy. All right. Mikey, 1-1. Oh no. He lost his second round. That's okay. There's still time to bounce back. Plenty of time to bounce back here. Did we get a repair?
We did get a repair.
Rip. Everyone's going to love that. We get a repair, everybody. Let's go. The repair, let's go. They're booing him. They're booing him. Vince is being booed for the repair. So the mayor's in 5th place. Let's go. So we see the repair. Who was our stream match? It was Linc. It's still Linc, but he gets a new partner. We get another set of 2-0s. I think we got Linc and Reckless. So that's pretty awesome. ROV, or one of RV's top players in Reckless, Ron, he actually was in the finals against Justin yesterday at game night. Sorry, blanked there for a second. So we got Linc. Yeah, I'm talking to him. Why? All right. So we get the repair. We get the names going in. Let's send these back to. Yeah. So no Mitchell. We do have Linc here, who looks like he is playing Blurple. So the same as Brad. And then I'm not sure what Ron's playing. We're going to guess it's Steel Song? No, maybe it's Ruby Sapphire. Maybe we got another matchup of the same exact thing. Hope you guys love this matchup because we may see it again. Okay, awesome. I think we are ready to go. Let's jump over to gameplay and see where we're at. All right, here we go. I lost my chat window. What did Justin play last night? Ruby Sapphire. Yes, I believe it was Ruby Sapphire. Actually, the decks from Game Night's Set Champs are already on Ink decks, so definitely go check that out. Yeah.
Oh, he's putting Reckless and not Ron? Is that what he prefers?
I don't know. I imagine so.
Did you put the mayor?
I did. I put mayor. I forgot I just put mayor. It's going quick, man. It's going quick. We got like seconds to do this. I'm gonna probably try and maybe swap my mic here. Let's see.
Oh, you're gonna go to the.
Yeah. Like when you weren't there, so you fell asleep and didn't make it. You had to join us remote, so you couldn't see me. But the other stream room and One for All, when we were playing there, I was really enjoying just like being able to get up and stretch.
Oh, yeah.
Like I could walk around. 'Cause I mean, these people can't see me. They don't know that I'm pacing the floor. It's not like
But they can hear us, right?
Yeah, they can hear us now. They hear us rimble rambling.
Hear us rimble rambling.
Yeah, that's the term. That's a profession. That's the scientific term for what's going on. Out. And in maybe. There we go.
All right, we're
Hello.
here with Linc and Reckless.
All right. I think they can hear me now too. Awesome.
Yeah, they can. They absolutely can.
Perfect. Now I just need something to like stick it on. So I'm like,
You need like a spatula.
I was doing this, which I think works like the best for getting the voice to it. But then when I put the camera on, I kind of look silly because I have a microphone on my
You
hat.
do look a little silly. That's all right. So yeah, I'm back. I was at the table running as a auto judge.
That was very nice. I almost didn't trust myself or you because I was like, you know what? They have someone sitting there. When it goes to turns, they're going to put a dice down. And I was like, we probably just gave them a little extra time for a judge call. But then we weren't sure, so we went and asked. And what do you know? I didn't even question myself. All right. So if you didn't join us last game, like Vince, we have basically the same matchup here. Although, to be fair, Brad was playing that
Blurple.
The Blurple Jafar, which, hey, I mean, it worked. But at the beginning, Justin, Continental's qualifier, won yesterday with Ruby Sapphire. He basically said that this should be favored towards Ruby Sapphire, but that there are a lot of very key decision points that need to be made from the Ruby Sapphire player, and we were actually able to see a couple.
So this should be a favorite match for the
Ruby Sapphire.
Ruby Sapphire player.
Yep. It can easily go both ways, as we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy match.
Justin did point out that a lot of the sort of key decision points, he doesn't know that he would have done the same thing that Lucas was doing, and some of those can be, some of those decisions could have very well turned the tide of the game. But man, what a match that was from Brad with Blurple Jafar. Oh yeah, the round timer. Go grab the round timer. It just started. It was at 56 minutes. Oh, you might if we restart the YouTube, it starts at 60.
I gave them extra time since
Because of the repair.
The repair.
Fair enough. Okay. So 55 minutes is probably accurate in there somewhere. This one's really bothering me. I'm going to fix this while I can. Yeah, we got to use these custom extends.
So thank you. We got 19 folks in here. Let us know how you've done in the comments. If you've played, how have you done?
Yes. How many set champ wins do we have in the chat already?
Unless they're at a set champs right now. The maximum so far anybody could have won is one.
Well, right, but we've got 21 people.
We
in
do
the
have
chat.
21 people, so
So-
hopefully all 21 people have their. Oh, so we got that Cusco. Let me see, get that up on screen here.
The item / location Cusco, right? Is it got item and a location, or is it just the one? I don't recall there.
It is a. When you play this character, you may put chosen item or location in its player inkwell face down and exert it, and pay 4. Your other characters gain resist +1 until the start of your next turn. You know who loves resist? This guy.
Yeah. Man. Andy's mic is extremely quiet. That's my fault. Does this button need to be pressed?
No, you're. Well, we could.
I don't know. Does it sound better? Do I sound better,
We
Tyler?
can probably put you.
Higher?
We can
I mean,
probably.
seemed
We'll probably
okay.
give you a little bit more level.
What is this? Maybe what is this set to? Yeah, hold on. I can.
set that to a higher level. How about this? Does this sound better? Am I too loud now? I don't know. I'm still hitting yellows here, so I think that's pretty good.
You should be good. You should be good.
Should be much better.
I think
now.
so. Hopefully.
Yeah, so I hope you have some experience in auctioneering, Vince, because this game is going so incredibly fast. Ron is a very skilled, very quick player, too. He knows what he wants to do, and he knows how to do it. And sometimes it can be hard to keep up with, so we'll do our best.
Well, and Ron's not a talker at the table either. He's a play pointer. Yes.
Yep. Play and point. So we see the Finders Keepers come down from Linc.
Well, now they're saying it's too high.
Now it's too high.
They're,
oh, my goodness. Maybe
nobody's happy, okay? People are unhappy.
Sorry about that.
I think I adjusted it downward. That should be better now.
Perfect.
So we do see the Sisu come down. We see the Croquet Mallet, which we saw in Brad's Blurple.
Okay, so the Sisu took out only the Tipo, but it does threaten some extra lore here for Ron, although, that Iago's a great answer for the Sisu. I don't know that Ruby Sapphire runs any cards that can be, that can target that Iago and trigger that illusion, right? That banish.
Yeah.
I also do love
the manor.
It's rough.
And that manor we've seen is actually really great in this matchup.
Very, yep. I mean, that's primary goal of this Ruby Sapphire list, right? Is to get the manor down, protect the manor. So forcing the trade, not the trade, just forcing to take out the Sisu here. Bless you, Vince.
Thank you. I did mute, so hopefully nobody heard that too much. But yeah, so we saw exactly what you said, that Iago would go right into that Sisu. But I think Ron got quite the value that he wanted. Oh, and wow.
That's only 8, though. It's
Great
only 8
play, though.
Yeah, but a B prep can be so punishing here, right? We see it in hand, too.
Yeah.
Quest 1.
Is he going to do it? Yep. Looks like you're right.
Yeah.
He is going to be prep and reset the board.
Keep that manor alive, although 1 is just 1 lore away.
But honestly, really great play from Linc right there, though, to get as much damage on there. Really, I think learning the lesson that we saw with Brad is really Brad did win those, but taking very seriously the manor here.
Yes. Yep.
Because we can see very quickly how somebody can move.
And we actually saw it with Brad in game 2. He chose to ignore the manor and lost that game. And then in the third one, we actually saw him forego 5 lore. It was a Hades, Jafar, and something else. And instead, he ran it in and took out the manor in 1 shot and paid off.
So we got that Maui half shark coming down.
He moved to the manor.
To the manor. The shark needs a home. I bet Screech has a nice shark tank for him. I bet, if anybody has a shark tank, it's going to be in the manor, right?
Absolutely. So this is one interesting thing Justin taught me, and it's really about to bite Ron in the butt here. So, yep, he gets Hades. So the thing you want to do with the shark is it has no ETB, right?
Right.
So you really want to combo the shark with at least 1 or 2 actions.
Right, because you want to get the value for playing it. Because you can be punished, especially in a matchup like this where the Blurple just has so much hard removal for individual characters.
Yep. Yeah, I think Justin said you want to go wide, not tall. So you really want to play as many characters as you can, try and get them on the board and force Blurple to answer all of them. Oh, and is he not choosing to use the Donald's effect? It's a Donald Duck, and it's one of the best cards that Justin was saying. It's one of the better cards in the deck. It's a Mickey. It's a big Mickey, basically.
Yeah. When you play this character, you may put the top card of your deck into your inkwell face down and exert it. And so we see a Visions.
So considering his options here, I know we saw Let It Go off the Visions. Was that the Japanese promo Let It Go? It is. Of course. I wonder how much the card art on that played into his decision. Oh, the Elsas though.
Yeah.
Having the Elsas probably what caused it. Okay. And we see the Halfargo come out. Okay. So that was definitely a turn for Ron. He has just a couple cards left in hand, just one card left in hand, compared to, it looks like, what, three?
Three
from
for
Linc?
ink.
Link? For
Linc?
Link? It sounded like you said ink.
I don't know. Maybe I did. Who knows?
Justin was doing the same thing. I keep like trying to go like this to see what their cards are. Get like a better angle on it.
It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, no.
Maybe.
What you see is what you get here.
Yeah. We need like a 3D TV. Like
or what we really need is like just a drone to like go around them.
Yeah, but can you imagine how Let It Go, what are we playing that on? Gotta be the Donald, right? No, actually.
No, I think the Donald's right there.
Yeah, you are behind on lore quite a bit. So although this Hades is gone with the Maui.
Yeah,
easy,
and he's
easy
probably
answer.
gonna heal it too. Would be my guess. I'd be surprised.
Tammy comes down, gets two of them, two pops back.
Yeah, we're gonna play those. Draw two. He's got a Hades in hand, but he doesn't have enough ink to play it. But Ron hasn't inked this turn, but it still won't be enough. Oh.
Ooh, okay. So Ron took out the Hades with the Maui. Forgot about it and almost tried to sing with it, but it's caught. That's good. Good call. So he hard cast the Let It Go instead. That's perfectly fine.
Because Ron had already used the Maui
Into the Hades. Yep.
Into the Hades. Yep.
Yeah, it's just nervous, I think, John. You know, being on stream table. I do that a lot. I like tap my leg while I'm playing the game. Just I don't know. It's a fidget thing. There's a whole generation of us.
So Linc brings back with his
fidget.
Tamatoa the I'm beautiful baby. He brings back a croquet mallet and a popsicle.
Good choice. Good choice. I am curious about the croquet mallet. I guess the croquet mallet has value just simply because Tamatoa is in the deck. And for things like Bell, it definitely seems like it's much, much better with that Jafar.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the Jafar, because I was watching that match and I was like, how's Brad gonna get this Jafar exerted to do what he wants to do? Because I see what his plan is. But then I was like, oh right, the croquet mallet. Really clutch move there.
Swing into the manor, get him sideways. We Hades the Tamatoa.
Another
And
manor
plays the
develops here.
This is getting pretty wide.
Yeah. That's really what the Ruby Sapphire player wants to do. Is they want
He just immediately went for another manor. Okay. He's that close. I think he's got a good.
Well, he's basically because he's got win on board right now.
Yep. And then the card he took off the Visions though was another manor, so he's just gonna be able to slam it down. All right.
I think you take the Tamatoa, but I don't.
You can
think
get
it really
this. You can
matters.
get to the Tamatoa if you have. We just top decked to Let It Go. It looks like. Does he have an inkable? He has to ink the fox.
Oh,
go.
nice.
Two on the manor. Okay. 5.
So it goes to
6, 7.
17.
And he would be able to put 5 more on the manor next turn. But we know he has a croquet mallet. Another manor. Okay.
What is Ron? Oh, he has a
Tipo
typo.
at the end. All right.
So he's now saying you have to.
You gotta have that Cusco is at
Yeah.
the very least.
And
Oh, but he doesn't. Double
have
croquet mallet.
mallet.
Oof.
Ah. So Ron will take game 1 as we shuffle up and alter.
Nope. Ink wins. Ron is what? Player 2? There we go. And then what we can do is we go over here. Oh, they knew how to do it. They knew what they were doing. They did it before I did. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
I showed them how to do it all.
Okay, nice.
I was like, hey, this is how you do so we got 30 people in here. I will just say, please, I know you hear this a lot on every single YouTube video you watch. But if you can just please, at the bare minimum, like this video, it does help the YouTube algorithm. Pumps us out to other people like you that like Lorcana so people can watch this. And that'd be super helpful. And if you're really interested in some of our content, you should subscribe as well. We have Deck Tech Tuesday where Villainess Kirsten and Villain Andy test out the newest decks in the meta. And we also have our weekly podcast that comes out on Fridays and every week. And the mayor of Lorcana himself, Brad, does a review of the local meta here in St. Louis. So even if you're not a St. Louis player, though, it's a great view of what the decks are in the Midwest. You know what? Because there are a lot of people here that test out decks that are being played nationwide, and you can see exactly what flavor people are doing, what changes people might be doing to them, and take to your own local meta. But yeah, so just like I said, you can just please give us a like. Helps that YouTube algorithm out there. I don't know how it works, but that's what they say it does. And if you're interested, and hit that subscribe button and bell icon to be notified of any future live stream events. But we do really appreciate you joining us here at our last Grapes Game Set Championships. Unfortunately, Grapes Game is closing its doors, and it's always sad to lose a local game store. But we're really happy to be here and take part and run this set championship in conjunction with Grapes Games. But we're not going anywhere.
Okay. Sorry. I accidentally almost casted, streamed from my phone to the TV out there. I will make sure I didn't mess that up. It popped up as I was going here. What I wanted to see was where we were actually at. 29 viewers, 11 likes. I just wanted to make sure you weren't telling everyone to like, but we had everyone liking already.
That never happens.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I know it doesn't happen.
We have the best audience around, so I
we
kind
do.
of thought it might have happened. So I just wanted to check.
We do, but so Linc will. Who won the die roll? Who went first in the first round?
Don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I do know that Linc is going to go first in the second game. It is not round 1. Andy's not great at doing this. It's round 3.
Round number 3. There we go. Perfect.
I will say, if you're in the St. Louis area and you'd like to help us with production, or you would like to do, and you love Lorcana, we would love your help.
Yes. If you're interested in this kind of production stuff,
So we see a Grandma Tala come down.
we got a lot of teammates, but a lot of them love Lorcana and they love playing Lorcana and they're good at it. So sometimes it can be hard to find good help.
And
For lore. Linc.
Linc just quested and passed.
I guess so.
Oh, because he doesn't have any Inkables.
Ooh, yeah.
So he's got an Elsa and a Hades in hand, and he's only got 5.
Ooh, but Ron did not heal that Maui, which means he's the fox. Yeah, we could have punished it. But I don't know if
I
that's
think
the right move.
Linc is really I need to use it as ink,
Yeah.
right?
He could have, so he could have quested the Tipo, played the Fox, bounced the Tipo, and inked the Tipo instead.
That probably would have been. That is probably a better move, actually,
Right.
when you think about it. Yeah, you're right.
You'd have a Fox on board, not a Tipo. Although 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, he made it as far as he needed to. He got the ink off the top, and the Hades comes down on the Maui half shark. Lets the genie quest for 2 more.
I think what we're seeing here is my guess is that Ron probably went first. He probably did win the die roll. I would have to confirm after this match. But we do really see that this Blurple deck does really well on the play.
Big Sisu comes down. Ron ramped far enough. And
but
we'll
Link has
get
the
there.
answer.
oh, he
Right
got
there.
another one.
And then he
Wow.
is...
Does he quest the Hades?
He does not.
No, and he passes. Okay.
So there we see Ron.
Tammy
Okay.
comes down.
Bringing 2
double
Tammys.
popsicles. So
Got
now
a manor in hand.
Ron is shortcutting a little bit here. This is one thing.
He's got a pirate's life.
Yeah, this is getting a little further away from Linc. Ron is starting to reel this back in. I did want to point out Ron played 2 popsicles at the same time. Ideally, play one, see what you get, play the other. Although I think in his mind he's probably considering there's no world where I don't play both of these popsicles. He wasn't looking for any specific answers, but shortcut it a little bit there.
And he's got to let it go in hand.
Oh, I'll let it go.
I mean, he is just, there we go, 14.
Okay. So the Maui gets to take one of them for free. We see the visions come down. Maybe he's looking for a B prep instead.
I mean, at this point, I don't think Ron really needs the B prep. Probably is getting closer to thinking about singing that Pirate's
Yeah.
Life because he wants to.
If he took that shark, if he took a shark here, I don't know what he got. But if he plays a shark and then sings there's a shark there. If he plays,
So he took the shark. I'm pretty sure.
you sure about that?
Oh,
He took the Maui.
took the Mauis.
All right, interesting choice.
Okay.
Quest for 1 to go to 4. But yeah, as soon as he gets a Maui half shark, that
So Link just got a Tamatoa in hand. So now he's looking through and seeing, okay, do I have any items here? So he's going to banish it and bring it back. Bring those 2 items back.
He can actually ink too if he wants. He does need 1 more ink to get to that Elsa.
Because that Elsa's an 8 cost. Yep.
He's got his own Tammy. Man, this is the second time now Ron's gotten those 2 popsicles back. He does it again. He double plays them. Oh, look, look at that. Look at that. Can he hear me?
Oh, and he got to be prepared off of it.
Can he hear me? No, he can't hear me. He was just trying to do
Yeah,
something else
no.
before.
You got to be prepared off of it. So he's going to quest for 1, go to 5. He's got a McDuck Manor down.
It's pretty brutal. And the Pirate's Life as well, still in hand. We know that. So we see.
Come on, Link. You got to bring it to at least game 3. Come on. All right. Popsicle. We got a sail off the popsicle.
Binders, okay.
It's such a good card, but it's really expensive.
That Gaston. Wait, what's expensive?
The Finders.
Binders Keepers? Oh,
Yeah,
like
it's a
ink
5
cost, yeah.
inkable.
It's not bad though.
No.
Can't be. It's really good against discard.
Okay, so inks the bell.
Yeah, be careful with that Link. Don't like look at your discard. All right. All right. Maybe that's why I was quiet before. Maybe the hat is not where it's at. Maybe put it up here.
Yeah.
Maybe
The
that's
hat's
too
not
far.
where it's at.
Yeah, I'll have to hold it here.
So
That's fine.
did Linc? Oh no, Linc went into the manor for 4.
It's kind of an interesting choice.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see Let It Go. Yep. So he gets a lore.
I am a little interested as to why he didn't use the Maui to just swing into it.
Because he's got the half shark. He's trying to get that value
lore.
off the half shark.
Still,
I mean, I
yeah.
hear you, but I think at this point it doesn't really. I think from his mind, he's like, I need to get value out of this.
Pirate's Life. There's
Pirate's
3.
Life. So that's a
Minus 2.
5 lore swing there.
Yep, evens it out. And then we see him quest for 3.
And just like that in one turn, I mean, we saw this build up that it can just really drastically switch for a player. And
Yeah, that's the problem with Blurple here is that there's no answer for a really, really wide board like this. So Ron's got to be sitting there pretty happy knowing that there's not too much that can be done to stop him here. We could play the Big Elsa, could lock down the Shark and the Tammy. That would only allow him to go to 18, but the Shark's still on board. Okay, all right.
okay.
So we gotta get rid of the Shark. That's good. That's good.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So still win on board.
Croquet Mallet into the Grammatala. Yep.
Yep.
Hopefully you won't get a 2-for-1 here because.
But he can heal with the popsicle.
It won't matter, right?
I know. So we got a popsicle for Ron. He's going to draw.
34 people in the chat. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. We are at what is currently, to date, the largest set champs for Archazia's Island in the St. Louis area.
In the St. Louis area. Yep, that's right.
Greater St. Louis area. I don't know. Wow, is Wildwood County? Is that considered county?
No, it is St. Louis County.
Okay.
St. Louis County. Barely, but we are
still
in
there.
St. Louis County still.
All right.
I think doesn't really matter though. I think all the game stores that we frequent, or the folks here that frequent, are all within the greater St. Louis area.
Yeah, I saw that mentioned in our Discord the other day. I was wondering where this greater St. Louis was because the current St. Louis is only mid. A greater version of it would be much better, honestly. If you ask me. And
we got a
Friends.
Oh, he's doing a Friends. Okay.
And he can't do it. He needed to get rid of.
Yeah, that's just unfortunately. Nope. And
All
he extends
right,
the
and there
hand,
it is.
and Ron will take that 2 games to none.
Ron is the winner here. All right. We'll reset this real quick. Let's head over to the caster cam. All right. I think we need to adjust it a little.
That's all right.
We had it to
Do
fit
people need to
Mikey and the
see
mayor
me?
in.
So yeah, I honestly still great plays for both of them. Do you want to go back to your mic?
No, this is fine. This just makes it look like I'm trying to
I know
hide
you're
this. so
trying
people,
to you're trying to hide it, but
look, I'm using a very expensive microphone. Come on in.
Oh, you need
What's
a
up? You
judge?
come in. You need a judge? Yeah, we're doing melee.
For which round? For this round. Yeah, I'll fix it. Yeah.
Wait, so you should have been 2-0 going into this round? Oh, the results. Okay. Were you repairing again? Hunter, what did you do?
Yeah, what'd you do? Well, apparently everybody's going to have to hold on because we're going to rerun round 3. No.
Okay, so you won 2-0.
I will be.
Okay. We'll fix that for you. Well, that's what we were just about to do here. I was just about to try and bring up the melee to see the results and give everyone melee.gg
GG.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say to Melee soon when it's gone. Good games. Good games, buddy. Actually not. Hooray, Ravensburger Play Hub.
But yeah, great games we've had at the top tables so far.
Yes. Yes, and we will continue to have wait, what? Tournament Hub? Here it is. Okay. See, this is the other reason why I dislike Melee. Is all kinds of stuff going on. All right, so round 3. No standings yet, but we have round 3 matches. So let's refresh these a little bit. The Mayor and Mitchell are still in a heated battle. Kirsten and Jeremy, heated battle, yet unfinished. We've seen Ace came out on top against Nick. Buff and Steve still in it. He did say he won 2-0. So go ahead and put him in as 0-2. Boo Hunter, everyone. No, oh, yeah, he went in as 1-0. Weird. He probably tried to hit both buttons and then it missed or something. Okay,
No,
so
it's
Ron
fine.
wins.
It's like, for some reason, Melee is not.
Megan and Britt got paired together. Oh no. ROV on ROV crime. TKC, one last chance. So TKC took that. We have Izzy and Postal Sage still playing. Meme Hamid. R. Christian still playing. Jimmy, Trist still playing. Amir has beaten Andy from Grapes. Grapes Andy. Mikey. Oh, Mikey lost to the other Mikey. Mike, I guess. Lucas bouncing back. Took out Chip.
Yep, so got Hunter fixed in there. So if you want to re-up.
Hunter is fixed. Let's refresh. Hunter has won against Tabitha. 2-0. What else we got? Tyler has lost, unfortunately, to Arco. I say unfortunately. A lot of these people you may like as well. I don't mean this negatively to any of these people. I'm realizing I'm like picking a favorites in each one of these, but that is not the case at all. I just know some of these. We've got some fans in the chat. If there is someone you're rooting for, let us know. We can get them on stream. We can certainly give you updates as they go. Nettie 120.
Yeah.
I believe she took.
We've got quite a bit of time. I want to go see if we can't grab some folks to interview.
Sure.
So
Sure. Dr. Ron, maybe? He'll probably come in and hang out with us.
Do Ron, maybe Linc, talk about his deck too.
All right. At this point, we can leave the door open. I'm going to leave the door open at this point since they don't care what we're saying. You can hang out over there or do you? Yeah? Cool?
You get my belly.
So, Ron, another victory. I put you at 3-0 now, right?
Yes, that's right.
So, how you feel? I noticed you're playing a different deck than you were yesterday.
Yes. After the finals, I had to go back to Ruby Sapphire.
Are you playing the exact same deck that you lost to in the finals?
Yes.
Okay, that seems like a good strategy, right? Like,
I mean,
can't beat them, join them. Right?
As Justin said at the end of our match, Ron, you need to go back on your old colors. So that's what I did. I went back to our old ways of playing Ruby Sapphire, and it's paying off so far.
Nice. Well, I know you and Justin test quite a bit. I don't know how much he was watching your game, but if he goes back and watches it, I'm sure he'll be very happy with you because him and I casted essentially the exact same match just before you played Ruby Sapphire versus Blurple, Jaflurple, if you will. I know Brad's playing something spicy, but basically Justin said that he feels like Ruby Sapphire should win this matchup, but there are a lot of very key decision points that need to be made. And there were a couple times during there where he kind of pointed out that Lucas might not have made the right choice, but clearly it seems like you did. So what was your strategy there?
Say what the Blurple matchup is, they ultimately fall under, they can't deal with wideness. So I can develop multiple bodies and at locations. They're going to have to choose one or the other to deal with while I'm watching what they're going to do and then reacting to their characters as I go on.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, I think Justin said it, go wide, not tall. And we saw a few too many turns from Lucas where he basically just played him out easily. And you're playing the Hades as well in your list. Is it just a one of or two? Okay,
just a
all
one
right.
of.
I thought I saw two of them at one point, but maybe it was their Hades. There's a couple Hades going on.
Oh,
I missed it.
yeah, so Linc did get 2 Hades against me.
Okay, yeah, that's brutal. But
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. But, you know, when you got Maui's that can take them out is very nice.
fair. We got the Rudy194 says, I would really like to set up some streams in Los Angeles. So if you'd like to fly us all to Los Angeles, we could absolutely do a stream
Oh,
of
yeah.
your set chance.
He definitely could do something out there. He guys have a big community out on the West Coast.
Yeah. There's a lot of really good players out in Cali, right? Like Ed and his whole team, right? All right.
I think Ed is down in Texas. I believe he's
Is he in
Dallas.
Texas?
I think he's based out of
Okay.
Texas.
That's fair.
We're talking about continental winner Ed Chu. Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe he's based out of Texas.
Okay. I know he's got a team. I thought his team had maybe some of his team members are in California, and that's what it is. I don't remember. Well, we went over some of the results here. We could bring them up so you can see maybe who your next opponent is here. We're still waiting on these other top matches. Kirsten and the mayor are both playing, but it looks like you could be going against maybe Ace here. Brit won. Awesome. That's good. That's always good to hear. Where is she sitting at?
She's below us because she got her round one. She got the tie with Hunter. So yeah, she's
brutal.
currently 201.
So she'll be 201, which still, cements her right in between the winners and the losers,
Having
essentially.
that tie already, we got started.
It's definitely not the worst that could happen. So that's good. And then still got quite a few games left to go here. 20 minutes actually left in round. Wow, that was pretty quick. We actually said at the beginning of the game, we were like, Ron plays so fast. I asked Vince if he practices auctioneering.
Well, honestly, I'm surprised that game too. If Linc didn't run out of gas, he would have had that because he was already at what 12, 15 lower by the time I even threw down my first body. So yeah, it was a little rough one.
Definitely brutal. But yeah, that swing, it went from like 9 to 20 very quickly. That one swing where you played like everything, and then the Pirate's Life to even it up. It was like, oh no.
So how important do you think that manner is in that matchup in particular?
I would say somewhat, but not really. Like at a certain point where, because like early on, I wouldn't play that on curve. I would just wait till I develop some characters first before I do that. But it is a nice distraction to keep them either they have to swing, hit the location for my characters, and if they take a turn off to go for my characters, then I'm just gonna keep on going.
Yeah, that's what we saw. We saw Lucas basically like lean on the manor probably a little too heavily. Played a little too early, and like it's nice to have that clock, but I can you're opening it up for them to be able to take it out a little quicker. So Ron has an echo. It's like we can hear him twice. Maybe it's because of the microphones.
Yes, it might be the two mics A and B. Who knows?
We
But
apologize.
John, yes, I've been vibing all day. Like yesterday, played 2 rounds, and then ID all the way to top 8, and now today it's everything's been pretty smooth sailing. So we just vibing along.
And I mean we're on the second day in a row, back to back. I mean, you went to the finals yesterday, so
With 4 hours of sleep.
and knowing you were probably up testing even later.
Actually, no. Bernie
okay.
made me be responsible. I went to bed by 11 last night.
All right, so you did get some good sleep. That's good, but man, these are long days, so
They are.
sometimes you're probably wired up on caffeine. You just chug like a monster before you start or something.
Oh yeah, I need another one. I need more caffeine. Like
Yeah.
we're about to be after playing this round. It's about to be IDing, so hopefully I can get some food.
I got not sponsored, but I got Gatorade
Mash.
mashups. It's both
Interesting.
Cool Blue and Fruit Punch, and I thought, how do you mash up a liquid? And the answer is, it's just purple.
Yeah, you
It's just purple Gatorade. They just mix blue and red Gatorade, and now it tastes like purple Gatorade.
Does it taste like grape?
No, it tastes like purple
just tastes
Gatorade.
Like sickly sweet,
Whatever purple.
like it's like sugar. It's just sugar flavor. What do we think?
It's actually Blurple
How much sugar is
Gatorade.
in
It's
that?
Blurple Gatorade.
Per container, 97% of my daily value. So I drink this one thing, and
That's so much
Have
sugar.
diabetes.
and I'm pre-diabetic now, right? Like, it's
Oh,
crazy.
probably diabetic coma.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Yeah. So what other matches have you had? So in round 1, you played.
Round one's a mirror match. I played against our teammate Ryan Hines. You know, unfortunately, we went to a game 3. It sucks that we had to play each other that early on. You know,
Yeah.
how many people we have here? Like, I would love to play someone that I haven't played against before, or like people from out of town that we haven't seen in a while.
We got a lot of new people here, or new faces to me at least. They're probably old faces that I'm just bad at recognizing. But what was John, or not John? What was Ryan on?
Ryan was on Ruby Sapphire as well.
He went to Ruby Sapphire as well. That's crazy, because when we saw you guys were playing, I was like, man, I wonder what decks they decided on, because I know you were on Steel Song yesterday, and he was on Ruby Amethyst, and he was like, man, I want to switch to Steel Song, and you were like, I don't know, and I'm like, man, this could be a mirror. He could be. Apparently, it was a mirror.
It was a mirror
You
still.
both switched to something different, so, and it happened to be the same thing. All right.
But
And then in round 2,
we played against our friend Amir, who was actually called me this morning and asked to borrow a deck. If I had a deck that he could use, like old-fashioned Amir style. I was like, yes, I do. And he's asked for specific colors. He said he asked for RA. I was like, that's perfect. I already have an RA list. If you have a Maui Shark, then here you go. You're just missing a Maui Shark.
Okay.
And-
And we know he does, right?
Yeah.
He's usually a Ruby Sapphire player.
Mm-hmm.
Why? But there's like, is there even any new cards for Ruby Sapphire? Tammy?
Yeah.
That's
Tammy.
it.
Yeah.
So like,
Mainly Tammy.
I feel like he could have easily put together Ruby Sapphire. Right?
He with his work schedule, what he told me is he hasn't really been buying or collecting. But I know, like from the 1 or 2 packs he has open, he has pulled 1 Tammy so far. So he's working on it.
I guess Tammy is probably not an easy one to grab the day of a tournament. You
Right.
Know?
that
Like,
is
hey,
probably
let me
one
get
of the
3 of them.
hardest
Mm-hmm.
to get. I mean, I did have Alec borrowed 2 Bagheeras from me,
Okay.
and so
Is he? Why do you have the big ears here? He needs them in the game that he's playing right now.
he dropped.
He already left.
He
went to
won his
go-
first round.
I think he didn't do very well in his second round, maybe. I don't know, or third round.
I think he tied or something, but he said he was gonna go hang out with his significant other and go to the zoo. Which I mean, it's a nice weather day to go to the zoo. We have a pretty cool zoo here.
Do you have room? Do you have room? Can I go to the zoo? I'll go to the zoo.
Alright.
ROV at the zoo.
ROV at the zoo.
I don't know. Is it a good day? It kind of looks like
It is
it's
lovely.
overcast. Looks a little
Well,
cloudy.
wait a second. Hold on. If you live in the St. Louis area, this is the nicest day we've had in a month. All right, we've been pouring rain, just dreary for so long.
I mean, it's still dreary today.
slightly less
It's
dreary.
slightly
we'll take it.
less.
This
Just a
is
wee
greater
bit.
St. Louis. All right, it's not normal. It's slightly greater. All right,
All right.
so couple more matches. Of course, Mayor is still going. Kirsten is still going.
Mayor is facing against Mitch, and when I walked over, I saw Mitch playing different colors today. I was
Really?
like, I even gave him the comments like, bro, you're playing the wrong colors. I'm very upset.
He was on Blurple yesterday, right?
Yes.
And now, what is he on?
He's on Amethyst Steel. He's on the repeat.
Steel. The repeat. Pete and repeat
So we
are
got
in
a
my deck.
Repeat against
So
Jafar Blurple.
not a mill steel.
No. Against the Jaflurple. Was he playing Jafar? Amethyst Steel? Maybe?
I don't know.
Interesting. Wow,
Didn't
that'd be
see the
awesome
card.
if it was a Jafar mirror.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
I gotta say,
Although-
I mean, Brad's deck.
Yeah, I kind of want Brad to win because I love Brad.
I would
but
love to face Brad in the mirror.
I also told him specifically that Amethyst Steel Jafar is better than Laflar, or whatever he's playing. So like I kind of, if he wins, I lose. If he loses, I win. You know, like I can't be right and have Brad continue to the next round.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Because you know he's gonna make sure that
Yeah, to
you
tell
know
me.
that it's
guess who I just beat?
Yeah.
It was Steel Jafar.
You remember the Jake deck you said? It was just a Jake, it was.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do hope he goes all the way. That'd be pretty awesome. Looks like we got a couple more matches in. Izzy takes it. Britt took it. We already said
Yeah,
that. I
we
think
saw
Buff
that.
got it.
Dylan on that
Jimmy,
Sapphire
I think we
Steel.
have 3 matches still in play.
Mirror
Hunter.
got it.
Don't know who some of these people are, but NR Web Street,
That might be Nate. That's
and then Eddie won against Kristen. Oh no, I had high hopes
We
for
wanted,
Kristen's
yeah,
tournament.
so we wanted Kristen to get there. We want her
I
deck.
still might try that deck anyway. That
How
was
does
so
that
fun.
deck get? What reactions did the deck get on stream?
That I don't know. Nobody's talking in chat. Everyone, you need to talk in chat now.
Well,
We need
say,
more
like, I
reactions.
Yeah, if you got any questions for
This is what I
Ron,
need to do.
now would be the time.
Yeah, if we've got any questions, chat, I'll pop back on later. Dunstan, thank you for hanging out.
How many people are on stream?
We have 23 people,
Hey,
current
let's go.
viewers. This is where Vince checks how many of you have liked.
And subscribe.
He does have your name and social security number if you're in the chat, and so he will reach out to you about your car's extended warranty if you have not liked and subscribed to this video. But yeah, 3 matches left. Maggie is still playing.
So,
against
I want to give you both an opportunity. Tell me how many likes you think we've got. And
We're at 13 now, probably.
Ron,
16.
what?
16.
We're at 14.
Ooh, okay. We were at like 11 earlier when I realized that I had forgot to like. So I like to make it 12. And I kind of figured Vince isn't very good at telling people to like and subscribe. So probably I only have 13. But you know what? Vince is twice as good as I thought he was because we went up 2 likes, not 1. So I'm wrong.
I mean, I also liked our video too.
Okay, I take that back now. The only people who have liked the stream since we last said it are the people who last said it. So we did see Ryan beat Maggie, which is just kind of cruel. I mean, she's got baby Tipo on board, so
I know.
like you gotta go easy. Come on, that's
She
not
is
nice.
about to get an extra card in her
Yes.
Inkwell any day.
For sure. Congratulations.
Yes.
Eddie, I'm sad Evan couldn't make it. We have so many good like kids in the area. I think
We need to
if
do
we had
another
like
kids
a
tournament.
so
That
you
would
know
be fun.
what we need like the Little League World Series.
Yeah.
So I grew up in New Jersey, Toms River, New Jersey, considered probably the best Little League town in the world. They routinely go to the World Championships, the World Series of Little League, and play against I think the Japanese team is like really, really good too. We need like a World Series of Lorcana, Little League Lorcana, and then I think St. Louis would win. Just saying.
Well, I'm just saying though, like we saw yesterday when we were at game night that they had Pokemon and all those
little
kids,
kids were ecstatic.
and
They had a
they
blast.
loved it.
Yeah.
And I want to see that
Yes.
with Lorcana.
I know. I don't know what we need to do. I don't
It's tough.
know. I feel like Pokemon are a little more like they're a little more rough and tumble. I mean, some of them are cute, right? Some of them are silly and goofy or whatever, but like you never really get the opportunity to just like lightning storm your opponent and have them like burn to dust. Like there's just a little more action maybe in Pokemon, whereas Lorcana, it's got good characters, great theme, great lore and stuff to it. I think it's a little more like chess, right? Maybe it might be a little more boring to these young, sensational kids who just want a quick, chicken jockey and they just want to move on, right?
I
from
will say,
Minecraft.
I will say, I think you kind of said this yesterday that what we need is a Lorcana animated show. And I'm just saying, I don't know.
So why not?
I'm just saying, Disney, the mouse, Disney Plus, wise or not.
Get the people who created the show Arcane, the League of Legends show.
Ooh.
That was
Ooh.
such good animation.
I love,
Really, really good. Maybe
You
get
know.
them to do it, something like that. I love you a little too.
Or
I
like
guess a
a-
little more adult, maybe.
Or like a comic book or something,
Look, that'd be cool.
something that would
Or a
get.
game. What if they made the game digitally, and we could play it all
Oh my
online?
gosh, an online
But-
client?
What? This is like an original idea that we just came up with. They should totally do
Yeah, because
this.
that doesn't
right.
happen at all. I mean, if there's anything I could for sure say, it's a question of when, not if, we get a digital client.
Absolutely.
That I think is written in stone somewhere in Ravensburger headquarters.
I'd imagine so.
I would hope so.
I'm excited
Didn't
to
they
see.
hire
They had a job
Job
posting.
posting.
Job posting.
So
We don't know they hired anybody.
Yeah, so we
but-
don't know what's the farthest ascent where that's gone.
Look,
but
I legally, for reasons, can't say whether or not I was or wasn't hired by Ravensburger. I have no prior qualifications, so that might give you a hint. No, I think a digital client would be really, really awesome, and I'm also excited to see sort of how fast we like snowball. I'm wondering if Tuesday we get a ton of information from this stream that Ravensburger is doing, and then how quickly does it come from there, right? Like, I know we've already seen the stream they did with the world's information and stuff, so clearly they are getting over this hump of not having a lot of the stuff that they had before. They've got this new guy, Greg. Shout out to Greg. If you ever want to come on the podcast, we got a spot for you. Our setup is not nearly as cool as the one you have in your
Yeah, I
stream
know.
room.
I know.
Yeah.
We need Rode. Please sponsor us.
right.
But yeah, I mean, like,
Sony.
I feel like we could see this come as quickly as maybe the DLCs, right? We get all this information on Tuesday, and then DLC schedule, world schedule, next couple sets, all this stuff, whatever we get, and then maybe a couple months, maybe halfway through the DLC, maybe at Worlds they announce like a digital client or something like that. Like, they could. A lot of people say they need to like get the snowball rolling and like keep interest in this game. So I'm hoping.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't have lulls. You need to just. I mean, this is one thing that there's another card game that people know that I.
Anyway, Ron,
was
so what are your
interested-
thoughts on before Vince brings in Star Wars? The Star.
Well, I
Trek
was actually
game.
gonna say the Formula One trading card game.
Oh my
Is
goodness.
there actually a Formula One trading card game?
Okay,
No, but if
this
there
is
was,
where
I
I'm gonna
would-
bring up Riftbound.
100% do it.
If we're going ahead and start talking about random card games, I'm going ahead and bring up Riftbound. Then.
Rift now. What
Let's
is
get
the?
it. Let's get our League of Legends on.
Well, the new in-person card game. Yeah, I gotta get. My sister's in Korea right now. Shout out Kristen, another Kristen.
Yes.
My wife's Kirsten.
Hi.
The other Kristen that runs Grapes. My sister is also Kristen. If you're listening, shout out. It's probably like 3 a.m. in Korea, but she was like telling me she was in Korea, and I'm like, I'm googling immediately. When does the League of Legends card game come out in Korea? And it's like, it doesn't. Not anytime soon. In fact, they don't even have Lorcana there. Speaking of other random card games, have you played that one with like the penguins? You know what that one's called? It's online. It's like a digital one.
Is that the one that everyone's been talking about?
Yeah, a
Or
bunch of people have been talking about it.
is it like Vibe or something?
Vibes, yeah,
Yeah,
Vibes
not yet.
TCG. It's so cute. Like, you get
Is
these
it?
like, yeah, it's like all these little like the penguin characters.
Mhm.
I don't think they're from anything in particular, but you basically play your board, and then at the end of every like turn, which is like you get stuff, they get stuff, you get stuff. Whoever has like the biggest or best character
Mhm.
wins the vibe check, and then they get stuff based on that. And so
Interesting.
it almost has like this sort of capture the flag feel to it, or King of the Hill, where like if you
Okay.
are winning, you just keep winning, and they have to get. Well, now they're winning, and
Gotcha.
so then they start.
Okay.
It was fun. It was cute too.
All right. That sounds like I.
When
need
we
to-
already paired the rounds, not even over.
Gosh. Bye,
Did you get it? Oh no!
I'll stay with the steal.
Did she?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll have to find out. Oh, I kicked the box. All right, guys. Sorry about that. We've got another round coming at you here shortly. We're gonna quickly refresh this, see what happened. Oh no! Brad lost to Mitchell, but Kirsten won. So Kirsten is on to the next round. So we got round 4 matches. Ooh, so we see Ron versus Ace, Kirsten versus Mitchell, Buff versus Britt. The top couple tables here. Lucas, Nick. They got Izzy, table 5, and Steve, Linc, and Amir. A lot of good matches here. Looks like we are going to get Kirsten and Mitchell on the stream, which is awesome. We're getting everything currently set up right now. So why does that happen? Now they're both muted. Okay, I don't know what's going on with these mute buttons or whatever. It's probably really loud, guys. I'm sorry. We're going to get this match going here. I'm going to send you over to the gameplay screen so you can see. But I am going to step away for a second because I need to find someone to cast with me.
All right, we're gonna get here started. Let's reset everything.
You good?
All right. So we got Mitchell and Kirsten on
Are you muted?
the top table.
Are you unmuted?
No,
You're
I'm
unmuted.
unmuted.
Why does this happen? Wait. When I muted both of these, it turned yellow earlier.
Well, when you do turn,
See?
it's
There. Why is it all yellow? That's what happened. I made it yellow by accident at one point.
all right. Oh, actually, we want to mute. I don't want that mic
Yeah.
to go live.
All right.
But here we are in round
4.
round 4
I
of
think I got the
6.
round. Yeah, I think I got the round right this time.
You did get the round right this time, and so we're venturing here between Kirsten and Mitchell. I wonder how many times I might get your wife's name incorrect. I'm surprised you didn't put villainess Kirsten.
That's too long.
Too long?
Too long, yeah. Too long. Let's,
Too long. All right, well, welcome. We're going to be here all day. We're just getting started. We're like not even halfway.
Yeah, we are
Through
6 rounds. Top 8 cut.
Yeah, top 8 cut.
So that's 3 rounds
3
there.
more rounds. And those are untimed.
Yeah. Technically, they're supposed to be timed. Just saying.
Are they
But
supposed to be timed?
yeah, the first couple are like
75
70
minutes.
something like that. Yeah. But then there's like the weirdest tiebreakers ever, and I don't like them. So, how far back was this link for the that web page? Probably a while, huh?
Oh, you mean for the
Yeah, the card thing.
I had it, now I lost it. It's pretty far back.
That's what I figured.
Pretty far back.
But you don't have any. You
I
don't
had
have
it
it in your
up.
browser anymore. You closed.
Had it up. but
That's why the
closed.
cards stopped getting changed.
It's too much. It's a lot of work to do these.
Found the part where Vince is mad that a certain someone said they should be the Pope.
Our show prep combo channel is kind of wild sometimes.
Oh, my awesome Bruno Photoshop job. We don't talk about leaks, as the card says.
What? So he's got a Calhoun on board.
Calhoun Quest? What did the Calhoun do? How did the Calhoun get exerted?
Not really sure.
I think it's.
Did it sing something?
I imagine they quested. What would it have sang?
All right. So Pete sings "Friends on the Other Side."
Oh my gosh. No. I think I accidentally hit the return to present button.
And we got Goat. And yeah, he did quest. So we got Goat and we got the quest off Calhoun, but he did not quest again with Calhoun. Probably wise.
Yeah, now Lawrence is out there.
So Kirsten has the Lawrence, the Troubadour. And the Troubadour is a resist 1, singer 4, 1/3, Amber Steel Dual Ink card, which is the new flavor type of card that we got here in Archazia's Islands. Kirsten has 3, so looks like we're gonna sing. We're gonna sing Strength of a Raging Fire and take out Dispatch with the Calhoun. Now, Andy, you talk a lot about how you think this might be the best Amethyst deck, right? In Amethyst Steel, or do you think it's still...
The best Amethyst deck? Yeah. I honestly think Blurple. Into other Amethyst decks, it's the best. But
So we are questing for 3. We're questing with that Lawrence and the Queen, and we put down a Daisy Duck and a Pete, so no actions.
Pete, no actions. Hey, look. They added a score function. So,
Oh.
I mean, my app's better. But, anyway.
So 5 ink in, well for Mitchell.
It also has AI card recognition, too. We could try that out.
I don't know.
Pretty wild.
I don't know how that's going to work.
I tried it. Didn't work well.
Yeah, I was going to say. Great app, though, by them. Thank you so much, Inkwell Overlay, whoever put that together.
Yes. I wish it was, open source so that I could...
Do you still update the Lordle?
No, the API is dead. And I don't have an API.
is Dead? No.
I need an API that has all of the current cards, and I just haven't had a chance to go back and work on it. Although I have been doing some work with Lorcana Karaoke, who we've had the collab with before. They did the game show, so we're working on making some fun games. Similar in style to like Lordle or the ones that we played on stream, and we'll see. Hopefully, we can not only showcase them in some of the awesome videos that he puts together, but also maybe as their own standalone game.
Yeah, so runs the goat into the Daisy. So the Daisy never got to quest because he brought down the Elsa, which exerted that Daisy. And then used the Elsa to take out the queen. And then the Merlin to take out the Daisy Duck. So I'm getting like a ton of notifications on my phone right now. Because like I said earlier, the whole Gen Con catalog went out. So the folks I go to Gen Con are like, hey.
Yeah, but we can't buy any of it for a couple of days at least, right?
Yes, it doesn't, I believe, go on sale until May 18th.
May 18th, so like a couple weeks then. You got plenty of time to plan what you want to do.
A
she got
whole
hard
new
cast,
world.
A whole new world.
Puts a Mr. Smee, a Pete, and a Fred's on the other side. Back into this card. Each player draws 7 cards.
Strength to finish off the Elsa.
Questing for 2.
Quest for 2. I wonder.
5.
I wonder if you swing that Lawrence into the Pete, because now the balance is a possibility. Although we can't take 2 out here. Mitchell can't take 1 and then the other. Oh, the friends. Another friends. That could be really punishing. You got to be really careful when
so I
you
believe
ink.
the score here is 4-5.
Believe so as well.
So we're going
Fix
to
it so we do
bounce,
get
and there
the
you go.
cards.
That's exactly what you were talking about.
She really wants to keep the character. He really wants to keep the character on board, so he's going to swing it into the Troubadour. I realize we got the inks wrong here, and the Steel versus Steel Song. All right, awesome. There we go. Oh, and I got chat over here.
And then he replays that Pete, so no actions there for at least a turn.
All right, cool. 25 people coming and hanging out with us here. I think Captain Inkswell is playing in the tournament here, but he was trying to get me to play Jaflurple at a set champs. I told him if we get 200 concurrent viewers on this stream, I'll leave right now and go. I'll join the tournament with Jaflurple.
You'll join in round 6.
Yep. I had to buy the first 5 rounds, so
People wouldn't be upset at that at all.
not at all. So we see the beat come down. We see the aerial come down. They should keep the aerial alive for another turn.
So there goes.
Pete traded. Quest with the Lawrence to go to 7. We did see her update that lore there. Excellent.
And passes turn to Mitchell. So Mitchell has this Pete on board.
How do they update it at the table? Mine can be updated at the table by the players themselves, just saying. I don't have AI card recognition though. It would probably crash our stream. Otherwise I'd do it. Like I really want to. It'd be cool. So I think we know that there is. Don't we know that there's a whole new world in her hand? I thought there was a whole new world. I can't see it at the moment. I'm pretty sure there's a whole new world.
There is a whole new world.
Ooh, we see the aerial taken out. That is the one punish.
Yeah, that is the one card I don't think Kirsten wanted to see go away.
You know what Kirsten really wants right now, though? Rapunzel would be so juicy. Lawrence into the Pete.
Does she have Rapunzel in this deck?
She should. She doesn't have Rapunzel in this deck. She's crazy. That's not. What is that card next to? See, we'll lean over.
That's not how this works, okay? You can't. Physically lean and see. The camera is what you see.
Take out the Pete. Okay.
Yep. Gets a draw card.
Oh, no.
Ian got the Rapunzel.
That's rough. Still, plenty of cards to work with here. Honestly, I think the Miss Bianca is the play here. Lawrence is an ally, right? I'll look up Lawrence. You can look up Miss Bianca. Lawrence is an ally. Excellent. Miss Bianca.
Is a hero.
But she gets cheaper when you play. When you have an ally play, okay, so we see the Miss Bianca and the Troubadour come down. So we see it looks like a Rapunzel, another Miss Bianca, a Storm, and a whole new world in hand. This becomes a really interesting spot here because Kirsten could easily continue her game plan without seeing this whole new world. But if Mitchell just so much as draws too many cards here, like if this is friends, oh, it's a White Rose, okay. Then
Okay, so instant lore.
this could be really, really punishing to play a whole new world when he has a lot of cards in hand.
And so Mitchell is undefeated going into this.
So it's Kirsten.
Match record. Yeah, so is Kirsten. But Kirsten has a 6-2 match record. Mitchell has a 6-1.
Okay. And so, but the opponent's match win percentage is your first tiebreaker, though, right? The game record doesn't matter for tiebreakers, I don't think.
But,
So,
oh,
Kirsten.
he got ace.
Yeah.
I think Ron
Ron
and
and
Ace
Ace
are
are-
playing this round.
That they are, unfortunately. As expected, nothing yet reported for this round. So we see the Elsa sings Zeus on the Miss Bianca. We just hard cast Big Ariel. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So the problem here, though, is that she can't, like, she doesn't want to sing her songs because she doesn't have the ink to be able to use that additional ability. So I think you just turn everything sideways, put some more pressure on, go 13. Pass the turn.
You'll have to put it up because for some reason, it won't work now for me.
Why not?
I don't know.
Just need to open in a browser, right? Maybe it won't work for anyone. Oh, that's the wrong Ariel. But Ariel. This one. Get the enchanted up there. I don't think we have this enchanted though. We need it. We need to get one.
Yeah, so that's whenever you play a song, you may pay 2 to deal 3 damage to chosen character.
Strength.
On the
Hard cast strength after playing the Diablo. Full clears the Lawrence. So we would see, we would need 2 to take out either Pete or Troubadour. Double take out Pete, okay. Do we have a crab to buff the...
yeah, that's taking 3 damage, not 2.
Yep, okay.
Kirsten's pointing out. Elsa does not have resist.
No. So, 2 cards left in hand, it looks like, for Mitchell. Two on the Turtle Boy. Okay. See, here's the problem. Kirsten doesn't need a wheel here.
Yeah.
Oh, she heals the 2 off.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. How much ink does she have left? 2. So 1, Storm, Elsa.
Gonna take that Elsa.
Draw a card.
Draws phase 2.
2 to use the ability. Oh, on the White Rose? Okay, fair enough. You could have cleared the whole board by swinging into the way. Oh, use the aerial to sing now, too, even.
Okay, so we're inking.
Playing a Cindy. Quest for 2 to go to 15. I like that.
Yep.
Good play.
This is going to be very hard, if not impossible. Oh, did he just scoop?
And he
He
scoops.
scooped.
Okay.
So Kirsten takes game 1.
All right. Did you happen to hear Brad? Like as we were just talking there, I just heard Brad go, "It's Maui time." So he got Maui'd somehow. Who's he playing against? Mike Jewell. Still nothing reported. We do have reports of a Maui sighting in the mayor's match.
And for those that celebrate, I just want to really say, may the 4th be with you.
And also with you. Is that what you're supposed to do? Amen. Hail Gantu.
I actually think these days, in that realm, it's with your spirit, not and also with you.
That was probably loud. I'm sorry, guys. My mic fell over and magneted to the...
Yeah. You tell folks, happy Conclave Week.
Sheesh.
You kind of missed it, I will just say, for these folks, which was really kind of disappointing. We had a whole banter on the podcast about
the Pope being dead.
No, not about the Pope. We were talking about in the Cars universe, we know there's a Pope and a Pope Mobile. They are separate. Yeah. And so we got into a conversation that must mean that in the Cars universe, there's a papal conclave.
Yeah. Well, it also means that somebody tried to assassinate the Pope Mobile at some point.
Yeah, that's actually,
because they wouldn't need the Pope Mobile if they hadn't.
That's actually a darker scenario. But you're right.
And we also learned that the it's a little bit silly too, because he drew too many.
Oh, let me go.
No, he hasn't looked at them yet though, so I think they're just gonna put him back. But you can go confirm. We could go. Oh, it was a random one in the middle.
Oh, it was a card that was...
It was a random one in the middle that was the one that shouldn't have been drawn. We could have gone back and looked at it. I don't think it's that important.
I could have looked at the video. I think the least... my view on judging here, right, as much as possible, is to get the game back with as little, resistance. Yeah. Not the right word that I'm trying to think of, but basically disruption of the game as possible. And so I let Mitchell choose one of the cards.
And gave him the game loss, right?
Gave him the game loss.
Kicked him out of the store.
Yeah, I mean, technically, again, it's a warning, but...
everything in Lorcana is a warning at this point. And I think, honestly, that is part of the problem. Everything is a warning, but everything is also punishable to any extent that a judge feels is necessary. Come on in. So,
Lily and Tyler need help with melee.
Oh, okay.
okay, sorry. Didn't have to go do another judge call here. So we're looking at this game. I'm gonna close the door real quick so that they don't hear us at all. We got Kirsten on the draw this time around. She missed her 1-drop, looks like. Unfortunate. Let's see the 1-drop. Diablo come down, turn 2 to Calhoun. We draw for turn. We have a 2-drop. We do. Looks like we got Smee and maybe a Turtle Boy. Ink the Miss Bianca. See the Turtle Boy come down. I kind of would like to keep the Miss Bianca here. I feel like it's It's one of the strongest singers she has. Really hard to remove for something like steel. Amethyst steel. But hey, she's 3-0, not me. So I did get my card yesterday, though, guys. Anyone who's watching and listening, I'd like to tell you a little story about the 2-game format. And by 2-game format, I mean I play 2 games and then I make Top Cut. We're just telling the story about my amazing run yesterday at game night. How I played 2 games, ID'd the rest, and I made it all the way to Top Cut. It was a little ridiculous. Kind of made me think again about the 2-game format.
You're not a fan. It's okay.
I'm becoming less of a fan. I mean, I was a huge fan of it yesterday when I got a free ticket straight to the top 8, but well, you know, that does seem a little unfair.
Yeah, let us know your opinion of which you like. Do you like 3-game or do you like 2-game? I'm honestly fairly indifferent about them. I used to be a huge fan of the 2-game format, but I think both have pros and cons. And I know it's not juicy to have a middle ground opinion on it, but I really just don't care. It's a Star Wars Unlimited pack. All right, so we got quite a wide board here for Mitchell. We got a Diablo, a Calhoun, a Pete, another Pete, a Diablo, and then on Kirsten's side, we have a Ariel and a Troubadour, and a Pete.
So Kirsten missed turn 1. She had Truby on 2, Turtle Boy, Truby Boy, and Ariel. He had Diablo, Calhoun, Pete, and then Pete Diablo. So he's just going wide. And if he continues to play Pete's, that's a go. Okay. If he continues to play Pete's, it is going to be kind of difficult for Kirsten to answer this. Although I'm pretty sure we see an entire handful of songs for Kirsten at the moment. So
she should be able to effectively then clear her opponent's board.
When she gets the chance, she will, hopefully.
But she is down 11.
Yes, that is kind of brutal.
So,
it's a lot of lore to have.
So what's the strategy here? You think you use your characters, you play that Ariel in hand, and try to draw another song? And then use your other 3 characters to clear? Or do you use your characters plus your ink?
You might not have the luxury of being able to not use your ink for songs.
I think that's right, yeah.
I mean, you still do, but what you really don't want to do is you don't want to lose any characters. So Calhoun's the first target. Pete can trade a Pete, but you'd rather Pete banish a Pete on its own. I think she does have 2 storms, which means these storms are relatively inefficient for everything but
the Diablos, yeah, unfortunately.
Strength has to be the Calhoun. Yep. Perfect. Now, we could see 2 storms, take out 1 Pete, or we could swing. We have a Zeus in hand. I wonder if she swings both, takes out both Diablos, and then plays her Ariel.
If she has Zeus in hand, you think she might? What would you might take out?
Goat.
Because you got to worry about the bounce there, right?
Yeah, the bounce.
The quest bounce. I don't think you could play it again, but...
One of the Pete's, okay. She also can't really afford to be shut out with Pete's for the rest of the game as well, so bounce on a Pete would be really bad.
That's actually a really good point. So maybe trading Pete's here?
Yeah. Well, she has 3 more ink. Or she has 4 inks, so what does she have? She can play the Ariel, okay. 1, 4, do we see it?
She get okay. Oh gosh,
all right.
That was looking rough. Because you don't. That's a turn you really don't want to whiff on.
Yeah, but now she has 3 storms in hand. Oh my goodness.
I think you just trade the Pete outright.
And sing this. Sing and take out the Diablo, I guess. I think you just have to, right? You just need to clear as much as you can, and that way you get a chance of 2 for 1. Even if they like crab the Diablo into your Pete, it's like a 2 for 1. you know that Peter or Goat is going to hit your aerial. Can't imagine they don't
Trade that out, right?
get rid of that. Yeah.
Well, it's not even a trade, right? It's
Okay, trade. Okay, don't sing. All right, pass. So now it has to be Goat into aerial in order to take it out. She got another aerial after that. 2 Diablos. Interesting. So sticking
we
with
got crab. There we
Yep.
go.
So
Exactly
crab.
what you're talking about. Probably hasn't inked this turn,
Could ink. Yep.
so you could see an ink and a snake. This goes to 13. And we pass, so no.
Interesting. All right. Well, you know,
I actually think, like, in an ideal world, that's probably the best scenario for Kirsten here.
yeah, definitely really nice. I don't know where the number went, but we usually, oh, there it is. Chat rate. Our chat rate is at 0, guys. We got 28 people. Let us know what you think is going on. Tell us your opinions. Ask us questions.
So using the Troubadour
Tell
to
us what we did
sing
wrong. What they did wrong.
Storm. Drawing that card. I didn't see what was drawn. Okay, we're gonna take that. So we're gonna gain a lore there, but really kind of eliminates that bounce option. And we still have 4 ink to use. What's that? Okay, yeah, the
World's greatest criminal mind.
Yeah.
Radigan. Oh, Radigan. Oh, wow. And she had the Zeus.
I actually think that might be quite up there as the longest card title.
World's greatest criminal mind. And it's pretty long. There's gathering knowledge and wisdom.
Gathering knowledge and wisdom, yeah. So I wonder if he drew the snake or just had it in hand. So quest for 1.
Oh, Kirsten made some changes to her list. She's not playing the list I made anymore. She did switch over to something that was a lot closer to what Ron was playing. Okay. Take out Diablo with the Turtle Boy. Yep.
Yep. No cards in hand.
Yeah. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on board.
Yep.
So
Friends.
it's not great. A top deck whole new world here would just be like pretty nice.
For Kirsten.
Yeah, for Kirsten.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Rabbit.
Now getting a lot more options here. I mean, this really just goes to show you the power that Amethyst can be in a game, right? And so I believe that is, nope, not quite win on board. So we'd be able to go to 19.
What is she top deck? Is that Zeus?
No, it's the world's greatest criminal
You
mind.
can use it. No. Oh no, Kirsten.
Why would she be able to use it? On what?
She has the queen. You quest the queen and buff
Oh.
one of their characters, and then world's greatest criminal minded. Oh no.
You're right. I didn't even think about
She could
that.
have removed 2 characters there. That's brutal.
Yeah, you'll definitely need to let her know.
That's why. When I suggested that card to her because Ron was playing it, I said that's what it helps with. Now, Greatest Criminal Mind, you get a 3 of now instead of 2 of because you get to be able to do stuff like that. But it's all right. 30 people in chat hanging out with us. Say hi. Tell us what's going on. What deck did you play at Set Champs? Did you play one today, perhaps? Hopefully you didn't like scrub out and come hang out with us right away. We definitely want you guys to do a little better.
So banish chosen character with 5 or more. Man, you're right.
So he would only be at 16.
All right, so Mitchell will take game 2. And we will move on to the third game here of round 4 with with 23 minutes on the clock.
That's plenty of time. We've been seeing game 3 start with 8 minutes on the clock. I do believe we may have another guest caster joining us next round.
Oh yeah, who?
I believe fellow content creator and St. Louis local Rudrose, Travis. He messaged me earlier. I can't find my phone now. Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, I got it. I got a video playing on our phone, so people think we got like more viewers going. It's just my phone over on the side. I actually set up I got 10 computers at home that are all just watching the stream. No, I'm just kidding. We're view farming this stream. I just gotta be careful what buttons I press. I almost accidentally Chromecasted my phone to the Amazon Fire Stick that's on the timer TV out there.
That would not be great. If people aren't seeing this, I just want to focus on the fact that the Kirsten's playmat is actually signed by one of the creators of Lorcana, Steve Warner himself.
Who happens to be a close friend of team member John, right? Lowe. Him and Steve Warner go way back to that one time that Steve Warner replied to his comment on Facebook.
Right.
Which obviously instantly makes you best friends.
That's absolutely right.
Kind of like me and Ed, because we have that picture together. So therefore we're besties. Are you watching F1, Vince? Vince, are you trying to catch up on F1? Sheesh. Should we replace chat on the stream with like a F1 feed? You think are we allowed to rebroadcast F1 games?
No, I don't think you're allowed to rebroadcast. Although I was thinking that, this will be very dependent on time. Folks should know that we are doing a live stream of our show on Tuesday after it. Although I was just thinking this, we may try, if we have the ability to live stream us while we're watching it in the afternoon, kind of depending on what's going on.
Maybe.
I
have to work that day.
I do too. There are benefits though from working from home.
Yeah, there are. As long as my boss is not watching. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, we have a live stream. We're gonna do our episode live this week, mainly because we want to talk about the news.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's because someone can't make it to our recording studio or our recording time on Wednesday, but I think that's false, right? We're just trying to.
No, we want to inform you and talk about the news right away.
We're gonna be so excited, yeah.
Because otherwise we wouldn't hear from us until Friday.
I know,
Because
right?
we would talk about it on Monday.
We would watch it on Tuesday. We'd talk about it on Wednesday.
Talk about it on Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Wow, that's not great for Mitchell. 2 turns back to back.
Also, Kirsten blundered there. You gotta quest that, Cindy. There's no punish for that.
Right.
The Cindy,
yeah.
The last turn she should quest Cindy, unless she did, and I don't know because it wasn't exerted. So you gotta quest that Cindy, put pressure on. Oh, we got one. Nice. Perfect. Love it. And I apologize to all of our viewers out there, all 28 of you. There was 30. Who left?
Find out who
left.
here.
Yeah, who left?
Get back in here.
Mean mug him for walking out of the stream. Give him the stink eye. Anyway, I'm a little biased. That's my wife, Kirsten. So I'm kind of rooting for her a little bit. Although I am gonna have to give her game loss for being too late on that SME damage. Judge. Apparently that's like one of the things that the sharks out there, the rule sharks, will do is they'll say pass turn. They'll be like SME damage. You didn't put SME damage. Judge.
Yeah, my answer as a judge though is like, okay, put damage on there. Like what?
And then if they keep doing that, eventually you're gonna be like, all right, bro, I'm tired of coming over your table, mate. Like, stop calling me over here for this. She has time to put it on there, you know?
Yeah, I feel like, and also like people forget it's not that serious,
part of it, I think, is like a psychological thing, especially newer players and stuff like that. They're going to be
So we got the White Rose, instant lore.
newer players are going to be rattled, I think, a little bit by
Folks
know,
like that? Yeah,
folks
absolutely.
doing that, and like even like I almost think that judges should do their best to try and explain to the other person that you know they're not allowed to do this to you. Don't let them do this to you. But it is kind of hard sometimes to know that.
I think my response to that though is like, if that's how you want to be, don't play Lorcana. Like I really do want folks to play this game. It's such a great game, but there are other. Oh my god!
Jeez.
So we got a Queen, a Daisy, and a Mr. Smee down, and then Mr. Smee will take 1 more damage, and so we quest over 2 to go to 5. What a turn for
1, 2,
Kirsten.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are threatening 9
This
more
is looking
next
kind
turn.
of bleak.
Well, you
for
miss a
Mitchell.
1-drop and a 2-drop.
I
and,
know.
oh my
And
goodness.
your 3-drop is a White Rose.
Yeah.
That's not the.
He had to ink the friends.
That's
so.
not where you want to be. Honestly, I think if I were him, I would probably use the White Rose and just hard cast the friends.
Yeah, but you risk. She had an aerial on board already. You risk that whole new world could be really, really rough. So Nick says, my daughter and I both got smoked yesterday at game night. We both had a great time yesterday, especially since just jumping in at the start of the set playing decks.
Oh, hey, Nick. Yeah, I remember you all. That's so great. I'm so glad you had a great time. We love hearing that.
Kirsten and your daughter, I believe, played a match, and she said it was the most fun she had all day. And so she was very, very happy. Kirsten had a bit of a judge call situation
there
in one of the rounds. And
as we were just talking about this whole rattling thing a little bit, and I think, but ultimately, here's the thing: it's like this game is meant to be fun, have fun and stuff, and people can tone it down a little bit on how serious it needs to be. Don't get me wrong; I'm very competitive. We're all very competitive. I think that's what appeals to folks. But you also don't need to be mean about it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Troubadour. Oh, she can't play it. She got a whole new world.
But she can
can't
sing
play
it.
She can't. No, Pete can. Pete, no actions.
Right. Thank you.
I need to get my whistle.
We need a Pete button.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We go to 14.
Yeah, that's wild.
So yeah, my whole point though was she got a little frazzled from the judge situation that had to happen. It was just a little bit of misunderstanding, some confusion about who played what when and whatever. But she specifically said that getting to play your daughter Nick was refreshing and kind of brought the smile back to her face, made her have more fun during the day, which is always awesome. We said it before.
And we are in the early stages of talking about figuring out how to get a kids tournament.
Yes, especially seeing those Pokemon kids
Pokemon kids,
yesterday.
we want to have a tournament for folks. So we're going to swing that Chernobog's followers into the Mr. Smee.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Take out.
Okay, so now it is no longer lethal. He has bought himself one more turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Goes to 19 next turn. Although she's good.
Could have a rush character there.
Okay,
so takes out.
Ooh, that was honestly very good.
Well done. I mean, this is good. Mitchell's a great player. There's a reason why he's number 1 in the tournament right now.
Is he number 1? Not for long. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I love you, Mitchell. I love you, Mitchell.
We cannot. We are casters here. We're not biased.
I'm biased.
I mean, yes, because Kirsten is your wife.
Oh, okay. So we got some results in while we're waiting here. Ace beat Ron. We love Ace though. He's also a team member, but it is a little sad to see, Ron go down like that. But hey, 1 loss is fine. We're fine here. X1's still good. Nick beat Lucas. Oh goodness, I got the hiccups. Britt beat Buff.
Where's
Steve
the
beat
mayor
Izzy. Amir beat Linc.
Oh, it's not reported
The
yet.
mayor's not reported yet. Jimmy lost. Nettie lost. Megan won. Eddie beat Mikey. Andy got one. Kristen's still playing. Tyler lost to Tessa Cat. She's really good. She's another one of the children in this tournament, in this like area in St. Louis that plays in these tournaments. Are just not only are they as good as the adults, they're like arguably
All right, so we're
better.
going to quest for 3, go to 17.
Yep. So you have to answer everything.
Yeah.
You have to answer all 3 of those, or she wins.
Which he can answer
2.
2.
Correct. And he needs a rush to answer the 3rd, or a song, strength, storm, Zeus, something. I think the best scenario here is Zeus, Rapunzel, Fox, Troubadour, trade with Cindy.
All right, so we ink a white rose. That gives us 5 ink. So we could see an Elsa. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but what does that really get you? I mean, I guess you get rid of this Rapunzel.
Yeah.
So you got to use Fox and Elsa into Rapunzel, and then you got to use Churny Boy dies to something, to whatever it gets banished. Sorry, it trades.
Well, so I think what you do. Okay, yeah. So he's gonna take Fox and Elsa into Rapunzel, and then Chernabog's Followers into Queen. Chernabog's Followers will die.
So I'm almost certain that Kirsten handed me back the one copy of Big Cindy that she had in her deck because it was our enchanted promo from. But if she had that, that punish is huge. So you take the queen, the Cindy over the Queen, because literally if she has the shift Cindy, she just wins. GG's over.
Yeah. So now Kirsten is not exerting anything.
Yep. Well, she plays the Pete. This is
Yeah,
it. I mean,
that's
it's
it.
Elsa. It's Elsa or bust, right?
Yeah, it is also our bust. So this would have been the turn really to play that Elsa.
Oh, and there it is. He doesn't have it.
Nope.
Yeah.
And Kirsten will take this 2-1.
Let's go, Kirsten. Let's go.
And so
Also, Mitchell, congratulations. You played very, very well. And honestly, as we said, X1s are still in this tournament, right? Hey, there we go. We're
so
over to the
we'll go back
caster.
to the
cam.
caster cam. I am not Ron, but that's all right.
Yeah, by the time I change everyone's name, like you gotta switch it up.
Well, you don't even need to switch it up though, because we're probably gonna have somebody else come in and talk with you.
I'm gonna keep casting. I don't get a break.
Do you want a break?
I don't care. Do you want to cast with Rudrose? Sure. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe the mayor is lost because I know he wanted to cast with Brad. I know him and Brad have a great rapport together. They did that video.
They did a video. Has that come out yet?
It has. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
I haven't seen it.
it's Poor Unfoiled Souls, I think it's Poor
Okay.
Unfortunate Souls, but it's parody and it's you don't have foils, so therefore you can't win. Foils win championships. I think that's the moral of the story. Right?
Yeah.
Foils win championships.
We definitely do need more help though, so I'm very glad that Travis or
Justin as well came in and helped
Rudrose,
us out.
Is it Rudrose? Rudrose? I don't know.
I don't know
It's
either.
like Specky.
We'll have him say it. Yeah. It's one of those ones you always think you're getting wrong.
Yeah.
And you never know when you get it right.
Listen, I get your wife and Kristen confused. I got that, so I'm not the person to judge on any of that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and Justin, we had Ron come in for a little bit.
Yeah,
this
Ron
week.
came
I
and
think
hung out with us.
Linc wants to come and talk about his purple deck.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah, so
We'll
we're
get him
gonna
in.
get
Actually, let's grab Kirsten since she won.
So we'll get Kirsten.
Kirsten. Hey, what up, man? Kirsten, you want to come talk? You don't have to.
Okay.
Well,
But I can, yeah, sure.
All right.
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna jump out and.
I was just gonna let you talk to her. That's fine.
Somebody
Okay,
interview me.
alright.
I can't talk by myself.
Okay, well I'll talk to here. So Kirsten. So
Hi.
yeah, that was such a great round. Tell us a little bit about your deck.
It's pretty standard. There's
Pretty
nothing
standard?
special about it at all. Yeah, I did make the changes from Robin Hood to the Queen package. Haven't seen that really do a whole lot for me, but it's been working better than the Robin Hood did.
Because you played the Robin Hood package yesterday at game night.
I did, and I took out my big Cindy, the Cindy Stout-Hearted, and I traded her for the Ariel Singer.
Yeah.
And I definitely really like that. That has helped me a lot today, actually, surprisingly, even though it's only a one of. And I had more Lawrences too. I went from 2 Lawrences to 4 Lawrences. I dropped my Ursula.
And that's such a great card to have because it's that 4/4, and
Yep.
really like basically anything your opponent is gonna hit into that is likely going to die.
Yeah.
Or suffer the consequences
Exactly.
of such a hard card to remove from the board. And it quests for 2, so that's such an impactful
Rapunzel
card.
target for me,
Yeah,
man. I just
yeah,
run it into
exactly.
something and I'm like, boop, Rapunzel.
So
Yeah.
one question Annie and I had while
Yeah.
watching your matches. So you have World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
I do.
And so there was a scenario in game 2 at the end where you could have used the big queen to give the strength to one of your opponents and then
Oops.
use the world's greatest. Were you thinking?
I didn't
through
think about that.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a great idea, actually. Dang! I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna use that next round.
Yeah.
No, I completely forgot about that package, honestly. I just ended up, I had kind of conceded sitting down with him once I realized he's playing Purple Steel that I'm like, oh, this is going to be ink. I can't think of a card that in his deck is potentially 5 or more.
Right.
So I was like, ooh, it's probably just going to be ink.
What's up in Melee?
Tom Muhammad won 2-0. He can't report. He tries to, and it says it's already been reported. But then when he refreshes, it says it's not reported.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'll get it in a second.
It's a great idea. That's smart. Dang, I'm not smart. Sheesh.
So
Yeah.
So what were some of those challenges in that second match? So you seemed that the first match went pretty
Double
well.
Pete.
But that double Pete.
The double
really,
Pete just killed me because I did have, if I remember correctly, I think I didn't have a 1-drop. I had a 2-drop, and I think it was a Troubadour, and I think I had an Aerial as well. But double Peating me just completely destroyed my plan, and I had a bunch of songs. That's like all I had.
And you missed that 1-drop too.
I missed the 1-drop.
First round.
Yep. Which wasn't as detrimental, but
Ask her how happy she is with her game plan of not letting her opponent play a 1 or a 2-drop in the third game.
that was not. Look,
but hey, honestly, it worked out.
I
for
think
you.
he did it on purpose because he inked the Chernobog. He inked the Chernobog instead of playing it because I had Singer Ariel.
Yeah,
So
I get
instead
it.
of just wasting the card, he just inked it. And I'm
But it was a strategy.
It's
Sure.
a strategy.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say though. Sometimes in these games, it's better to be lucky than good.
And
That's
I was
what I
definitely
always love to say because I'm mostly on the lucky side.
same.
You know.
Same.
But you're doing great now. I think you might actually move up to being our number 1 or number 2 player in the standings going into round.
Does this mean I don't have to play anymore? Can I?
Listen, I tell you what.
I'm just kidding.
Here's the thing.
I want the higher seed.
Here's
it
the
worked
thing
out
I
for me
always say
last
about
time.
this is that it has bitten me before to say, yep, I guarantee I did this live. If you go back, watch some of our live streams.
You can.
I've done this where I've said exactly, oh, yep, they're guaranteed. And Annie's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, 100%. He's
Yeah.
like, I'm not so sure. And I was wrong. And so ever since then, I've been very, very careful about saying what the strategy should be going forward.
Yeah.
But there is certainly a strategy to play to intentionally draw
Right.
for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to do the math out and figure what that looks like. But yeah. Well, thanks for sitting with us.
Of course.
Interviewing, and good luck in the rest of the
Always.
tournament. And hopefully we'll interview you here in the future. Maybe one of the top tables.
We'll see. Who
All
knows?
right. Thank you.
All right, everyone. We are. Oh, I'm not on. Mine's not turned on.
Folks, can you hear us? Can you see? Well, you can't see us. We've got a special treat for you, though. Hey, it's Rudrose from Rudrose TCG popping in to help out the Rules of Villainy. I'm here with Andy. Thanks so much for having me, buddy. As we have got Tom on the left and Dylan on the right. Dylan starting off by inking a Scrooge McDuck, bringing out a popsicle, and immediately replacing it with a bell to counter this magic broom. I've lost to this item deck many, many times. So you're in for a treat if you haven't seen this version of Blue Steel. That's right, Blue Steel is still around and kicking. As Tom goes ahead and inks, and Elsa is going to quest with the broom, which implies to us that he's probably going to banish it, or perhaps bounce it with a snake, if we're still running that. This looks like traditional Ruby Amethyst so far. Could even be the evasive version. A little Diablo action. A great card you want to see down against a bell in case it sings Storm Rage on against you, then it replaces itself. We put a broom down as well.
Wow, awesome start. Thank you for keeping that up there, Rudrose. I appreciate that. I had a little bit of microphone troubles myself here, but we are right into it. Let me reset the wins here. Nobody has won any games. Tom versus Dylan. You were telling me before this match that you've seen Dylan play this Sapphire Steel. My immediate answer was Sapphire Steel in this day and age.
Yeah, the bans did not affect this one, so it relies heavily on Maurice's workshop to draw a ton of cards with items, but there's just not a lot of item hate in the meta right now, especially with a deck like Ruby Amethyst. It can't even hit items. So once it gets those workshops online, there's essentially nothing your opponent's going to do about it. They just have to go faster than you do. As we see a last cannon, you're going to see kind of more of these offbeat items from this deck. I believe that one is, I want to say you banish it and you give something challenger, but it's been a minute since I've seen that card.
Yeah,
so.
last cannon, we actually have a nifty little thing here. Vince took our iPad, so it goes a little slower, but we got this little nifty thing here. We can throw last cannon up on the screen.
Excellent.
1 to banish the item, and pay 1 and banish the item. Chosen character gains challenger +3. So that will be very effective to help take out maybe locations.
Look, yeah, it's huge against locations because you're thinking, oh, well, this bell only hits for 3. My library's safe. And then suddenly bell hits for 6, actually. And then, the Maui or whatever. I mean, there's no Maui in this list, but
Zeus.
The Scrooge McDuck, the Zeus, yeah, the Baboom,
Zeus.
even if they've got that.
We see the Lumiere come down. This is actually one I played in my list yesterday in Ruby Amethyst. And in certain matchups, it does a lot of work, like especially protecting from a Sisu, your rabbits, your genies, all those get that extra 1, blocks off that big Sisu. But we'll see how effective it may be here in this matchup.
It's a card I've never liked myself, but I do like seeing other people use it, and I've seen it be effective where sometimes the difference between 2 strength versus 3 strength is exactly what you need to take something out like this bell. So and like I said, that Sisu protection too. Not that you have to worry about this against a non-Ruby deck, but again, I don't have the courage to run it myself, but I've seen what it can do, and I find it very effective too in the evasive list. You have a card like Peter Pan Shadow, looking for a shadow, and then suddenly he's hitting for 3, which again is a big difference than just hitting for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you mentioned the Peter Pan Shadow Finder there. We'll have to see if that is with the Maui coming down, it does seem like we are headed towards a sort of, they call it the Pan Shark deck.
Yeah, the evasive version.
Very evasive heavy. Maybe we'll see that Moana come down or something. The one that challenges, when it challenges, it gives another character +3, which can be really, really great to clear out boards. But you said this is a very item focused list, so Dylan may be able to do a lot of these non-interactive things to hopefully get his game plan going.
Yeah, which looks like he's thinking of bringing down the Queen, or no, he's doing the Scrooge McDuck. You know, I don't mind this card as much when you have to pay 4 for it. It's a bit more of a menace when you just turn some items sideways. And there's our first Maurice's Workshop. So Dylan will definitely be looking to get this online on his next turn. And so the Iago actually really checks both the Bell and the Grammatala. Otherwise, you know, you don't care if you quest those in front of a Lumiere or Diablo, but with the Diablo, that's the tiny bird. You got to worry about that big purple bird, Andy. It's looking to come in and swallow you up.
Absolutely, yeah. This Iago now a 5/6. I mean, is there anything in Sapphire Steel really that doesn't, you know, that trades with it even?
No,
right?
I
Like
don't
it's
think
gonna
so.
take out a medium Tammy, like a happy Tammy.
Yeah.
Like you said, the Scrooge is gone. A Hades could live if this
Yeah.
list plays something like that. It's usually a little more blurple card, right?
The big 8-cost Tamatoa will survive it, but that's about it. Most of these characters are going to fall to it. Now, one thing about Dylan's deck, granted he may have changed it a bit since last I played him at Collector's Store, but he tends to not have a way to actually challenge evasives. And I was running a more traditional version of Ruby Amethyst, so I think this version could be better against it. As we see this Maurice's Workshop, folks, if you don't know what this item does, anytime you play an item, you can pay 1 ink and then draw a card. So as you saw there, 3 for the Workshop, and then you spent 1 to play the Popsicle. So you draw for the Popsicle, you exert your last ink, and you draw for the Workshop as well. And that, of course, stacks. If you get multiple Workshops out there, which is what I've seen this do, suddenly a single Popsicle becomes like 4 or 5 cards in hands. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is sort of the draw engine. You know, it's an actual draw engine. We see a lot of Sapphire decks just using like the replacement cards, like a Popsicle or a Develop Your Brain or a Grammatala. But this is some extra card draw on these.
And there you see the power of that Scrooge. We just exert 4 cards there, get a huge 4/4 body, very overstated card for its cost, especially with a positive effect. And gets, you can see, Scepter of Arendelle, item no one really thinks about or cares about, but when you can turn it into card draw with Maurice's Workshop, suddenly it's got a new angle to it.
And I mean, chosen character gains support.
Yeah.
That's not a bad.
That can be, especially when you have these big bodies like a Scrooge giving 4 strength to something, and suddenly that Bell can one-shot a Queen's Castle. That's huge.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially even like Tamatoa, who's arguably wants to always be questing. You get that free item to come down or to recur the item, big Tammy or medium Tammy, to give 4 or 5 strength to help take out. I mean, locations just don't exist at that point, right?
Right. We do see the Equalizer come down on Tom's side, which is the Maui Half Shark. Now, the Steel decks tend to have an answer against this card, and along came Zeus. And I think Dylan actually had one in his hand earlier. Ooh, and then Storm Rage on such a good answer to that Iago where it says, hey, your stats don't matter. And I think he just drew Zeus off of that as well. Yeah. So this Maui Half Shark.
Yeah.
And then along came Zeus. And that shark's not nearly as threatening when he just comes down and then leaves the board immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. It was originally when the storm came down, I thought they were going to target the Lumiere, but really just not caring about. I mean,
what's he going to hit a 1-cost Diablo?
and all, even if like a Maui or something comes down here, they're just not necessarily threatened by losing these characters. These characters have done their job and then some at this point.
And there's that Pete, which says, oh, your only answer to this is be prepared? Yeah, well, actually, your answer to this is nothing. You're not allowed to use it. Like, Pete is the crusher of dreams against any Rubio with this player when he comes down on turn 6.
And then nowadays, I mean, we see Pete in Amethyst Steel repeat over and over and over again.
Oh, my goodness.
Or the worst is when they don't have repeat and they just play the Pete's over and over again. It's just...
And you can see Crab, a nice effective hit there that he actually, I don't know if he forgot about the Lumiere. He could have hit in the Scrooge.
That's what I'm wondering. I was going to say, do you think you would have taken out a Scrooge maybe instead?
Yeah,
it's only slightly more threatening, but
you still always want to take out the biggest willpower. So, but he may have just forgotten that, the Diablo actually was getting 1 from the Lumiere. So with the Crab, it would have hit for 4.
Right. So we see the Fishbone come down.
And so now you tap 1, you get Maurice's Workshop. I've seen this. There was one turn against Dylan where he had just a Fishbone Quill in hand, and because he had 3 Workshops, suddenly that turned into 6 cards in hand. Without that, that's a dead hand. But no, not in this game.
That's crazy. Yeah. We've been seeing, I think, a lot in this meta. That card advantage in hand is incredibly valuable.
Here comes the quest out. kind of anticipating the be prepared, although I have to be honest, it's not as effective here if you're wiping out 3 of your own characters. We do have some crab shenanigans we could do though. Well, we seen with the crab, I was going to say you could run the crab into like the peat and then power up, you know, one of the other cards. But it looks like because he's singing, he's going to go for the be prepared. You see Dylan's getting ready to just scoop him up. As surely we get a little be prepared.
Yep, there we go. All right, so the peat coming down to stop, like this whole interaction was all very normal, but we were at like 4 and 2 lore or whatever, so it felt like, anticlimactic, right?
So watch this.
No one is running away.
And we have 2 workshops. So 1 popsicle, you draw for popsicle, pay 1 for 1 workshop, pay 2 for this. I mean, look at that amount of cards in hand. Like, this is almost like having locations, except you can't hit them. They don't gain lore right now, but they actually will become lore once that big Tamatoa comes down. Like, these item packages, man. Dylan right now is saying Flavors from who? And I don't need that card. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Plenty of cards here, able to fishbone 1 away. Now they've got 2 inks, and they're able to do it again.
Popsicle draw, first workshop. Don't mind if I do. Pass, go ahead. It's such a good, and he's done this so many times after a be prepared turn, because he doesn't have to quest out. He does not need. He just knows I just get to Tamatoa a dime, and then I just win on the spot.
Nothing threatening.
Yeah, I do love Queen's Castle coming down here. Puts a lot of lore pressure on the board. This deck at least doesn't have anyone who can rush, so the only way it can just deal with it outright is it's going to have to burn, and along came Zeus and something else, which we actually do have 2 at hand. So if he really wants to, he could blow this castle into the ocean, but...
He's looking how many he has left over as well. Maybe he's just not threatened by it. Looks like he's considering the Tamatoa.
Tom's only on 7 lore. It's going to take that castle a while to get up there. So here comes double popsicle. Oh boy, do you like drawing cards? You're about to see that again. So 1 for the popsicle. 1 for the workshop, and 1 for the next workshop. And as you can see, Dylan is smartly utilizing the bag here. You don't have to just draw those. You can draw them 1 by 1. The workshop is optional. So if for whatever reason you decided, actually, I don't need any more, you can just say, no, I'm good. I'm done drawing.
Yep, absolutely. We actually saw in round 1, Kirsten from Grapes here. She is playing an Amethyst Steel Mill deck, where she uses like Show Me More, Chromacon, and then Wheels, and uses like Yzma, Purple Yzma, Shift Yzma.
Make them draw
to
cards.
Make you draw cards, and then she uses the Broom from set 1 to put the Whole New World back in her deck and shuffle.
Whew, that's cool. That's really cool.
We got to see her mill out Mikey in game 1, and then he was able to come back in both other games by just going fast. But that would, I think, a matchup into someone drawing as much as Dylan and he is here, that would be interesting. But
I never want to count out Ruby Amethyst, but like I said, I've been on the receiving end of this so much, and Dylan has the lucky dime in hand. So if Tom can't get rid of this Tamatoa this turn, which doesn't look like he's going to, it's going to quest. We're going to drop that dime for free, which then can draw us cards off the workshop. And then it just becomes, okay, when do you see the big Tamatoa? And with that Scepter of Arendelle, you can give support to this Tamatoa, like you mentioned earlier. Give that Bell +4 strength. Suddenly she can just take out this castle on her own.
Castle's gone. So you get dime, 2 lore, and castle gone.
Right.
For 1 quest of a Tamatoa.
It's like a salesman's coming in, Andy. They're like, have I got a deal for you, sir?
This crab right here slaps the...
smacks it on the side. This baby right here, this will take out a castle, no problem.
Yeah, that is a sight to see.
And you can see, even with the bans we had this set, the power of putting out all these free cards. The Scrooge McDucks, these bells, the Tamatoa putting a dime into play for free. Boom, Bell just takes that like, holy moly, man, it's such value. So and look at his hand. It's not like he's like emptying his hand for this. He still has more than his starting hand.
And he still has like 8, 9 ink or something to play with here. He basically hasn't played anything. He just paid 2 to draw 2 off that free dime that he has. So he wants to keep 2 probably to trigger the dime.
How do you compete with this kind of value?
2, 3, 4, 5. So we're threatening 16 here next turn for Tom. And I mean, Goat Bounce is a threat. That would take you to like 18.
And he basically needs to find it now, because if I count it up correctly, we have 10 items on board. So any big Tamatoa is going to be worth 11 the
Just
moment it comes
wins,
down.
yeah.
So
we were just one Tamatoa away from.
mhm.
Okay, so we see 2 popsicles come back. We got another Tamatoa. Oh my goodness.
Wasn't the one we were thinking of, but it's still a very impressive crab.
Yeah. Crab is a crab in this
I know.
case.
And that 8 cost Hamatoa was such a powerful card, as we see the dime coming into play right there. Going to go to 10 more. That card was already powerful. So the fact that we bring another one, and here comes that Pete just saying, well, in case you need to wipe this board, actually you can't.
No B prep. No B prep. And Big Sisu doesn't even tickle these characters. So
Yeah, and Ruby Amethyst doesn't really have a way to help that Sisu. Like Lumiere increases her strength, but it doesn't affect the strength of your opponent. So
right.
it'd be kind of neat if it had some kind of weird effect like that. Like maybe it was the difference between her strength and the others. But
yeah, and I think I don't know. And now we're thinking about how you said there is no item removal in Ruby Amethyst. But really, what does what does removing this dime do at this point anyway?
Exactly.
Unless it goes into the inkwell, then
if you put it into
turn.
if you put it into the discard, Tamatoa just says okay.
Yeah.
And that's Tom's only way to win this at this point. He has to basically race him because you have to win before Big Tamatoa comes down. If he quests out, he'll go +5 to 16, and like you said it, maybe he can go bounce at that point.
Yep.
But he has to hope. We don't see it in Dylan's hand currently.
Right.
So we know he doesn't have it, but you've seen how many cards he could draw. Like
absolutely. I don't think. Oh, he's gonna try.
Oh, he's desperate for the draw. Really, probably not what you want to be doing. It is kind of funny to see that the Diablo pecked him for 1, takes the Lumiere.
Another Lumiere.
Here we go. Now we're gonna power up. We're gonna beat up these.
All the both Lumieres are 3/2s now. We got 4/4 Genie and 2/1 Diablo.
Yeah. Well, and even without the big Tamatoa, maybe he's got to just be digging because we have 8. We're gonna go to 18 on board with a dime tap, so we might not even need the Tamatoa. He did draw Shark. I think you just go in on Shark and just hope you can cheese out some lore with some actions next turn. Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have another Pete. Granted, we know Dylan has a Zeus, so if Dylan feels like he absolutely has to, there's no way this Shark is sticking around. But
oh, we take out the bell and we finish off the Tamatoa. Okay, that's
okay.
pretty smart.
Okay,
we clean up a good bit. It puts the clock, or it buys him more time, right? Dylan is Top Gun piloting this deck.
Hey, John, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, okay, so we've got these popsicles, which just never go away because these crabs keep getting them back. So we can quest, gonna go to 12, play a popsicle for free, which is draw 1, and then tap, and draw again. And there's the So Shiny Crab. So I think this is over.
I think he's done, yep.
Yeah, and just shows.
Yep,
Yeah, okay.
Yep, there we go. And that's game 1 for Dylan. Wow. I'm
pretty
sure he's
scary,
got. I assume he's got 4 of those in the deck, right? The big Tammies.
I don't know if he does because I think because he knows he draws so much, I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, I only need 1 copy or 2 copies. Like because once you find it once, like I've never seen him. He's not just gonna jam it out there on 8 ink and say, well, let's see if it can start doing work. He has always saved it for just the OTK. Boop, gone. Turn.
So he's almost treating it like a dime.
Kind of,
essentially.
yeah.
He doesn't want to find it early. The luxury of playing 4 of the big Tamatoa is that you can then ink one early, which happens a lot. A lot of these Sapphire decks that run the Tamatoa, you see them ink it, play the popsicle on turn 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
If you have fewer of those, it does become sort of a brick in your hand.
Yeah.
But
that's something so interesting to me about these Sapphire decks in general. And I know you guys have talked about this a lot on your Rules of Villainy show, that man, compared to some of these other, what they consider high-powered cards, like all of them are inkable. The Bell, the Scrooge McDuck, the new Tamatoa, like all these cards they got are inkable cards, whereas normally a card like that Tamatoa or Maui Half Shark, you would expect, well, no, that's like a 6 cost uninkable, right? It's in the Medusa Tremaine category. Nope, not in these decks. They're so strong. Yeah, I figured you'd enjoy that one, John. I know how much you like watching the item builds. So, is there anything Tom can do is the question. Because okay, you can't interact with these items. They're just going to sit there all game. Just try to go as fast as you can. Hope he doesn't get the bell opening, so at least there's a little less pressure on you.
Yeah, I think that is the answer, or what sort of checks this deck is something like amber steel, perhaps, that can go faster and also wheel away a massive hand that you might have, punish you for drawing too much. Also has a lot of the same answers that you do, so they can take out medium Tammy with or Scrooge or whatever with the Zeus.
Yeah.
And they could sing it on too. So, Tom needs to just go as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah. If Dilligan already mulliganed, I think he did. It looked like kind of a weird hand for him. He had double Tamatoa, he has a dime, so it's very early for those cards.
Double Tala.
I don't think I can see a bell or even an item in there. Obviously, other than the dime.
I don't think he has anything till turn 4.
Which is exactly what Tom needs. He needs to have his opponent essentially just sit there and do nothing.
Incompass, yep.
He's like, well, don't mind if I do, sir.
Now, Dylan, you said you know him or are friends with Dylan here. He must have been playing cards for a very, very long time. We can just tell by the way he handles the cards and flips them around.
And Justin does a similar thing too, where the way he slides it out of the middle of the pack there. I've noticed that. As an actor, I always try to mimic how people play, and it's like, okay, if I ever need to intimidate or what's the word? Imitate. Thank you, Andy. So it's not a super fast start, but at least Tom recognizing there's no rush in this deck. I don't need to banish this Chernobog or this Broom. Let's just keep it around. I need to put on as much lore pressure as possible.
Character per turn, that's fine. Pete, I think the Pete probably is just coming out here to try and
to get a body down. There's no real action you're trying to stop here. So now Chernobog finally threatened will say, okay, let's turn into a little value.
Do we not see a good
Castle would be pretty solid here. There you go.
Castle. That is really good. Quest the 1, but you can't throw away the Broom, so you just leave it there. That's fine. It's a good option.
There's an argument that you quest with the Broom to just take attention away from the castle. That you could, you're going to lose the card draw is the risk, of course, but you could try to go, well, this way maybe he'll send the Pete at the Broom and then the castle will stick around longer. But you hate to lose that card draw as well. So I don't know if that's the correct call.
Right. No, I think no matter what, there's no way Dylan was spending. He's not Zeusing and Peating that castle. He always 100% takes out the Broom here, and then the Pete, and now in this case the Scrooge or Zeus or whatever else on 4 he was going to do, he could do next turn instead. But so I think Tom made the smart move there.
We got the double Peter Pan.
Ooh, the Sing Friends.
Nice. That's pretty good.
You keep cards in hand. We see another location go in his hand, so that could be tricky.
You have some ink. You can move him into the castle. I mean, it's going to get banished, but now you're essentially forcing him in case Dylan did want to do something else. Well, maybe he wanted to sing his own, whatever, how far I'll go. Or now it's kind of forcing him, hey, you can't let this sit around. I'm going to draw 2-3 cards next turn if you do.
Yep, absolutely. So we're starting to see some more cards that Dylan probably wanted early in the game. I think we see a Popsicle and a Scepter. There we go. He's looking for...
Didn't take the workshop.
Yeah, I thought he was looking for that workshop.
I thought so too. He took the big Tamatoa. Maybe.
Oh, no, he has one.
Oh, he did. Okay. Still, I know how much he likes stacking those. I'm still a little surprised he didn't take it.
And it was an interesting...
Oh, okay.
So he quests.
Yeah,
so
he actually, with the power of the
Scepter.
Scepter.
The quest. Okay, that's a nifty move. I was just about to say, I wonder why he doesn't save the Scepter for the workshop and instead was ink efficient.
Yeah. Oh, and the shark has rush.
Oh, the rush shark. We get the friends back. We sing the friends. This is what this
there
deck
you
is supposed to do, right?
Tom's seeing what he wants to see. So now Peter Pan's got friends on the other side. And you know what's even better than drawing 2 cards with friend, Andy? When you also get 1 lore with it.
Absolutely.
All right, this is looking way, way better for Tom. Dude, Shark is already a great card, but when you give it Rush and it can immediately benefit from it, hello. Yes, please.
When I had Justin on here earlier today, the thing we talked about with Shark was he said it has no ETB, right? So it's really important to get some value out of it the turn you play it, because it is a high value target that everyone's looking at. And so in red blue, we want to see it played and then a couple actions played that same turn. Whereas in this deck, you want to see that Peter on board so that you can rush in, get something back, and guarantee that you get that value out of the Shark.
The Pete, of course, it took 4 damage from the Scrooge, so it was a pretty easy way to clean it up with the Storm. But even if he'd hit the Pete instead, he still would have been 2 damage away with the Storm, so he made the right call, taking out the bigger body there. Question is, can he get another Shark to maybe capitalize on this again? But again, now one advantage Tom has with this evasive version is that Dylan does not have a way to challenge evasive characters. He has to use his spot removal on it.
That is true. There's and there's only so much of that in the deck, which is what I find is, can be the problem when you're playing a steel deck against the like heavy evasives. You're just like, man, I only have at most 12 of these cards that are really doing something to hurt you.
Ooh, okay. So now at first I was like, well, we can't really challenge these.
You can clear the whole board. No,
I don't know if he even needs to.
Yeah,
I think again he just relies on the evasive lure.
Takes out the Tala.
He can use the also of course because it just came down this turn and it can't quest. But yeah, even in a deck like Steel Song, there is a limit to that removal, right? There are some times I've baited out. I don't know if it's the right move or not, but I've baited out with the Chernobog. Go ahead, blow Storm on that. That's one less Storm you have later. So there comes a point they will run out of that spot removal.
There's like this. I was telling Kirsten. So we see the scoop.
Dylan just sees. Okay, I'm too far behind. Wow. So Tom
has 33 minutes. There's definitely an argument for maybe trying.
Yeah, I think maybe if he would have felt better if he'd had like his workshop set up. But with no workshop set up, he was probably thinking, I'm just going to be playing one card a turn. And so, Tom, that is exactly what he needed. Dylan had a very, very slow start. And Tom, not that he had an explosive start, but having those evasives, knowing, again, he can't challenge these.
Hey, all it took was basically one on every turn. And then the fact that they were evasive meant they stuck around even longer.
Those pans didn't leave once they hit the board, did they?
Nope, they were there to stay. And, I think we saw Dylan with some removal options like the Zeuses and stuff.
Yeah.
That he chose not to use on those Peter Pans. Probably, like you said, we're talking about, we have only so much value or so much removal. We got to get good value out of it.
Yeah.
So I think Dylan's mostly looking for a better hand this game.
Of course, yeah. Well, he's got Popsicle so far, so that's already, even if he doesn't see the bell. Yeah, because I don't think he did anything for the first 2 turns of the game last time.
Yeah. So
he had all his high costs. He had the dimes.
Okay, so that hand, I think I see 3 items and 2 Scrooges.
Yeah, which you could get to a turn 3 Scrooge if you can get another item. And he actually draws into the bell, too. So Dylan absolutely is going to see.
Takes us slightly further away from the Scrooge, but definitely gets us going on turn 1. And Dylan's on the play here, so...
looks like we got a bunch of Blue Steel fans in the chat.
Rooting for Blue Steel. What up, Thick Flare?
I can't ever go against my baby Ruby Amethyst, but I understand this deck is exciting to watch on stream. It's not very exciting to play against, especially when it's beating you down. But
yeah, I believe it. I kind of want to root for Ruby Amethyst as well. It got me a card yesterday.
Yeah.
I liked it.
It got me a playmat yesterday, so
nice.
Thank you.
I basically cheated the system to get there. I know
did you?
you'll love this story. I know you're a huge 2-game format enjoyer, right?
Oh yeah, it's just my absolute favorite. Sarcasm, if you couldn't tell.
5 rounds. I played the first 2, went 2-0 in both rounds.
Okay.
And ID'd my last 3 rounds, made top cut, 5th place.
Did you really?
5th place,
wow.
Yeah. Pretty broken
crazy.
System, huh?
So it's easy. You just win twice and then don't play the rest of the day.
Yep. They call it 2-game format for a reason. I only had to play 2 games.
I think that's why they named it that.
So that was, I know it was a unique scenario. There's a lot of draws. Me and Ron were the only 2-0s left after round 3.
Oh, okay.
Or going into round 3. So, but hey, it was, got a card.
Yeah, hey.
Win's a win.
You didn't make the system. What's that phrase? Hate the game, not the player?
Yep, exactly.
As Dylan is seeing a much better start this time. Has the bell opening. Actually inks a Scrooge here. Probably going to put out the Pete. I'm not a huge fan of Pete on turn 3 just because there's probably not many actions. But sometimes you just want that body. And it's a singer, right? And you can do that.
There we go.
Yeah,
we needed
a second. Yeah, you didn't have to. You just want to deny the broom card draw. Perhaps Peter Pan. Oh, nice. One of my favorite moves. Crab powering up the Diablo. The Diablo happily trades and then gets a card for its trouble. It's one of my favorite turn 3 plays in Ruby Amethyst.
Very, very nice. Yep.
Probably a Tala, I'd imagine, would just come down this turn. I don't think Cogsworth has a ton of use in this matchup. Because eventually a B-Prep's would just clear him out anyway.
Or a Big Sisu would be even worse. Yeah. I mean, we're obviously several turns away from a Big Sisu or a B-Prep, but... all right, so he will happily say, go ahead and trade your crab into my Pete. There's no value to be had.
And he says, I'd rather sing with my crab if you don't mind.
I concur. That is definitely a better option.
Yeah. Well, and I hopefully Tom recognizes that the longer this goes on, the more it's going to favor Dylan because he's just looking for that eventual OTK hit.
Yep.
So, I like that too. There's not really much value in just trading with the Pete.
It's forcing Dylan to trade.
Exactly.
Instead of the other way around. Although I think I wonder if Dylan just says quest instead.
Yeah.
But
he hasn't established the workshop yet, so this is the big opening for Ruby Amethyst because that early workshop and then the popsicles, you just never outvalue them, right? So
right. So yeah, he will trade the crab. That's probably smart because if he quested both of them, we could see, like the crab trade the genie and then get a 2-for-1 kind of deal there. But at the same time, we want to see this genie quest. There we go.
Yeah, genie needs to start looking for lore because.
Absolutely.
Again, these evasives are the way to do it. I honestly, I don't know if I even favor the Iago much in this match, knowing how easy it is to get rid of it. I like another genie, unless you have the pan and it can immediately rush in. Then obviously that's a lot stronger.
Yep. Yeah, you saved the Iago. I almost feel like he played the Iago last game or the first game because he had to.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't have the better option of the genie or something like that. But the Iago is what's really awesome with the
rush,
with the pan.
Well, and that's like so many of these
Finder.
evasive cards that Moana, if you just read her with the text that's on the card, it's like, I mean, that's okay. But when you're like, and also can do it immediately, you're like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
You do see Big Tammy he is happy as a clam. Going to go ahead and bring back 2 of those popsicles for free. Can't put them down yet, and we don't have a workshop to at least super benefit off of them. So Tom has some time here, but the score is tied right now. Very early 3-3. Is it shark time? So there's a shark in the water. Unfortunately, I think Dylan does have a Zeus in hand.
That would be brutal.
Does he? I think it might
maybe
be
that
the
last
final
card.
last card.
Either way, we're gonna.
But she can sing it, so.
We're gonna have suspense. Oh, he
Hold
can.
the free dime. Oh no.
That's brutal.
It's looking good for items. And Matella
And
says,
the
"I'll take
clock
2
is
more
turned
and
on.
free 7 ink for free. That's pretty good."
Yeah, that is some value for sure.
To quote a friend from the FF game, if it's for free, it's for me. And cannot beat that kind of value. I think he does have the Zeus, so he can still just take out this shark. Like
Just sing it with the Tala as well.
yeah, you can even pay for it if you really want to. If you want to put on your own lore pressure, because the dime represents its own clock. You can also just put out the Scrooge. Works really well here. He's not favoring the Queen right now. Well, maybe he is. Inks the Scrooge.
Dime and Queen.
And Queen's 3, right? Or is she
Yep.
4? Yeah, she's 3. Okay. And I believe it's... And then Tala sings the Zeus, gets rid of the shark. I believe the Queen is you can exert her and you like look at the top 3 or 4 items of the deck. I don't remember her exact
actually,
wording, but
we can
we'll pull her up for you all because it's been a second since I...
Oh, there's gonna be like 1,000 queens. I
Right, yeah.
Should have searched more specifically.
There
Here we
she
go.
is.
We get the enchanted one even.
Oh, nice.
Look at the
So-
top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal an item card and put it into your hand. If that item costs 3 or less, you may play it for free instead, and it enters play exerted. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. Yeah, I think we saw it was a Ruby Sapphire list.
Yeah.
One of the DLCs in Europe.
Yeah,
that
that's
just
right.
popped off with Queen plus Workshop equals like everything.
I know why he did it. I don't know if I would have prepped there. Like, in a way, he didn't have a choice because you've got a crab on board, a queen on board, a lucky dime. But at the same time, you got rid of 2 of your, like...
Did have 2 genies.
He did have 2
though,
in backup. but-
hanging out. That is a pretty threatening. I mean, it's posing the same amount of lore
Yeah.
as the Tamatoa is at this point.
Yeah, by
right?
itself. A solo crab. Man, if Ruby Amethyst, and I say this as an avid Ruby Amethyst enjoyer and fan and player, if that deck ever gets a reliable way to deal with items, specifically Lucky Dime, we're gonna be cooking, Andy.
Yeah.
We're gonna be cooking.
Yeah, I don't know, because that's what I was saying. Like, what would you even give Ruby Amethyst, even if we're ignoring the like lore? You know,
It would have to be some repeatable effect on a character. Like, it can't just be play a character.
right? But like, it can't be banish
Yeah,
the
'cause then
item
it just
because
gets
it
it
doesn't
back,
matter.
yeah.
Because by the time they give Ruby Amethyst,
Tucks it into
item
the deck, maybe?
banishment.
That's a Ruby, or it's
Like
an Amethyst
brooms
thing.
do that. They
And the
sweep
Queen does
them.
that. The new
Yeah.
Queen, she tucks stuff. I've actually played the Queen against some of these decks, and when she's good, she's great because she can't all those actions that a shark wants back, or all those items that they want to recycle. You can
Yeah.
tuck them in. So maybe that would kind of fit its color palette.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Shuffle, and I guess technically does the broom.
It puts it into
Shuffles?
the deck, and I think it
That's
shuffles.
from the
There's a
discard.
Maui, so Maui does get to clobber one of these crabs and does live to tail the tail, which means Dylan can go to 15. Tom just trying to overload the board. You know your opponent doesn't have Be Prepared. Only I do.
We got double Zeus in hand though, so
We got the Big Tammy as well. What would it be? 1, 2. If Big Tammy came down, he'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus, if he got something back, 5. Plus 2. So he couldn't quite win this turn. And what does Tom have on board? 1, 2, 3. Tom does have lethal on board.
he has lethal on board. So I think
And
Dylan
you
has
can't
to answer here.
Yeah, you have to spend that Zeus, I think, on one of these genies, because the only thing you can attack is the Maui.
Well, you can. I think he has double Zeus and Storm here, so I think he can Storm the Maui and then double Zeus
Both the genies, yeah.
both the genies. The problem is he can't do that without singing the Tamatoa and without getting the Dime Lore either.
Yeah, he's got
He's only
9
at
ink.
9 ink. Yeah.
If he spent both on the Zeus,
and the only card in his hand other than that to ink is that Big Tammy, which he
that's his
can't.
only inkable.
It's the only other card. I think he has 2 Zeus, a Storm, and a
Oh,
Tammy.
you're right. Well, so what you could do, you could start with the Storm, see what you get. Maybe you can get another inkable that then you can still use the Dime tap.
But then
You could even take a risk.
But then you'd also only be getting one of the genies, which would put him to 18. Go bounce.
Yeah.
Does it?
I don't know. We haven't seen a goat yet. I don't
We
think. have
haven't.
So he may not even have them. And Dylan may be wondering that himself. So you could, if you're hedging your bets on that, you could take a risk,
Yeah.
only clear out one genie, and then try to set yourself up for your own surprise. I win with Tamatoa next turn.
I mean,
That's a risk, though.
yeah. I don't want to get, struck down by the Ruby Amethyst gods, but I did play only 2 goats yesterday in my list.
How dare you?
Yeah. I figured that was not going to be how I was going to win.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other decks out there that can gain a lot of lore a lot faster.
Yeah.
Like the
Goat
Tamatoa.
can be very slow
Jafar.
when you're seeing stuff like this.
And Jafar and stuff too, which was another one I kind of maybe expected, although I don't think we've seen as much of that as people
Yeah.
say.
So we did get an inkable item. We got the last cannon. So if we wanted to, we could still ink that, pay for a Zeus, sing a Zeus, and then still have enough to tap the dime.
Yep.
And it looks like that might be what Dylan is going for.
Although that last cannon was also like the win condition
Right.
for.
Well, let's
the
see. So if he gets 2, he'd go to 13. So next turn, assuming the Tamatoa sticks around, would put him to 15, drop the big one, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever item you get back. So as long as this Tamatoa stays on the field, is he hitting the Peter Pan? Interesting.
He
So
is.
does it want a shark to come down?
Yep. The shark to come down could be pretty brutal.
Says, I don't care about the 2 lore. We actually, yeah, we have.
Oh, did he just top deck a Maui, I think?
He's
Oh,
got
no, it was a
pan.
brawl.
Brawl's so bad against this
Brawl is
deck.
really, really bad.
Brawl in general has felt so bad lately. Like, it's still
Yeah.
very good against some of the low to the ground aggro decks, but
I
some of these
played
blue
2 of
decks-
them as well.
Yeah, it just doesn't hit anything.
Yeah.
I've just started inking all mine. Like, there's no Flaversham you have to hold it for. Like, there's so many, it just doesn't hit. And Tom obviously doesn't know what we know in Dylan's hand, but he has to get rid of this Tamatoa.
Yep.
He cannot win the game now just by questing. He does quest, though. No crab power up. I mean, we see the pan. I don't know what else he's got in there.
I thought he passed. He wanted to see the
Yeah,
discard.
right, yeah. It's like, you
Sometimes
just
you
hear
can't tell with the hand gestures.
I go, Andy,
there.
hold on. I just jump out the door. No, hold on. Not like this.
Yeah, that's
Not like this. Pan. Do we have a follow up? Double pan. That's not enough, though. Just pass. I think this is going to be it for Dylan. Unless I miscalculated the numbers, but I'm pretty sure he's got enough.
Well, he would have 10, right?
Because he quests for 2. That goes
Oh,
to 15.
he'll
He
have
drops
11.
the Tamatoa. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus, if he pulls an item back, he can pull back a popsicle. Assuming he has enough ink for it. How much ink does he have?
I think he has to.
10? Did I count 10 correctly? So he
I
would
think that's
have
where he
enough.
should be at. If he inks the card he just
Yeah.
drew there, right? So you,
I'm
well,
kinda
also you get the item for free. You get the item for
Oh,
free
yeah,
because
yeah,
of the
you wouldn't
Tamatoa. So
even
you
need
play the
the-
big Tammy first, grab an item back, quest the other one, play the item for free,
Yeah.
tap the dime. Does he not have the item in his discard?
Oh, I assumed he had more. Maybe he doesn't.
Maybe
Well,
is the
that might
problem.
mess with the math then.
He needed 1 item for lethal. We thought he had it in his discard, John.
So
That's what we're
quest
saying.
2. He gets a sail.
That's not
1,
enough.
2, 3, 4.
That's not enough. You can't do it. Oh, he plays the sail.
Oh, wow. I can't believe it. Tom takes it. He did not. I thought he had a popsicle in there.
He didn't. Apparently not.
He must not have, right? Because surely he would have just scooped it up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. All these games kind of blend together too. So in other games, he's had so many. But
yeah,
I assumed he had, or even a scepter, like something in there.
Right. That's crazy.
Well, you pointed out that turn where he inked the last cannon.
Yeah.
Maybe that
was his win
He
condition.
held on to that.
Because, we were talking about needing that one item.
Yeah.
And we thought it was in his discard.
Yeah,
but it was actually in his inkwell. But it was actually in his inkwell.
Oh my
He shouldn't have
goodness!
done it. All right,
Congrats
let's throw it over to the camera here.
Congrats. Hey, okay? I'm scooting this way.
Yeah. All right, and and you're not Vince.
I'm not.
are Vince. You're not Vince. Travis. Is that good? All right.
Rudrose, Travis, they all work the same.
Awesome.
Dude, that was a heck of a match. And of course, I'm a little biased. I like to see Ruby Amethyst win, but Tom pulling that out by the skin of his teeth. I 100% thought Dylan had that, but again, I thought he had an extra item in his discard.
Yeah, we just he knows better than us. He's playing the game, not us, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that was wild. That was a lot of fun. I think John said it earlier. Imagine telling someone 3 weeks ago that you would be rooting for the Sapphire Steel item deck because it's the underdog, right?
Yeah,
no one would
absolutely.
believe that. That's pretty crazy.
Well, and so I think Tom, what served him well here is the evasive version is faster than the more typical. He's not trying to bounce rabbits and goats, which, as fun as that can be, takes a long time.
Absolutely.
And that gives this deck just all the time in the world to set up. And the evasives, again, they can't be challenged. There's nothing in this deck that can challenge them. And so when you have to spend that spot removal, you're gonna run out at some point.
Absolutely. That's how I lost in the sets yesterday that I played in. Is I didn't have enough. Like, they had more evasives than me, so I couldn't ever answer their board effectively because most of their characters were evasive. They had, like, the Pegasus instead of the Lumiere, and so, now I can't freely quest my Lumiere because Pegasus can trade with it, or, he rushes in with Pan Shadow Finder, and it's like, okay, well, I need one of I had fewer evasives, so that evasive is... it's not as fast as maybe some previous Ruby Amethyst builds were with the Flynn Rider, but it is still certainly very deadly.
It's such a funny keyword. I don't know how you guys have felt about it, but I remember in set 1, because there were some decks that were like, I'm just going to run all evasives, right?
Yep.
And there were some times it felt so weak that I was like, this keyword, they're overvaluing this keyword, it's not strong enough. And then there's other times you don't have a way to answer it. You're like, this is busted. You can't do anything about it. It just sits there and you lose. And it's very interesting to see how it goes back and forth.
I guess he doesn't need it because all of his characters are evasive. But the Maui's Fishhook is one we've been seeing in Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire a lot, and I found it to be very, very helpful.
I've been on that card since set 3 because when I read it, I was like, oh, it gives me a way to answer those evasives. Oh, and then suddenly it lets a Maui take out a Chernobog or a mana or something. So I've been hyping that card forever. It makes me happy to see so many builds now bringing it in as we get this nice cool breeze of air once the match is over.
Absolutely. So let's check in on the standings. We'll see how everyone did, where everyone's at. We are going into round 10 here. So
round 10?
10, sorry. Round 5.
I was like, oh my, you guys have done
round 6. Round? That was round 5. This is round 6 we're going into. Okay.
You got dedicated people. It's been going since midnight.
It has been going a while. We've been here since like 9 a.m., so I'm a little out of it. But can we get what?
Linc in here for
to talk about his video or his?
Sure.
Do you want to talk to him?
We didn't see it as the only thing, but I can ask. Oh, okay.
Didn't you?
I mean, I'm good at coming up with questions if you need me to do that. So.
Okay, well, let's review this real quick, and then we'll have him in here to talk. So Kirsten and Ace were able to draw. Ron versus Britt. Oh, you hate to see that.
Oh, no.
The husband and wife have to play each other.
I know that pain.
It looks like Ron took it 2-1. Mitchell and Amir. Mitchell got that 2-0. Nick and Tom. That's the other Tom, right?
Okay.
T. Casey, I think. Tom got that. Then this is the game we watched here. So Tom beat out Dylan. We got Steve. Mike beat Steve. The mayor has not reported. He is still playing against Hunter.
That's surprising because Hunter plays so quick.
Yeah, but the mayor plays so
That's
slow.
True.
It's like the immovable objects meet the unstoppable force. So we see Lucas and Triss still playing. Jeremy took out. I don't know who Web Street is. But Linc won his match against Izzy. Jimmy won. Megan's still playing. We got Chance beating Eddie. We got Andy beating Mikey. Tesla Cat won. Maggie won against Chip. And then Kristen and Tabitha are still playing. So
Nice.
it looks like we're probably going to have a lot of IDs in this last round here, even though we are in best of 3 format.
Yeah. Still, you don't want to risk that potential 0-2 and then get kicked out of Top Cut if you're locked in there.
But we will have quite a few people going to... Britt had already done her tie, but she lost, so she'll be at 3-1-1, and Ron will move up to 4-1. Okay, so...
Interesting. Dylan was in 6th before that round, so he might drop out of it now.
He'll go down to 3-2. I think X2 might still be able to make it,
he
right?
might still be on the cusp.
On the bubble there, yeah. And Tom moves up to 4-1.
That's a tough field. Like, look at all those 3-1s that aren't in top 8. Like, man, that's gonna feel bad if you're like, I only lost 1 game and I still didn't make it.
Yeah, we had a tie earlier. I think that kind of threw things for a loop here. Britt and Hunter tied.
Oh, okay.
So 2-1-1.
Yeah,
And then
Mike
Brad
and the Mayor,
also tied. So kind of an interesting tournament there.
Yeah.
We see. But all right, I think we are going to bring in Linc to talk about his Blurple deck.
Are you
Fan
talking to him or am I
favorite.
talking to him?
I don't know. We'll go grab him.
Okay. If you're watching at home, folks, thanks for being here with us. Man, I wish you could see the setup because Rules of Villainy really, really does a great job. The amount of stuff on display in this room, I'm very jealous as a producer myself, so it looks fantastic. It looks like we got a special guest coming in here. We got Linc the Sync sitting down for an interview. Linc, how are you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Okay, so what are you playing today?
Blurple.
Blurple. And is this more of like traditional Blurple? Has this got some kind of special spin to it?
Traditional.
Okay, so I'm assuming Genie, Sail the Azurite Sea. Are you running the Merlin Mim package?
Yeah.
Like Fox and Crab, maybe
Fox
Goat?
and Crab, yeah. Not Goat.
No Goat?
Not Rabbit.
No Rabbit. All right. How's it treating you today? What's your record?
3-2.
3-2? Okay. How do you feel like you've been playing?
Pretty good.
Good? Yeah. What pairing did you play last? Like, what was your most recent ink pairing?
Amber Steel.
How did that go?
Good.
Good. Did you win that one?
Yeah.
Nice. Traditionally, that one's been kind of tough on Blurple. So
Yeah.
can you tell me a bit about that match? Like,
Well, I think it was more aggro. It wasn't really the
gotcha.
song
Okay.
one.
So it was just trying to go fast, maybe Lilos and Smees and Daisy
Yeah.
Ducks and that. Okay. Nice. And you have foxes to eat up those daisies,
Yeah.
which is nice. No, that's good. I know the song version can be really tough against kind of more traditional Blurple, but yeah,
Right.
the low to the ground one, you at least have a lot of tools to challenge it. So why Blurple? Is this a color pairing you've always been on? Is it one you found you liked more recently?
So I've been playing it for a while. Blue Steel was what I first played this set, but then
The
it
bands.
got banned
Yeah.
and stuff. So then I kind of played it for a while, and then at a tournament I played a Hey Blue Steel Hey.
Oh, really? Yeah, the one
Yeah.
that puts all the cards in the inkwell? Nice.
Yeah. And then here I was like, well, I could do the Hey, but might as well just do Blurple because I feel like that does better.
Sure. What is it you like? Do you like the combination of like getting to high ink values and just the purple draw? What about Blurple do you enjoy so much?
I like the cards. They give you a whole lot of opportunity. Like you draw one single card and then it can change your whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you use some of the high end removal like Hades and Let It Go? That's something I've always liked about Blue as well, because usually in Lorcana people think of like, oh, Ruby and Steel, right? That's the way you get rid of cards. But Blue at least has those abilities. Oh, there's a shark over there. Okay, well at least Hades can just gets rid of it right away. Dude, that's awesome. Okay. So you said you were 3-2, right? So you could end 4-2. Might have a chance to make top cut off of that. You know, you're right there. It's obviously a lot of. We can see all the standings here and a lot of. That was after round 4. That's not updated with this round. So that's awesome, man. Well, was there anything in particular you wanted to tell us about the deck or share with it, or?
It's mostly fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can make a comeback very easily.
What's your favorite card in the deck?
That's a tough question. I really like the 5-drop bell though.
5-drop bell.
Where you,
Oh, is that the one where you transfer damage to one? Yeah, that's one of those cards that I kind of feel similar about it as I do Merlin Crab, that like when it's the right situation, you're just like, this is the best card in the deck, right? But then there's other times there's nothing on the board, you're like, oh, I guess it doesn't do anything. So
Go ahead.
I
played Izzy last round.
Yeah.
I had the 3-drop bell out from Popsicle. I shifted turn 3, seeing that it go, it felt so good to get rid of her.
I forgot she had a shift. I didn't realize she
Yeah.
could do that. Let me see if we can pull her up for us really quick. Belle. In purple. There she is. Boop.
Yeah, she's a shift 3.
Player 1. Oh, he doesn't have that screen up, so you can't see it. Never mind. But okay, yeah, that's a great point. I completely forgot she could shift. Yeah, and early let it go. That's very strong. And a 4/4 stat line, like that's hard for a lot of things to
Especially when
deal
you
with.
can like move damage off it too and stuff. Like
Yeah.
it feels so good.
Have you used any of the other damage moving cards? Like I think there was a Panic or a Pain that came out this set. It's basically just a smaller version of Belle, but I like her stats. She can dodge a lot of the ruby removal, which I like. It was like I think the Panic was only 2 strength, so it can get banished by that.
Right.
So if that's your favorite purple card in the deck, what's your favorite blue card in the deck?
I think it has to be Hades.
Hades, yeah. Just the card art, or just because he's so effective at what he does?
The card art, it's really good. I played him my first deck, which was Blue Steel. I played him in set 1. He's been played a lot, and then ever since like set 3 or 4, I stopped playing Blue Steel for a while.
Yeah. No, he's great, especially in those Blue Steel where if something has a lot of health, you don't have the time to trunk it down with a bunch of steel effects. Right? It's like, hey, Hades just says, hey, is there a downside to this? And sends it off to the inkwell.
I think everybody stopped playing Hades set 3 because of Medusa.
Yeah, that always did feel bad when a Medusa would then come down and kind of knock him out, but hey, at least he guarantees gets something off the board. And I like to, as we've seen more of these cards come out, he doesn't have a restriction, right? It's not like he says, well, it's got to have 3 strength or less, it's got to be cost 5 or higher. It just says, hey, whatever the worst thing on their board is, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Can't compete with that.
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. Was there anything else you wanted to say to the folks at home watching?
No.
No.
Just have fun and play Blurple.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. Linc says have fun and play Blurple. Well, Linc, thanks for coming on, man. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I hope we get to see you in the Top Cut there.
Yep. See ya.
See you, buddy.
Brad, you want to chit chat with the
We got a special guest here. Not really, because, I mean, he runs this thing, right?
This is all Andy's gig. I just show up.
The mayor's here. All right. How did it go? How was that last match?
I won. Played a wild, thank you. A wild Sapphire Emerald deck that Hunter's running. with Just 31 items in it. 31 items. But I got through it. I'm playing this fun Jafar Blurple deck that has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I got to win the next one, and I'm stressing out. I'm 3-1-1. I just put the link to the melee in the chat for those of you following along. Thank you for tuning in. We are 33 people, I think, watching right now. Probably some coming and going. Appreciate you being here, but I am stressing out.
Yeah, you look like you're, we need to get you like a massage and like get a fan, like cool you
I should have brought my neck fan that I took to Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
Get your ice down.
Oh man.
Justin showed me the list for that green-blue item deck.
Wild.
Wild. I don't tend to go over about like unique cards in Lorcana or unique decks because very quickly a lot of them get found out. But that one looked pretty unique. I was like, huh, I've never seen anything like this. Like, there's so many items you normally never
Radigan's
see.
Marvelous Trap, I think it is. He just banishes it and you lose 2 lore. Like, never seen that played before, but...
The ink caster, which I've always thought was cool, but just never showed up in it, and it actually lets you ink any uninkable card.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
At one point in game 2, he had all 4 of them out there, too.
Did he
And
really?
just, like, the whole board was just all items, and then all he was just doing was, Sapphire coiling everything under the sea, my whole board, and, like, he doesn't get a lot of characters out at one time.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because they just, do a little bit of questing while he completely keeps my board clear, and... it was rough. I just had to keep drawing, find the cards that I need to just freeze them, and
I'm assuming it's trying to just go for like a Tamato, a dime instant.
exactly.
win.
That's how he won game 2. As he had maybe 12 items on board. He dropped Tamatoa and popped dime, and I was like, oh yeah, well that was okay.
You don't have to say this on camera if it spoils something for your deck. Are you running any of those cards like Cusco Hideaway that can deal with Luca? Okay.
No,
so.
this deck is entirely. I don't care if people want. I posted a version of it yesterday. It's a modified version of the Jaflurple or whatever. We have like 5 different names for it. I don't know what we're landing on. But I ran a version of it yesterday on. You can find that on Inkdex or on our Discord. I got like 13th or something yesterday. It was a lot of fun. But then I went home. Both Justin, he was in here at one point, so you've seen Justin today. He sent me a list that he saw on Twitter, as well as another local. Michael sent me the exact same one overnight. I'm like, hey, everybody's throwing this one at me. I think it's hazed on Twitter. I might be incorrect on that, but I kind of modified it to be more in line with. Having a lot more control in it, because the whole gimmick was just get Jafar out as quickly as possible and then draw off lamps, draw off finders keepers, all the fun draw that's in that deck.
That's cool, because you know we're for so long we were used to thinking of Jafar as like, well, you play it with Whole New World, right? It's Jafar and you get the 7. But I got to see a little bit of your match earlier. Just Sail suddenly gaining you a lore is better than I would have thought.
That was
gaining you 2 lores. That's pretty good.
I'm not tooting my own horn, but that was probably the best Lorcana that I've ever. I was under such high stress, like being on stream, played against Lucas, who I played yesterday, and I was fortunate enough to take a game on him in the 2-game format. Yeah. And when I sat across from him today, under the camera, and then by the end of the 3rd game, having the entirety of the group watching, over the shoulder. Like, stress was high, and I'm like, I felt in control, but I was like, I can't mess this up. Yeah. Like, I might be taking down red-blue here, and oh man, it felt so good. It felt so good to get through that one. I can't wait to go back and watch it, because I'm very, very proud of that one.
Blurple is a deck I've always enjoyed not only watching, I find it one of the most fun decks to play against, because it feels very fair, in that I feel like it's not going to be easy, and the Blurple is going to give me a challenge, but it doesn't feel, like the overwhelmingness that Blue Steel felt at the start before the bans, where it's like, what can I even do about this? It's just all this free card. So Blurple has always been one of my favorite decks to play as a Ruby Amethyst player, because it feels so 50-50 and so back and forth. And I slug and they slug. And then, so.
Yeah, it's been right. I've actually on today's one I have 2 not ink casters. I just saw a bunch of ink casters. Croquet mallets from set 2.
Oh, okay.
The one drop croquet
give
something
right?
rush.
Nice.
Yeah. So if you want to, I think I even did it on the stream. Made the Jafar come out with rush, hit the manor for nothing, and suddenly he's exerted. Start doing the draw engine to get lore off.
That's nice.
Of
A really cheap way to get him exerted. That's cool.
After game 1, I was like, I hate this mallet. It was just sitting in my hand, and I never had an opportunity to use it. But this is my first day running it, and after a few games, it finally started to click when I was seeing it, like, okay, wait a minute, I know what I can do with, like, I know what the intention of it was for, but it never felt good. I think in one of my first games I used it just to bring Bell out on turn 1, but
I was a big fan in set 1 of I think it was called the Rabbit's Pocket Watch, and it was essentially like a continuous mallet where you could give anything rush.
Yep.
I wonder if people would try that, but it's way more expensive, because the mallet, it's just 1 and then you banish it, right? Whereas the Pocket Watch is 3, and then you have to pay whatever. It was like 1.
It's 2 or 3 ink to play it. It's inkable, which is good.
I think it's 3
but
ink
it
to
costs
play it,
3
and then
ink
you have to keep using
2 or 3
it.
ink to, it's insane. But that was, I remember you and I talked about that one, the big heroic Aladdin, bringing him out with rush. If you couldn't shift him, let's just
and then you would use Shield of Virtue to ready him, and then do it and hit something else. Like,
whew, it's a lot of ink. But we've come a long way from that.
That was the 11 ink combo back then. Now it's Speed Prep Castle or whatever.
Yeah.
But, so that's awesome. Well,
it's been
I'm
been good.
rooting for you, so
I appreciate it, man. Happy you got to come in and hang out for a bit and see the whole setup here for the last time at Grapes Games.
Yeah,
it's kind of a bummer, but we're all here enjoying some really good Lorcana, and it sounds like the pairings are up.
Like
sorry, I got shocked.
Yeah.
I gotta see who I'm playing. Can you refresh?
Yeah.
See what my fate is.
Reach the mouse.
I gotcha.
That's why I keep the cap on. All right, folks, we're going to find live here. We're going to find out who the mayor is.
I cannot draw. I am playing Brit. That
Lady
is
Brit.
going to be a good matchup. She's probably playing her birds. I've been talking about her birds on the meta report every week. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be a tough matchup. All that evasive, too. I got my Elsas.
You got ways to deal with Diablo, at least. Though.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm feeling a bit nervous. I hope you guys are rooting for me. I'd really like to get in that top cut.
I know I am, buddy. Best of luck,
All right,
sir.
thanks, man.
You bet.
We'll see ya.
See ya. All right, I don't know who we're going to have on stream for you. We are getting ready to start round 6. This will be the final round of Swiss. So after this, they will go to a top 8. I don't know if there will be any kind of break. I'm kind of helping filling in here. I don't think there will. I think we're just going to jump right to it. I'm Rudrose from Rudrose TCG. If you don't know me, feel free to find my channel on YouTube. I don't have the means to put it in the link here, but got a lot of fun videos. Actually, one of my most recent videos I did with the mayor right there, Brad. It was a fun musical parody, so check that out. All right, so actually, let me see if I can give you the matches we've got. So it looks like Kirsten Grape has the bye. Techie Man versus Mitchell. Kirsten, I think from Rules of Villainy, is taking on Ron. T. Casey, I think that was Tom. I think is actually also taking the Tom on we just saw on stream, so it's going to be some Tom on Tom action. Mayor's going to take on Lady Britt. Nick is taking on Mike. One Last Chance is taking on Arbiter. Sorry, I don't know some of these people's real names. Dylan, who we just saw, is taking on, I believe, Ryan. Steve. Oh, I think Steve has to take on Linc. So Linc just came in for an interview, and I believe Steve is his father. I think they've got to take each other on. Jeremy's taking on Jimmy. Lucas is taking on Andy Grape. Hunter will be taking on Megan, it looks like. And I think that's Triss is taking on Izzy.
Yeah.
And then Eddie. Maggie. And then Tesla Cat and Mikey. I don't know everyone's real names.
Yeah,
So.
and then Tabitha and Postal Sage. Don't know everyone. I apologize.
Do you know who we're going to get on stream?
We don't. We're looking for someone. We know a lot of people are going to ID here. I believe Kirsten and Ron are going to ID. I believe Tom and Tom. The Toms will ID with each other.
I know the mayor. He was just saying he's got to win this one, so I know he won't be IDing that. He's got to play that one out.
Win and to be in. Do you want to continue casting here? We'll get Vince in here with you.
It's up to you. I don't want to take away from Vince if he's, but I'll help one more round if you guys want it.
Yeah, that's fine. Vince. I think he's still finding someone to play a game for us. We'll let him do that here, but yeah, we got a lot.
Doing okay? You've been doing all of it, right? I don't want you to.
I've been here. Well, that's why I'm gonna have him come in here to replace me, so I can go sit down for. Well, I guess I've been sitting, probably stand for a little bit, get some fresh air,
stretch your legs, and
hang out.
You could sleep while standing, right? Like you could sleep while you're walking, and
just go lay under the stream table there.
We see your legs sticking out here. Oh, that's just Andy. He's just sleeping.
I think Vince is going to come in and replace me. And so.
Good, how are you?
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them here are all going to ID. They'll all go to 4, 1, and 1 or 4, 0, and 2. And then we will see the mayor fighting for his life, Mike fighting for his life, Britt. And then potentially, because that's 6, 7.
Yeah, because the mayor Britt should be a win and in.
Win and in, and then whoever Mike is playing, if he wins, he's in, and that would be 8. But if Mike loses to who is Mike playing? Nick. So if Nick beats Mike, Nick probably just gets in, but there is still the possibility that one of these others gets bubbled. So it looks like we have maybe some. Of the lower seeds here, I think we had too many IDs, but we do have Lucas and Andy who are going to play on stream here.
For the last round, Swisset Grapes, that we have a grape employee.
Absolutely. I'm wondering if that was maybe intentional. Yeah, maybe they know what they're doing, and we're just figuring it out now. So we will have, it looks like, Lucas on the left here, or right, sorry, I know my lefts and rights. And then we will have Andy. And let's see if we can give him the grape emoji. Yeah, we got the grape emoji. Does it show up? All right, we're going to transition over here. Oh, the grape emoji didn't show up. So we can't give him a grape emoji, but that's fine. Vince will find. All right, so we'll get this set up. We got.
And we'll swap out one rule of villainy for the next, as a good villain does.
Is that what did I read that right? That looked like
green?
Red green? Yeah.
I think that's what that is.
So this one looks like it could be fun.
Red blue. So it looks like one super.
This is
known
actually
meta one and maybe a lesser known.
Yeah. Well, so we actually saw Lucas play earlier today. He was the game that Justin and I casted, where. Notoriously, hopefully Lucas can go back and watch the game because Justin, a very, very skilled Ruby Sapphire player, gave a lot of really good pointers, and basically Justin said this matchup should be favored, Ruby Sapphire versus Blurple. And then we saw Lucas make a few key mistakes that allowed the Blurple to win, and then we saw the same matchup with Ron and Blurple.
I didn't get to see that one, but
Ron won that one.
Okay.
Made the right choices, essentially. So if you're a Ruby Sapphire player out there, this is probably some highly educational content. So let's just want to, it's going to bother me if I don't like center Lucas's name over the ink a little bit. So we'll do that. And then Vince will join us in here Vince will join Travis in here. And let's get the round timer going as well. We're not in round 4 anymore. I've been forgetting that. We were in round 1 for like 3 rounds. We're in round 6.
This is the final round of Swiss.
Final round of Swiss. All right. Let's start the timer.
Thank you, Andy. You guys should see the way he runs this production. Smooth as butter.
You want to give them the go ahead then?
Yep, we'll do.
All right.
Vince, my man. It's a
How's
pleasure.
it going?
Yeah, it's happy to have you here. You been judging out there?
Yeah, I've been trying to, keep the logistics of this tournament going as smoothly as possible.
Excellent.
And I think we've got a pretty good, good turnout here.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah. So, well, thanks for joining us. We're great to
my
have
pleasure. Is there a way to put it on this one?
There is.
Last time there was, and I was like, wait a minute, it's so tiny this time. there we go. Perfect. As we see, I can't tell who went first, but I think we're going to get to see something a little more unusual this time. Andy running Ruby and Emerald, right?
I know, Ruby and Emerald. So we see this first, the Flynn Rider.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this is the action deck? Like the one with the Robin Hood and the...
It might. I should have taken a little bit more of a peek when I was searching to figure out what he was. So, but we'll find out soon enough. So he's got this queen.
So this is a queen that it is a 1/4 stat line, but if it has any damage on it, it actually gets 3 strength, so it becomes a 4/4 at 2 costs, which is quite effective if you can get that online. Looks like Lucas just did a develop your brain on his turn. I would imagine he's on I see a manor, so this is probably a shark manor build with actions.
So this is the second time we've seen Lucas on stream. Lucas played earlier against against the mayor himself.
That's
Brad,
right.
Yeah, and I want to say round 2.
Yeah,
he was on, and Brad did take that 2-1. So we'll see, but we wanted to get Andy. Andy's one of the co-owners. Here of Grapes Games. We wanted to get him on stream. So a lot of the top tables have decided to
they're just gonna ID anyway, so
and we'll get to see them again as we go into
exactly. Yeah, you don't want to see them sit down just to be like scoop their cards.
Yeah,
All right, what an exciting match here of Disney Lorcana.
So we see, I believe there was a shark.
So he did a sail into a develop. I think he inked shark for number 3. As we see a nice little super goof on Andy's side, which is just a hair early. I think he's got a shift Flynn Rider in hand. I think it's the old. I don't remember I'm really bad with the subtitles, Vince, but I think it was the set 2-1 where like it gets more lore based on how much you discard. Oh, and we're actually seeing a new dual ink Queen of Hearts. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, this is a Queen of Hearts that says when either player puts a new character on the board, it takes damage. Yeah, when another character is played, put a damage counter on them, which feeds into what a lot of these new dual inks were, that, hey, if you have damage, I draw, or if you have damage, I do this effect. So,
and so we see right away Lucas is then basically not forced, but encouraged to play something like a How Far I'll Go to focus on getting ramps. I imagine he's probably hoping to, leverage maybe getting one of those Mauis out.
Yeah, he did have a Tala, and normally you see the Tala into the singing the How Far, but maybe was scared of that. Well, I don't know what these cards are. I don't know what they do. I don't want to, potentially give him some benefit by entering with the damage character. As good old Prince John comes down, I'll tell you what, the only problem with these cards is that they all have 2 strength, so Big Sisu is going to be licking her lips waiting to come down.
But we're still a little ways away from the Big Sisu.
I do see it in his hand, though. I think I saw him flash it there in the back. But like you said, only on 5 ink, no smaller Sisu to shift it on, so you've got a couple turns at least.
Yeah, and it looks like we see a Be Prepared, a Maui.
Donald Duck, that'd probably be pretty good this turn. It would help you It would help you ink all the way up to 7, because if you ink for turn plus the Donald off the top, and then you are set up for that Sisu on the following turn.
Yeah, because that Sisu's an 8 cost.
Yeah.
It also triggers though the ability for him just to totally reset with that Be Prepared too.
If you want to save the body. It's so weird seeing Prince John with damage on him. Here comes okay. Well, you know what you can also do. Maui will come in. He will take a damage from the Queen of Hearts, but then also cleans it up pretty simply as this Queen. Despite that much willpower, that's no match for Maui's fish hook.
It is not. And what a staple from set 1.
I know.
6/5 Rush Maui.
We got 2 kits in hand. Those are no good against a beater this big.
I know.
I can't even tell what the last. Oh, okay. So he does have that Flynn. He could just play it at this point. He doesn't even need to shift it. The Flynn is evasive, so this is a set 2 Floodborn, I believe, and he gets more lore the less cards your opponent, or he has 4 lore on him, but he loses a lore for every card they have in there. Essentially, he wants you to have low cards in hand. We'll see what the exact wording is here.
Here, we'll put that up there.
This character gets -1 lore for each card in your opponent's hand. So if they have nothing in hand, he quests for 4, which is incredible.
Yeah, but not great in this current situation here. You'd really want to discard your opponent's hands as much as possible.
Yeah, and
So
we
see
have
him
no way to
quest-
do that. So we actually see him quest first because the shifted Flynn would have no lore.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
funny situation there. Now he is evasive at least, so unless we see a fish hook come down from Lucas, the Flynn should be mostly safe. But
And we have seen that in these decks.
Yeah.
Fishhook has really been the staple, kind of the hero, if you will, for
Mhm.
Maui Hero to all. But we just see Lucas saying, you know what, we're going to reset the board. We're going to pass it back to you, and I'm good. And we know that he has that big Sisu in hand. So he's like, you know what, I see what you're playing. I have a response.
oh, so this Prince John might not be long for this world. No, well, maybe. Okay, we're actually going to go in on the
He's got a
popsicle's turn.
Hades in hand, too.
Yeah. He has so many cards. Like, I don't think he's had any fear of his hand being discarded.
Yeah. So we're going the ramp route.
As Lucas sings, "How far I'll go, I will put a card into the inkwell." And there's a develop your brain. He's just digging this turn. Well, he doesn't feel any threat from this Prince John, right? He's like, what are you going to do? Quest for 2, and then I can hit it with my Maui if I want? Like,
and
he
we know
knows he
these
has a
decks are
CC.
running a Pirate's Life too.
Yeah.
And so we've got the
So
ability
20
to
is never quite as solid as you think
and
it
you
is.
combine that with something like a Maui Half Shark, you're
Oh
looking
my,
at
I
like
know.
a 5 swing delta in just one turn. So, it could look like Andy's in control here, but I would actually say that I think Lucas has full control over this game.
Yeah.
Given that we can see, which players can't obviously see what's going on. And
Ooh,
we got
just
that
the-
kit and nothing.
Yeah, no effect for the clit or the kit as we get a mosquito bite into our hand, which does get around things like resist. Not that there's probably going to be any resist in this red and blue deck.
And there we
but-
go. So we see
Oh,
the
yeah.
Sisu come down.
Yeah, my one concern for Andy so far that I've seen is I think the Prince John's is the only form of card draw I've seen, and it's dependent on other forms of cards as well. As we one drop mini off the top is probably not what you're looking for on turn 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, so we've got these 2 cards.
Staring down this dragon, like,
and
come
we
on.
do see that Lucas does have a Pirate's Life in his hand. I mean, he's got all the answers that he really wants.
Yeah. Yeah, these 2 characters combined still cannot deal with this dragon, so it's looking very, very solid in Lucas's favor. But I'm sure Andy, playing this deck more for fun too. That there's a reason you don't see Ruby Emerald as a super competitive meta staple because it has struggles like this. Doesn't always have reliable card draw, but you know what does have reliable card draw is Tamatoa, happy as a clam, will come down, fetch back. I think maybe only 1 popsicle.
Yeah, it
but
does seem like there was only 1 action.
oh, it only is going to draw 1 card.
I know.
What a shame. I'm not gonna lie, I just bumped the table leg and it made the mic shake, but I think they bumped it at the same time and I was like, whoa, how did I do that? I shook all the way out there.
So we see Lucas finally get some lore on the board by questing that Sisu for 3. Really not in much danger here, I don't think.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any sign of the Robin Hood, so I'm not sure if Andy's version maybe it is discard focused. Like he's running the Flynn. That makes me think he wants to get your opponent's hand low.
Yeah.
Mosquito bite, or maybe it's just all around this damage. Okay, so there you see one of the combos. So mosquito bite puts a damage, and then we use, I believe that's ring the bell,
Ring
which
the
just
Bell.
says banish a damaged character.
Right.
We'll pull it up here just to get the exact wording and cost. So a pretty solid spot removal. Unfortunately, has to hit the Tamatoa and leaves the 3 questing Sisu behind. Yep, banish any chosen damaged character. Pretty solid when you can reliably damage them. Obviously would work great with that queen we saw earlier, that anything that comes down immediately now you can take it out.
Yeah, and absolutely, great that Lucas saw that and was able to remove that with that Maui. Probably not.
Actually just Singsby prep.
Okay.
Huh. He could have quested and played it, but obviously wants to have a follow-up this term. That's why we banished the popsicle to start.
Yeah.
Gonna have the Tamatoa. Still only 1, but it's still a 4/5 body that quests for 2 and gets us a card drawback. So we're probably going to develop our brain even further. Our brain is not quite large enough, despite having done this, I think, 2 or 3 times already.
Well, because, I mean, he's not concerned about anything like a whole new world. And,
exactly.
He hasn't seen any discards, so he's not really worried about drawing any of these cards.
Yeah, and that's something I've heard you guys talk about on your Rules of Villainy podcast, which you should absolutely check out, folks at home, if you haven't seen it, that, when you're going against these certain ink colors, when you're not facing, I don't have to worry about B-Prep, I don't have to worry about whole new world, so it changes how you play because suddenly there isn't that potential threat you're worried about. Poor Kit. So this is a perfect example of why I personally go back and forth on this Kit card, because when he has a good target, he feels so strong against like those low to ground aggro decks.
Right.
But against this, what does he hit? What card is he bouncing?
Yeah, I'm going to pull up that Kit here, but this is just one of those cards that really works well, I think. I would say this deck is actually pretty decent meta call when you look at the low to the ground, like Amber Steel cards here.
Yeah. Against a Daisy, it's great.
But the real problem with this card is what you want to have is you want to be able to reduce the strength on your opponent's character in some way.
Yeah.
To be able to remove some of these or bounce back a lot of these larger characters back into hand. Especially like a Maui Half Shark, which doesn't have an ETB effect.
Right.
And here we see
the power.
Which is a great use of like the Maui Fishhook, which we were talking about earlier, and the fact that because Maui's on board, he can use that for free for any character on board. So he probably gave the
Tamatoa evasive, and it lasts through your opponent's turn.
Right.
Also, the Vince, I do have to say, I have to call a technical movie foul. Tamatoa and Maui working together. I don't believe that happened in Moana. Judge,
I'm just gonna say, I think they did. It does seem like they had a previous relationship.
Yes,
at some point,
because it definitely seemed like there's some history.
Yeah. So here's that 5 lore swing I see played out right here. So Lucas will gain 3 lore off of that, and Andy will go down 2. And we can just see how quickly these games shift.
Yes.
Once we see the true power of Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire uses that Ruby to control the board, leveraging Sapphire to really get that ramp up. We see a double Pirate's Life.
I hope you enjoy a Pirate's Life, because we just saw it twice in one turn. And this, especially when you're in a deck like this where every lore is crucial and you are just crawling for it, it feels backbreaking. To have them pull 2 is bad enough. 4 is basically GG.
Right. And he's like, you know what? I've got Maui's Fishhook, and we're just going to attach you back to the I'm beautiful, baby.
Right.
Tamatoa. And
yeah, double evasive on the board. You can handle that. What are you going to put out your little Flynn Rider and try to kick him a couple times? Inks the super goof, plays the queen. Okay, well, if we could somehow draw into more ring the bells, any new characters played, we could banish. Isn't going to do a whole lot against this shark or this crab, unfortunately.
And it just goes right into the inkwell. And
Hades technically will get a damage for his trouble, as he will be on the field. Not that I think that's going to matter, but
yeah, technically.
I don't know if we should go out and tell them if they
damage.
Forget to put it on there.
I think if it makes a difference in the game, I'll go out and tell them. But I think at this point, like you said, we haven't seen a ton of removal.
Yeah, I think that might be. So that'll put us up to 15 just from that, and then the crab conquest put us to 17.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Andy, you're probably going to draw it and see if there's some miracle in hand, and then just scoop. Yep.
It is ring the bell, so technically we could have banished the Hades, but of course it wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have mattered because he had 3 on board. So,
unsurprisingly, Ruby Sapphire continuing to show why it's just such a strong, powerful deck.
Yeah. What I think is really great about the development of the meta these days, though, is just how varied different decks are. It's like when we were really early into the game, and this happens a lot in a lot of early card games, but is that, it's like, oh, you're playing Amber. Bless you.
Thank you.
You're playing Amber Steel. Well, I know exactly what's in your deck.
Right.
You're playing Ruby Sapphire. I know what's in your deck.
Right.
Nowadays, though, it's like, okay, well, what are you doing different?
Yeah, what version
what
are you?
What version are you on and stuff? And so it's really great to see this variety, and really the shakeup of the meta following the Hiram and Fortisphere ban.
I remember back in set 1, set 2, there was some people refer to this as the Christmas colors. It's green and red. And there was a version, it basically just ran all evasives and just said, all right, I hope you have no answer to these. That one is pretty cheesy and pretty one-dimensional, but man, I really liked that one. Sadly, we haven't really seen dominant meta version of Ruby Emerald come since then. Again, I've seen some people trying to do the Robin Hood action version, and I don't know, maybe those colors just don't work super well together, or maybe they're just missing some power cards. I kind of liked like the theme of the Duel Links they put out this set with the whole damage mechanic.
Yeah.
The Mad Hatter seemed really strong, where you're suddenly drawing all these cards, but hasn't shown up at a competitive level yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think definitely we would probably in this deck for Andy, that Robin Hood package with the damage would probably be a stronger matchup, at least in this particular matchup.
Yeah.
I think would be significantly stronger. This is just it's really hard because the problem is the Ruby Sapphire doesn't have a lot of like low value characters.
Yeah.
It's using all of those it's using a lot of that early turns to ramp.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, it's like, okay, well, take my Tipo. I don't care
Exactly.
because I already got the value out of it on its ETB effect.
Andy and I were talking about that on the last match, that the brawls, I think he inked a lot of his brawls, and I've been inking all my brawls against the red-blue decks too, because without Flaversham, who do you hit? I don't want to brawl a Tipo. Like,
Right.
I can't hit Tala, I can't hit the Shark, I can't hit the Crab, so it's just, all right, straight into the Inkwell. And yet I feel like you still kind of have to keep it, because then, well, what if you run into the low-to-the-ground aggro deck? Then I need the brawl.
Right,
so.
right, yeah. It is nice in that particular instance that it is an inkable card, so you don't
Yeah.
feel like it's just dead weight in your hand.
Yeah, which
You
is
can
good.
Ink it, but this is a Robin Hood that I was saying. It's like whenever this character quest, you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck and you can reveal an action. That would be one option, and then
You can reveal any action would cost 6 or less and play it for free. You put the rest in your discard. That'd be kind of fun with the new, was it Return of Hercules? Lets you both play a character for free.
yeah,
Do a nice combo of that into Hercules, into a Maleficent Dragon or something huge.
right. Because the problem here is like the value that Andy wants to get off on that big Flynn Rider is that you want to empty your opponent's
Yeah.
cards, and like I'll tell you, with decks like Blurple in the meta, and with decks like Ruby Sapphire, even with these Amber Steel decks that are running a whole new world, like, man, it's kind of rough out there to try to discard your opponent in an effective manner.
Well, and we're seeing what he had to do last game. He had to quest with the Flynn first and shift. I think this might be the only card in the game you want to do it first before you shift onto it.
Right.
And this early, your opponent has so many cards, he's not going to be lower.
I know.
It's like reverse shift. Like, no. Do all your powers first, then shift onto it.
Yeah, and we see that exactly play out right here.
Well, you have Sudden Chill, and we have Prince John. Okay, so I do like going into Prince John. You can have the Flynn sing the Sudden Chill. He can't quest for enough right now anyway. No, he inked the Sudden Chill for the John? Did he not have another inkable card? Oh, I think his hand might be all on inkables. So I think I see those queens. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah,
That would have been
that's-
such an ideal line. Oh, yeah. I think his hand is entirely uninkable. That's a bad break there for Andy. This matchup's uphill enough as is, so. As we see a Happy as a Clam go into the Inkwell, we could just slam this mana out, which we do. Say, all right, well, here's my construction building. What are you going to do about it with your 3 damage on board?
Yeah, and it's like you're just that's gonna survive several turns.
Well, and so we got the Brawl, which is good for Ink. What you don't want to brawl
Yeah,
with
you don't,
people.
yeah,
like-
exactly, like exactly what we're just saying. Like, whatever.
And you're not going to outrace this. So as slow as it's going to be, you may have to just start slapping these guys into the manor. In 3 turns, you'll have it down.
Yeah, assuming all your characters survive
Yeah,
at
yeah.
this rate, which I think we know. So we're gonna take out
Takes out the Tipo. And just passes. So this manor is going to get 2 lore, and I have a feeling it's going to be the first of many lore it gets. Like,
Yeah.
There's a very good chance this card does not leave the field now.
Yeah. All right, so we got Sail. I'm probably going to develop, it looks like, here. You know, because Ruby Sapphire has a lot of problems with ramping. So he had a Let It Go and a Popsicle, and it looks like he took the Popsicle.
Yeah, he wants the card draw.
Yeah, which I think is the right move in this particular matchup, because you're not really worried.
Yeah, this Flynn it's not like if it's threatening you for 4 lore turn, sure, that's one thing, but right now I don't care. It legit can't quest.
Right.
I remember some people when this card first came out, they're like, wait, can this card lose you lore? Like if you quest and you have negative lore? Like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. But... And actually, you see your opponent struggling with inking. So it's like, well, I don't want to actually give him free ink either. When you play some of these matches, like a mirror match, or you play Blurple, you're just like, oh.
There's Flynn Part 2, more uninkables. Well, the good news is I think your opponent only has 3 in hand, so finally this Flynn can quest for 1 whole point. But you may want to start just kicking his little boot there into the manor. You're going to need a lot of kicks to knock it down, of course. But
I think we're...
Flynn would try to do his best Big Bad Wolf impression. Little ducks, let me in.
And we're now at the turn, where we've been at the point where you can play the Maui Half Shark.
Good. Potentially thinking of inking and using this develop your brain. Not that this shark's probably... Oh my god, we draw another uninkable, Andy.
I know. Honestly.
I said Andy because I was looking at that Vince. Sorry is what I meant to say.
I know. I know. This is where I think Andy would have been like, honestly, I really wish you would have used that Let It Go.
Yeah, right? At least that way I can play one of these queens that are stuck in my hand. And now you can't do anything with these Flintons because the shark will eat them alive. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
If ever there was a hope for Randy, his deck is not cooperating at this moment.
And Lucas has a few options here, too, because he's got another manor in hand. And it's like, Andy can't.
Yeah, what's he going to do? Even if he sends all 4 characters at a manor, it'll do 6 damage. That's nothing.
That's just fundamentally not enough.
Wow, I'm surprised he would be prepared there.
I am a little surprised, too. We've seen this a little bit, that Lucas tends to play a little... I wouldn't say aggressive, actually a little bit cautious on this. Where actually I think I would have probably not played Be Prepared.
Well, yeah, you were. I mean, granted, you're probably fine anyway because Andy's just had such a poor start. But he just didn't need to. Like that.
Yeah.
That shark checks every one of those characters. They can't. Even if he sent both Flynns in, the shark would still be there. Like
right. And I don't know what he has in his discard, but I know he's played a few songs.
Yeah, he had.
Honestly,
he could have gone back.
Like, why not just why not take those out?
Yeah.
Because the Maui Half Shark is going to survive against any of those characters, and you're going to be able to bring back any song you have.
Well, and you pointed out he had the second manor anyway. So if you just if Andy has any desire to win this game, he has to now attack the manors, which then opens you up for the shark to just chomp.
Right. And if he gets to, why do you have the Be Prepared still in hand, right? So you're always you've always got that in reserve and stuff.
Like I said, not that it's ultimately gonna matter because
Andy
it is a bad start as is.
Absolutely, and I mean honestly, like I tell you what, when you're one of these players on the hot seat on a stream, you can absolutely feel the pressure that you don't in a normal match. I think both these players, I'd have to look exactly where they are, but there is like an off chance I think that this match might actually matter as we get into.
Oh, really? Okay. I wasn't sure what the rankings were. And the queen will... Oh, he's hitting the manors a little too late, unfortunately. But it's the queen just... Bink!
Yeah.
her tiny fist just popped off the side of it. Yeah.
So any character, though, that he plays will now take 2 damage.
Oh, my goodness. That's the old move to scoop phase, Vince, I believe.
Except for at this point, if he scoops, he's out.
Showing all those uninkables. Man, that's a shame. I really would have liked to have seen this deck. We didn't really ever get to see it do whatever its game plan was.
What it was trying to do. But, so Lucas will take that fairly quickly here. In round 6, this is the last of Swiss rounds before we go into Top Cut. And as always, we have a lot of folks that have intentionally drew. And then there are some folks out there that are still competing
to try to make it into the top cut.
Yeah.
To get that Hiro. Let's see if I can actually pull. Let's see if I wonder if they have the.
The set champ version.
If I could spell it right.
Turns out, folks, we actually have 2 mayors in the building today, as Andy was the mayor of Brick City in that match.
This is the.
There it is, yeah. Hiro Hamada, the armor designer. Your Floodborn characters have have a card under them gain evasive and ward. Pretty awesome when it gets going. Kind of difficult to get going. I experimented with this card a lot when the set came out because it was the set championship card, and man, it's so fun. Again, I like using it in an Ink Geyser list. Like, hey, my Clarabelle has evasive and ward. This is great. Or my Diablo has ward now. But it was just, man, it was so tricky to get going.
Yeah, it is one of those cards. It's always interesting to see what Ravensburger chooses for these, set championships cards. Since we've had them since Inklands, we've had the Stitch,
and then
Ursula, Mirabelle, Scar,
and then Hero.
Yeah, so we've had hero villain has been the theme.
I didn't notice that.
Which is kind of an interesting theme. So I wonder if they'll keep that going. I think we're going to learn a lot on Tuesday. So I know you have your own channel where you talk a lot about Lorcana.
I do.
And what are you most interested to hear from Ravensburger come Tuesday?
What I hope, because this wasn't in the leaks, so what I want to hear, even if it's not exact dates, I want to hear approximate dates for the next season. Because at this time last year, we already had the DLCs, right?
Right.
And so if Worlds isn't till what we thought it would be, maybe close to the end of June, man, I hope they're not going to wait till 2026 to then like start the next DLCs to keep them in that kind of spring-summer category.
Yeah.
If I got to wait a whole nother year, that's going to be a bummer.
I think they're going to have to, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, because, I think we see that, you have to keep, there's a fine balance in the TCG space between not having enough and having too much.
Sure.
And you got to fill that kind of line. And if they're waiting too long on the DLCs, they're going to fit the not enough. Because it's not enough to just have new sets come periodically and have, the set champs and stuff. You need to give people the opportunity to go to these DLCs and watch these DLCs and have that experience, whether it's to play in the main event or play in these side events, to meet the artists, to have these experiences that are so critical, I think, to the game, to give folks an opportunity, because that also then feeds back to more interest in like local leagues and stores and getting folks involved in the game. And if you have that kind of lull, I think, where it's too long, especially since we now know for sure that Worlds is only invite only to those that have qualified, that they need to have something they're going to give the wider fan base to look forward to.
I felt that a few weeks ago. I think Justin and I were talking about it. We play at the same local as a collector store, and we were both kind of like, I don't really know what I'm playing for right now. Like, we don't even know when the next tournaments are coming. So, like, yeah, it's fun to play, but there was this feeling of like, well, what are we even trying to play for? Like, what are we practicing for? And in the future, and I'm sure this would be a big headache for them, but still in the future, I would also love to see an event that's smaller than a DLC, but bigger than a set championship, something right in the middle, but you could qualify for nationals that way. Hey, top 4 gets nationals or top 8 or whatever it is, and then maybe you could restrict it to, hey, put this in the St. Louis region, put this in, the San Diego region, here's the Seattle one, and so, usually for card players, very rarely are we going to go, you're giving us too much, take it back. Usually it's more is better.
More is definitely better. Because we've seen that, the TCG space is not for the faint of heart.
Yes,
right.
absolutely.
It's a lot of games have come before, and a lot of games no longer exist or are, have very small communities.
Yeah.
And I don't see that in the future of Disney Lorcana. I think we're really at the precipice at the beginning and stuff. There's still people that have no idea.
Sure.
And stuff like there are, getting folks that are the Disney fan base is so huge and getting folks interested in this. But I definitely think I agree. I would love the idea of having like an in-between kind of event. I think that'd be
or
super
whatever you
fun.
want to call it.
and I think too that Ravensburger's learned the lesson of being maybe hopefully a little bit more clear about what is going to happen, because we kind of found out later that it's like if you won a DLC, you got auto qualified.
Yeah, but they didn't know that till months later. They didn't know that till months later. Which I get. There's a lot of moving parts to this. We're still expanding out. They've launched, in Australia, and now Asia and they're running those, I think, Grand Prix, they're calling them, in Japan and China. So, hopefully we'll have a true world at some point. America and Europe.
I really, really hope one day Worlds is at Tokyo, and I really want to go.
Well, and that's this is all speculation on my part, but I've always thought that part of the reason it's taken them so long to give us concrete Worlds details is it was probably something with Walt Disney World, right? Surely that's not the easiest place to book. Surely there was some technical kerfluffle, but that's just speculation. So, but hey, if that's gonna cost us 4 months of wait, just put it somewhere else. I would rather have it somewhere else in March than wait till June to make sure it's at Walt Disney World.
Yeah, I think Andy would agree with that too.
I want to go to Worlds.
Right? Yeah.
Well, the thing is I want it that they showcased at D23 that gorgeous A Whole New World.
I know.
And this whole quest experience that they had talked about and stuff. And listen, for anybody that's a hardcore Disney fan will know that a lot of times D23 tends to be high in the sky. They talk about stuff that doesn't come to fruition. But man, did they get me hyped about some of the stuff there. And I'm a little bummed about it. But we'll regroup, and I'm excited to see what comes out on the next chapter or stream.
I hope they give us a lot. I think it would feel very poor if after all that we all have all these questions still what about this and this and this? So I hope it's a very thorough and just here's everything you could want. Here's everything you've been waiting for. Enjoy, eat it up.
24-hour stream, nonstop.
Right? Yeah. Right.
The stream ends when you're satisfied.
Exactly.
And then.
When is Worlds 2048? We got it right here. Here's the time.
It's gonna be on your calendar and stuff. So I'm excited about that. Do we have what we've got 23 minutes in round. Do you want to take it over and show up the standings?
Sure. We can talk over
all right.
the standings.
Yeah. So I'm gonna switch over to.
That was fun, Vince. See you.
Yeah, it's good.
Likewise.
Talk to Jimmy, and they might have a pack rush or something we can do. We can talk about.
Yeah, this one ended kind of quick.
Yeah. I do believe that Lucas wants to officially apologize for beating Andy at his store in the final tournament. He said it was kind of a butt whooping, but it was crazy. I walked away and it was 9-0 the Christmas deck.
That second match, man, Andy, I think couldn't get past 3 ink for 4 turns, just all uninkables. I mean, that's an uphill matchup anyway because you have a really meta deck versus something less meta, but it doesn't help then when you can't even play the game. So
absolutely. So we've got some standings here. Let's see what games are still going. So as we knew, Ace and Mitchell, Kirsten and Ron, and Tom, they all ID'd here. They should be guaranteed in. We are still waiting on one of the key matchups, the Mayor versus Brit. Knowing the Mayor, they're probably on turn 4 of game 1.
Right, yeah.
But we do see Nick take down Mike. So that was the other key one.
So that's good so that might secure his spot into Top Cut?
It certainly gives him a possibility. And he's going to be potentially on the bubble. There's going to be a lot of these 4-2s here. We got potentially... actually, we can see some of these that may be finished. Amir and Chance are still going. Buff and Ryan are still going. Steve and Linc are still going. That one's brutal. It's a father v son mirror match, too. And
they're both playing the same deck?
I walked by and I saw that. Justin told me that apparently at the beginning of the match, his dad, Steven, said, Linc hasn't beaten me since he stopped playing that Tier 0 Sapphire Steel.
Yeah.
And now, as I walked by, Steven had his hand in his face and was looked like he was hurting quite a bit there. So, he might be eating his words. First chapter, Pack Rush.
Oh, man.
Awesome. Is it in Japanese?
Might get an enchanted pull here on stream if we're lucky.
It's in English. Good, because I do not speak Japanese. Do you?
Only a little bit. I have been studying it on Duolingo, but not enough where I can read the cards for you.
You're trying to get go join the Japanese circuit,
Right, yeah,
maybe
exactly,
get
yeah,
some of
maybe
those
I'll go over
promos over there. I heard there's a couple players that are going over there.
Is it really? Yeah,
I think
I saw that
DKP
too.
said he's gonna go play over there.
Of course
I mean,
he is. He goes everywhere. Where do these people get this money, man? I don't have the money to do all this stuff.
well, you have to be able to speak Japanese. You have to be able to communicate in Japanese, and I mean, like, sure, you can learn some words, but what happens when they just like ask you a question? You're like,
You hold up one card. Is this what you're trying to look at?
it seems like you could potentially get in trouble for not being able to
translators
communicate.
or anything.
It said, I think they released an official document that said you have to be able to communicate entirely in
okay.
Japanese. So I don't know why, or the same goes, I believe, with the Chinese market as well.
okay.
So I don't know. Maybe they're trying to keep other people from coming in and
I know
taking
how to
all the
ask,
prizes.
is it tasty? So I'll just keep asking that every time. Oishi desu ka? Like, there's like, who is this American loser? Like,
He says he quests for 2, and you're just like, is it tasty?
yeah.
Is that tasty?
Is that
All
a
right.
tasty quest?
So let's go over. They may be already starting here. So we have something special for you all. We've got a first chapter pack rush. I believe they've already checked for enchanteds. They may. Hunter, did we check for enchanteds? Did we check for enchanteds? Okay. There were 4 enchanteds. We missed all 4 of them,
I
sadly.
believe that for a second. I was, oh my god, really? Yeah. Dude, with our luck, I believe it.
All right, so we are playing first chapter pack rush here. And no enchanteds. So we can undo the enchanted cards. We're not gonna see those. We can remove them from our filter. But we will see Kirsten versus Jimmy in this pack rush here. So we got Jimmy and Kirsten. Kirsten, I can spell my wife's name right. I promise.
One would hope.
And they are not playing any ink colors. I don't know. I can't get rid of the ink colors. Actually, I can get rid of the ink colors. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh, there we go. All right.
Nice. You throw it up on that screen.
Yeah. Oh, we just got to minimize this. There we go.
Perfect.
All right.
So remind me of the rules of Ink Rush. You start with 2 ink. I'm assuming you don't go to a full 20 lore, right?
Correct. I believe we go to 15 lore instead. So we start with, it's 2 packs. So these are first chapter packs. We start with the 2 marketing cards as ink, and you get 5 cards in your opening hand. You can alter as normal, and you go to 15 lore. That's, other than that, I think it's pretty much it.
Ooh, Kirsten on the way to mill herself out with that Mickey. You getting a little ramp off the top there.
So actually, fun fact, you can't mill yourself out in this format. What
Really?
you if you run out of cards in your deck, you take your discard, you shuffle it back into your deck, and you keep
alright.
playing.
How about that?
So
Lilo, dude, I love that card in set 1. I played it in this goofy bodyguard build just because she was a 2 lore quester and she hit for 4.
certainly not bad. And this was, set 1. This is before cards like close this door so it's not so loud. I'm sorry. This was before cards like Storm and Strength,
Right.
and even Baboom. So Fire the Cannons was really the only answer
Smash,
for this.
yeah, right. That we see that was the big
Or
key
we
card
see
back
Smash. Nice. Very nice. We quest for 1. So I don't know how much Pack Rush Jimmy plays, but Kirsten and I do Pack Rush all the time. We are addicted, like most of us are, to buying packs.
Mm-hmm.
And when we buy packs, we like to do something with them, get a little bit extra fun out of them. So we do a Pack Rush. We've done a couple streams where we Pack Rush an entire box of cards.
nice.
And we've even done 3 or 4 packs instead of the 2 for Pack Rushes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. So she's pretty experienced in this, so we'll see how it works out.
Good old Pumbaa. I don't think that card has any text. He's just a body.
Was he a 3/5? Does that look like Pumbaa? 3/5, yeah.
Nice.
Quest for 1. That's good. And in this game mode, you really just want to put as many. She's trying to protect the camera. I heard something about my camera getting hit. Don't mess with that.
Don't hit the camera.
It's expensive.
We can't watch without that. Is that a Little John? So many of these cards I haven't seen in.
It's a Chief Tui.
ages. That's okay.
And whatever she took was green. Something green there. But yeah, you want to get a lot of bodies on the board. You want to be able to control the board. Anything that isn't a character generally isn't too great. items don't have too much impact. Actions are very disposable. You need to really control the board.
Yeah.
So you really, really value stats here.
Jasper. So the first time I got to play Lorcana was at Gen Con 2023, and I had a ticket to one of the structured demos, and Jasper was in one of the starter decks. And I remember at the time thinking, wow, that card's so strong, it just like shuts off your questing when it quests, and sadly you don't see it anymore, but
yeah, it has gotten power crept a little bit. There's a couple better options, maybe like
it's not a mechanic they use a whole lot. Like I guess they kind of feed it into Reckless.
Right, and that's what I was gonna say. I think like cards like Lyle that give Reckless when they enter, or there's a couple that give when they quest. Those generally feel a little. It's the same concept, right?
Yeah. It'd be interesting if I wonder if it would have been a stronger concept if you said that like if a card's Reckless, it can't sing either, because we've seen that a lot. Oh well, I'll just have my Maui sing, or I'll just have to sing a song instead. It's like nope, it has to like the only thing it can do is challenge.
I wonder if we'll see like chosen character can't exert.
Yeah, that'd be
on their
interesting.
opposing turn or
That'd
something
really
until the start of your next turn.
Which would cover all of it, right? You can't quest, you can't challenge, you can't. It's like you freeze them when they're upright.
Right. Yeah. And that would. It's not as valuable perhaps as maybe freezing them exerted, because then you can challenge into them and stuff like that. But it could be. It'll be an Elsa card in the future.
Hey, there's a big Stitch.
That is. I think it's a hard
4/6 quest for 3 with a ton of flavor text.
That was one of my favorite cards. I used to play it in Ruby Amethyst just because I loved Stitch and I love that art. And I mean, hey, like if this sticks, they don't have a Dragonfire or B prep, or Let It Go maybe. Not a lot of removal options. This thing gets you 3 lore and.
Is that a John Silver legendary? Why, yes, it is. So does this give something Reckless when it quests? Or so she pointing to the Stitch, so I think it's giving the Stitch Reckless right now.
Yeah, let's bring this up here. When you play this character and whenever he quests, chosen opposing character gains Reckless during their next turn.
So that Stitch will be running into something if Kirsten chooses to exert. May very well choose not to, as the Stitch will trade pretty favorably in almost any target it hits. I shouldn't say trade, I should say just banish and challenge.
Certainly. I think you just...
She's thinking of challenging herself?
Generally...
No, she's questing, okay.
Yeah.
I think the Mickey couldn't quest because of the Jasper.
Ah, correct.
Hey, it's Scar. I don't even remember the stats of this thing. I just remember it was like, oh, he's like covered in fire. I remember that was very unique artwork.
He's like a 5/3, right? Yeah, 5/3 vanilla.
Decent attacker, especially when you know there's not a ton of spot removal. We'll trade with this John Silver.
Yeah, definitely, which the Stitch would not, right? So previously I was thinking, okay, well, Kirsten can quest with John Silver, give the Stitch, Reckless again, which would then, force it. You can't take out the John Silver, so he would get at least take 2 into him.
Andy, this is a nice little trip down memory lane, dude. I played this Jafar that Kirsten just played all the time in set 1. I think is that the Challenger one?
Yeah,
I think it hits for like 4 or 5 when it, or 3.
We'll bring this up here.
That was a 3. Yeah, so he became a 5/5 when he attacked, which was huge back then.
Big character.
Yeah.
I honestly
take out a Maui. And...
Yeah, I think Brad might be playing it in his Jaflurple deck.
Yeah, it's a good shift target too.
I think he favors the other one, the 0/5, but that is a good one too. All right, so we see Kirsten take out. Oh, she chooses. She knows the John Silver will be gone from the Scar, so she decides to trade in to the Stitch. That is an interesting choice.
I almost wonder if you would want to, as we show Befuddle up to the screen, saying, there's nothing to Befuddle. I think I would rather you hit the Jasper into the John Silver. Yeah. I think you want to keep the Scar around. You can run it into the Mickey.
Yeah.
And then the Jafar would still trade with it, so it would essentially take out 2 characters, which is quite nice. I don't think you want to blow it on just the John Silver. Jimmy's a pretty smart player, so I don't think he's going to make that. We see Jasper take out John Silver.
And I think this Megara she has is a 2/1. So this Megara...
He didn't attack, huh?
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, he had
I think he's choosing to force the 2-for-1 with
the Jafar, maybe?
Jafar, yeah.
As we see, that's a captain. He's a 5/7 or a 6/5?
6'5", maybe. He's a big boy.
He's like a Maui, basically.
Yep, no rush Maui.
Okay. So they basically made this card again with the butler that just came out. What's his name? Edgar?
Yeah, Edgar.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize Captain had the same stats, too. That's kind of funny.
There's a couple of these 6/5s. I know the ones in Steel I've seen some play. Like the... Oh, man, I don't remember. I know the new one is TikTok, but there was another one that I've seen play because it's 5 cost, big, hard to remove, and can sing a whole new world.
Yeah.
But that was a while ago. Nowadays... It's that crazy items we saw earlier or nothing, right?
Maleficent off the top, draw a card, don't mind if I do. And you even still have enough to
Oh,
play the Abu.
man. Wow. That's brutal. And then you just don't turn sideways.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no, turn sideways. That's fine. Because
Well,
you
it
have
makes
lethal.
it. It's only 15, right? So that's going to put us up to... So, I mean, I'll say, did Jimmy get a be prepared in his pack rush?
Oh, doesn't look like it. Looks
That's going to be pretty insane if he does. All right, we got a minor heal.
Scar.
It's not the same Jasmine, but there was that Jasmine from set 1 that healed stuff. That was
he
great.
befuddled the Mayara. And takes out the Mickey, but it's not enough. That will be 3 to take it to 16. Kirsten will win.
You got some decent cards in that pack. Maleficent and
Very
Mickey,
good
a
card.
Smash.
Mickey, Maleficent are both great. Smash, there's like no removal, essentially. So now we get to see.
We have the Tremaine, which isn't a terrible card, although you probably don't have the... Is that the one that gives you actions back?
We have the Rockstar Stitch from Kirsten.
Oh, wow.
Hades is nice to bring a character back.
Yeah.
Oh, and that Magic Mirror could have actually been pretty
that
decent.
card was great back in the day.
I think the flaw of the Magic Mirror in this set, that Flynn Rider's so good. But you don't make it to a point where you can use that Magic Mirror effectively. Sure. I mean, you got to like 7 or 8 ink because you start with 2 there, but the game's essentially over at that point because it's so quick.
Yeah.
And you don't have enough removal to sort of keep the rest of the game in check. But the Maui is crazy.
You got some pretty good cards there.
Yeah. Sometimes it comes down to just, whether you have the cards or not in the pack.
Draft is the same way too, where it's just like, I got all the crummy stuff and you got all the good. Like I pulled a Scrooge McDuck from the draft this set, or like the sealed pre-release event for set 7, which in the item decks is a fantastic card, but in draft it doesn't do anything.
No
it's
good.
just a body. So I was like, all right.
4 cost 4/4 is not the worst, but it's certainly not the best, right? And it, if it's in a draft, like you said, that's got to be the first pick,
Exactly.
right? You can't pass that off.
Yeah, because you need it for your
actual deck. So, there are some of those weird situations. I do feel like I've heard Ravensburger has said that they like know and care about limited formats like draft, and so there is consideration as far as card rarity, and whether or not they're playable in more limited formats. So.
Gotcha.
Ideal, like an ideal world, the cards that are more combo-y and harder to play in something like draft or sealed are higher rarity, so that you're not getting 5 of the same common that like only works if you have another card and it's like worthless otherwise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's really, really neat. And I mean, we actually have the new set coming up here, right?
Yeah.
In 3-4 weeks or something like that.
And I imagine starting next week, you would think after their announcement that surely we're going to start seeing some spoilers at that point too.
Reveal season has to be right around the corner. We can only, like you said, we can only assume that that's going to kick it off with this next chapter cast that they're doing.
Yeah. I would imagine they'll have plenty on the own cast. Like usually they show off some of their own legendaries and such. So.
Yeah, and then that'll be crazy. We'll all get to do limited draft format. Do you do like a video on like draft or limited format?
I haven't. I kind of was inspired. I found another creator out there who actually covered it, and I never really considered it that much. I really liked it. I don't know if that's something people would even want to see. Like for me, I tend to not do any drafts or sealed beyond the pre-release event, so I'll do that, and I don't do it. So it's like it's not something I really need to study, but I did find his videos very helpful. Of like, hey, this card that. In constructed, you would never use it, but in sealed, it was good. Like Mushu, he's good anyway, but in sealed,
oh man,
card is amazing.
Just win the game when you pick that pull that card off the top for sure.
Or like the Snow White, especially the removal was so limited in this format. It's like you got the Snow White. It's like, all right, well, that's going to sit there forever and never leave.
Turn 4 o'clock puts them on, absolutely.
Yeah. Whereas then again, in a real deck, it's like, okay, it just gets hit by any Steel Song, so you can't do anything, or a Brawl, or any other form of removal. But
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, we were the same way. We kind of saw a couple other creators. I know I can't remember their name. I'm terrible at it, but there's a creator out there that does like all the math on it, like how many evasives you'll see in this set and how many. That's insane, and I thank you very much for doing that because I couldn't. But we got to do a guest spot with Be Our Guest Lorcana.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And Vince and I talked with him through like all the Sapphire cards from the set. So that was a lot of fun, and we usually try and like aim our podcast around like limited for that first week because, if we start talking too meta, then, if we start talking about meta decks, then then the people realize we don't know what we're talking about, right? Sure. When we're saying like, oh, this card's gonna be so good. So instead we just talk about like the limited, the seal, and the draft. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like the beginning of the like right before a set launch season.
Yeah,
It's
what's
fun.
interesting too, coming from Final Fantasy, people were really into the set reviews in that game, but I've noticed in Lorcana in general, I don't know, like a lot of those videos don't seem to get a lot of traffic. I don't see people buzzing about them, so I don't know if it's just Lorcana. It's got 204 cards. That's quite a lot. I don't know if it's because so many of the cards are blank, but I don't know. Like anytime I've tried to do it, it just seems like there's no interest in that. So
yeah, we've seen like I don't know. You're right. It's a lot of like mixture too, because some people will just like rank the legendaries, right? Or they'll only talk about the cards they think are good from that set and stuff. And then I think back in the day, like DeCandio used to live stream. He would just go through every single card. Yep, and he would just go every single card, and it was always funny when he would come and be like, bad, and then just go right into the next one, So, and now we get to look at DeCandio's cards and say bad. Or
I
not,
imagine it'll be a bit before his influence shows up in the sets, but I don't know.
Possible,
I don't know if their set production. Usually for most card games, they're 3 sets ahead of where we are right now, so like that makes me think set 10 is already created because they have to have enough time to ship it and get it printed and all that. But
absolutely,
who knows? So we'll see.
They definitely have some lead time, but yeah, we'll see his influence at some point. I'm sure.
I wonder if we'll see his name on any cards. I guess usually they just put the artist on the cards itself. But
Well, I wonder if we'll see him at like DLCs or Worlds because they've had some of the like game designers.
Some of the staff and design be there, so
yeah, that was always fun.
If we do, I can go up to him and be like, okay, what did you make? I need to know. I'm gonna rate your cards the same. This is a Candio card. Bad.
Oh, there was. Now I don't remember what it was. There was a DeCandio built a deck on like Dreamborn, like after he was hired by Ravensburger.
Oh yeah.
But like it was just like this weird like Amber Steel kind of list or whatever, and I remember seeing people being like, is this like the next thing? Is this some secret thing that he shouldn't have? He put this together because he knows what's happening or whatever.
Yeah,
and
something's gonna come out and make this broken. And
yeah, it was always funny. The DeCandio deck. Oh my gosh.
Do you know? Will there be, as we get our timer ticking down over here on the side? Will there be a break before Top Cut? Or are they gonna go right into it, or?
I imagine we'll take a break. In fact, we may be done the round soon. But yeah, let's throw it to Be Right Back and go check on what's going on because we do only have 2 minutes left in the round. Find out about the Top Cut here, and we'll be back.
Someone's
Something's
celebrating
going on.
out there.
So,
Enchanted poll, maybe?
Maybe. We'll talk to y'all soon.
Bye.
Let's go to the caster cam so everyone can see. We've got
May the 4th be with you guys. What's up?
we've got Brad, the mayor,
Yeah.
and me, Andy, joining you for quarterfinals.
Yep.
We are
It's
in
gonna be a
top
good
8.
one.
We've got. Can you rattle off the top 8? Do you know who they are here?
I can when you pull it up on the screen.
Yeah, rattle off our top 8 matches there, and I'll get this finished
All right,
up.
we are looking at the first seed and the 8th seed. That is Techie Man Ace playing Nick Davis. We got a couple discard decks. It should be an interesting matchup. They did play each other earlier in the round, and Ace took it. So curious to see what happens now. Rounding out the top 8, we have Kirsten and Ron at 2 and 3, Mitchell at 4, Tom Casey is at 5, and then Britt, Ron's wife, is at 6, and the other Tom is at 7. So yeah, really good crew there. Can't wait to see how it plays out.
And if you did the math there, yes, Ron and Britt are unfortunately paired into each other. So for the second time today, actually.
Did they play each other already?
They have, yep.
Who won the first one?
Ron took that one, so we'll have to see if that holds true as well. So let's head on over to the gameplay here. Oh, we've already got started going.
Okay.
Man, these Diablo decks can kind of go crazy right away.
Yep.
So
I just ran into one myself. It cost me the top cut.
oof. So we see the Diablo get shifted. We see the Ursula come down.
Take out the Storm.
Gets rid of Storm.
No, he gets to pick what he gets rid of. It's such an oppressive deck. Yeah, but if anybody plays it well, it's Ace. Both of these guys, actually.
He did not have the Diablo shift, though, in hand, right?
I don't recall seeing it.
Yep, so he inks and passes, actually.
Oof.
So we see the Peter Pan Shadow Finder come down. Quest for 2.
All right. Cookie in the inkwell.
You draw, I draw, we draw. All right, so we are a little low on cards for Ace here. Only 2 in hand. But we will continue to draw for probably quite some time.
Just got that big Diablo that comes out with Challenger and Rush with Peter Pan. but he doesn't have anything to rush into right now, so he's probably going to save it. Another Shadow Finder. Oh, and he inked it. Okay. Just dominating the board here.
4. All right.
Let's see if Ursula can sing something. She took a break from the game for a while.
She did.
Yeah,
she's too easily removed with Brawl, right?
Yep.
So people just decided now it's not worth it. There's no ETB.
Sure.
But we see her used pretty effectively here. Double sing, 2 to the Diablo, 2 to the Peter Pan. We will see Sudden Chill played to remove that last Diablo. And the Cove sent to the Inkwell. So now we both have 4 ink and no cards in hand and no draw engine. And now we will all 32 of us, you and I together, we will hang out and watch them top deck. Don't know why we put the discard match on stream, but hey, that's on us.
There's a lot of mental gymnastics and stuff though too. These guys know these decks very well, and when you play a game like this, you're going to run into these kind of matchups where you're both got the same objective. Discarding the other opponent and getting a board presence. And right now, it looks like Ace is in charge here, but it could quickly turn around with something. I mean,
a storm, strength, anything off the top that is, these characters aren't too particularly threatening. I mean, the Crickies definitely is. Oh, a Pluto.
Pluto, is he bringing it in exerted?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to go to 18. Quest for 1. I think that's just some bait to try and get him to do something other than quest, but he is just going to quest out. Oh, no. Quest to 5. Okay. Doesn't want to sacrifice the Cricky. And we scoop and go to game 2. Okay. Wow. Well, that was a game.
Yeah. You never know what you're going to get.
Whew. So,
their match in the Swiss rounds, I was sitting next to him when it happened, and it was back and forth. Like they were trying hard to overcome the other one. It was close to the, at least when I was paying attention to it and not my own game. What little I saw, I could tell that they were at each other's throats in the best way. And
right.
Like it was
back and forth for sure. Yeah, imagine if Diablo triggered not just on opponent's turns, but on your own turn.
Oh, good. God, are you kidding?
So you both have Diablo out in play, and they draw for turn, you draw for Diablo, they draw for your Diablo, you draw for their Diablo, and it's just a game of chicken to see who stops drawing first. Yeah, that would be a card I'd like to see.
I do like that Ace has moved on to these Winnie the Pooh sleeves.
I feel like a lot of people have been on the Winnie the Pooh sleeves lately.
I think was Heather on them yesterday?
Heather was on Winnie the Pooh sleeves, and I swear there was someone else on Winnie the Pooh sleeves as well. All right.
So it's great art.
We see Nick alter 6 cards away, whereas typically the Emerald Steel is a bit more of a high roll, right? You only have 4 Diablos, the little Diablos to find, whereas with Emerald Amethyst you have 8. Plus, maybe the 2-drop is not even a terrible option, right?
Yeah.
The other evasive one.
I've talked about Ace's deck. It was his first time on the meta report this week. He went 3-0 at Grapes here last week in League. And looking at his deck, I think he had 18 birds. I think 2 of them were Iago, but the other 16 were Diablos. And it's just like, that's so many birds.
Yeah, so I guess he runs the full package there. You got 4 birds, 8 little birds.
It's got the
4 medium birds, the 4 big birds, and then the 2 bigger birds.
Yeah.
Biggest burb.
I just heard them wish each other luck, and here we go. Inking Amuses.
And passing the turn, misses the 1-drop.
That's rough.
6 to try and find that. Unfortunate.
Wonder what the 1 was he kept. Maybe the shift, and he gets to see it. Yep, there's the shift there.
Wow, what a...
Yeah, you didn't want to see that Pluto on. Pluto, Beast, and Tinkerbell. They want to see those in the altar, but...
Yeah, but here's the big thing, though. that morph
He could morph.
is
that
essentially
beast in.
free. There's really no removal in Emerald Amethyst until you get later in the game. You could play something like a Bruno.
Yeah.
And so this morph is essentially guaranteed to stick on the board. Not much to be done about it. So we'll see the Diablo.
He's like, go ahead if you want to
Quest.
challenge into it.
Yeah, I'm certain he's not.
Of course not. I think that big beast is going to come out.
Big beast come down for card draw, or do we save the morph for the Tinkerbell later? Yep, I think we do.
It's a good call.
Because now he can't turn that Diablo sideways, the other Diablo sideways, right? Because the other Diablo can be hit by Tinkerbell and then used to take out his evasive Diablo.
Yep. I wouldn't have even thought about that. I would have realized I could get beast out on 3 and would have done that. But Nick is seasoned enough with his deck to know that Tinkerbell can come out and swing a lot harder. And
double sudden chill.
Oh boy.
So we know the Tinkerbell's still in hand because we didn't see it discarded. One thing that is interesting here, I guess he's just saying go ahead and do the Tinkerbell play. I don't care.
Yeah.
The other unfortunate
taking out both. Yeah,
part
so now the
here
board's
is
clean.
basically that the Diablo could have Big Diablo could have easily taken out the other evasive Dual Link Diablo because it's a challenger and it's not base strength that they have essentially, right? So
Sure. He's a 1-2 with Challenger 2, Challenger 3.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to bring up here. Yeah, 1-2 Challenger 2. So not the greatest card on the defense. So we see the Peter Pan come down and take out the Diablo, but he just plays another one. Another one.
The problem is exerting that Diablo now is tricky when you have Peter Pan on board ready to just crash into it.
Just PJ in hand. Do we see? We probably don't have another sudden chill. We've played 2 of them already, I think. Ace has, so probably can't get rid of that Prince John, although not posing too much of a threat.
He's gonna finish the
trade.
Yep.
Not a bad play.
Nope.
Not a bad play at all.
I've been saying for a while, especially yesterday at the last set championship we did, that I'm surprised there's not a lot more of this green steel being played right now.
It's so high rolling.
Yeah. I've only ever known Nick and Ace to be honest. He found another
So
pan.
punishing. So
2
punishing.
damage on that. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, and we saw he had the storm off the top. If he got the storm from the card draw on like the mutual card draw, that's brutal. So we see the Prince John come down. The Pete quest for 1. And we are quickly approaching just top decking for both players here. The Amethyst player here doesn't really play enough of the draw cards, right? No rabbits. I don't know if he even has genies necessarily.
I don't have his deck list in front of me.
But
could pull it up.
And then we see Diablo come down. They are really, really putting all of their draw power in the Diablo. PJ, I like that. Put that on my luggage.
Mr. Smee in the chat. How are you today, sir? Can always count on you to visit us. Appreciate you.
Yeah, he's popped in a couple times. Said hi. We appreciate you joining us. You and all other 29 folks that are hanging out.
Yeah.
So we saw the Diablo bounced, but the Diablo comes back in with Rush because of the Pan Shadow Finder. So it's able to take out the Prince John and exert itself immediately after being played, which is a really good play. Very, very strong play for sure from Ace there.
Looks like he's exerting all 5 here to bring out Bruno. See you later, bird.
Ooh, gone.
Straight to the discard because he has no hand.
This is kind of the opposite of some of the decks we've been seeing the games we've been seeing on stream before, where it was just cards on cards on cards on cards. So we see strength along with a bounce.
Got it. Wondering why he put that back in his hand. I forgot about the Muse trigger. I just haven't seen Emerald Steel in so long, so I feel unprepared to talk about it, even though not much of it has changed.
Yeah, this is an interesting list that Nick is running. We've seen cards like Pluto that may not normally be in there. Tinkerbell I love. I played that in Seattle in my green steel. And so,
He's also running. He was sitting next to me in the final round of Swiss 2 up against a Ruby Amethyst, and he had Pluto exerted for bodyguard. Then he sang I'm Still Here twice, double sing with Ursula to give Pluto resist 2. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm Still Here gives resist 2 twice, so we would give it twice.
Does it give resist 2 on just it's by itself?
I thought resist 2 until the start of your next turn, so you give him resist 4.
Oh my gosh. 5. Lost a Cricky.
Ooh, loses the Cricky. What else does he have in hand now? Excuse me. One of these waters is mine, and I don't remember now.
I've had a really, really good turnout today with this whole thing. I'm so proud of everybody for showing up here, supporting Grapes. 39 people in this tournament. These are the top 8. Yago came in with Rush, taking out those muses.
Oh, Yago with Rush is so.
It's the only
so
time
oppressive.
to play him.
So oppressive.
That is a scoop. Congratulations to Ace.
And Ace gets it in 2.
What a game.
What a game. What a matchup.
Yep.
Love to see it. Well, maybe not. Actually, we don't love to see quick games. We want them to play longer. But
welcome in, Vince. We have special guest joining the broadcasting room with a big smile on his face.
I'm always happy.
Yeah.
Happy as a
Happy
clam.
Vince.
I'm beautiful, baby.
There it is. And we're back on the caster cam.
I just realized I'm running out of
Juice on the iPad?
yeah, running out of tablet juice
tablet?
here.
It's not an iPad. What is that?
The cheapy tablet from Amazon.
Oh, the cheapy tablet from Amazon brand.
But yes, I am happy because my boy Oscar Piastri.
I knew it.
Oh my God.
I knew it. When you walked in here with that smile, I'm like, something just happened on F1. Like,
Well, I finally was able to check in.
Rooms of villainy.
He was trying to pull it up on stream. On the stream, he wanted me to get it on stream instead of the chat. He wanted to get the race like tracker going in the bottom, so he could keep tabs on it.
Yeah, looks like the table is clear. Oh, we're on caster cam anyway.
We're on caster cam. I'm just trying to find a cable.
Sure.
USB cable to prevent this thing from.
How's everybody doing in the chat? Looks like Mr. Smee is sorting some cards. That seems to be my entire life, man. Keep buying packs, keep having to sort cards, and then I don't like what I did with said cards, so I sort them another way. It's ongoing battle, but you know, I find some catharsis in it a lot of the time. Getting ready for even more sorting. In just a few weeks, we will be in the reign of Jafar. Can't believe that. Really, really excited for this big event on Tuesday on the Ravensburger Twitch stream. Hoping there's a lot of really cool information about the next set on there.
Can you plug that into the
I sure can.
Perfect.
Yep.
We do this. Plug it in. Make sure we get some power going here. Awesome.
Oh,
there we go.
man.
I see it. It's charging.
He just told us who won, and I didn't care enough to remember. I'm so sorry, Mr. Smee. We could ask him again when he comes back around.
It was. I was gonna say Oscar Pistorius, but I think that was the guy who murdered his wife in South
I was gonna
America.
say that name sounded right.
South Africa or something.
What he just told
I
us.
think he was the guy with the blade legs that wasn't involved in that murder thing.
Yeah, that's
Vince.
That's
Unfortunately, we have someone asking who won the F1 race.
Oh, Oscar Piastri.
Oh, so
Not-
you were so close.
Not Oscar Pistorius, the guy with blade legs that allegedly murdered his wife in South Africa or something.
No, he's an Australian F1. He's like 23 years old. He's a young dude.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you got to be young and spry to be an F1 racer.
I couldn't do it.
Well,
Their reflexes are like
I mean,
instant.
Yeah.
The Sir Lewis Hamilton.
How old is he?
Old enough to be a sir.
50?
He's 40.
56?
Oh.
He's not the oldest F1.
Lorcana is an ageless game. You can play at any age and be the
Apparently,
greatest.
F1 isn't.
It is not.
Yeah.
No.
Because it is a sport. You have to be very
No, it's
physically
not,
fit.
it's not a sport. It's
Apparently,
driving.
you
It's
have
a
to be-
leisurely activity.
I'll
It's
tell you
driving.
what. I felt the mental fatigue as the rounds went on today. 6 rounds of Disney Lorcana. You got to be mentally fit for this game too, because I made some bad mistakes at the final round of Swiss.
Yeah.
Don't think it was enough to. I mean, it hurt me, but I don't think it was so much that it like ruined my
But
final
see,
game.
Every time we go to a DLC and like we're done with the day, and you're all like, "Let's go get food." I'm like, I just want to go to bed.
Yeah.
No, we need to be
no, let's
popping
wait an
shot,
hour and a
shot,
half for
shot.
cheesecake.
Hey, but we had fun.
We
It's not-
did. Seattle
it's not
was
about
so
the
much
food
fun.
that we didn't enjoy
Yeah.
along the way. It's the friends we
The
made.
cheesecake was good though.
Yeah. I had a big
did.
crowd there.
Did we ever get one of those cakes from the place in Atlanta? After we saw Usher, and then we went to that diner.
We
went
did
to
go
this
to a diner
diner.
I
downtown.
know what you did get. Is you got a bunch of cheesesteaks.
We did get
Yes, we got
cheesesteaks.
cheesesteaks.
Longtime
yes.
listeners will know our love, or
Whiz
Andy's
without.
love specifically for Woody's cheesesteak in Atlanta. That
It's
is a Rules of Villainy and wow, I can't even talk. Rules of Villainy endorsement.
Yes, 100%. Woody's cheesesteaks in Atlanta is the best cheesesteak outside of the Philadelphia area.
I did like it.
100%.
I mean,
I'll
I'm not
say,
picky
though,
about it, but I.
that F1 is by far.
Bro, you're still on
We're
F1?
still on F1.
Oh
We're talking
my
about
goodness.
cheesesteaks now,
We're talking
man.
about
I
cheesesteaks.
was like, cheesesteak. No, I just saw the comment about Oscar Piastri. But is that it is a sport for the nerds.
Yeah.
It's like it's just like how's it a sport for the nerd? Like the viewers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, because here's the thing. It is
Because the
Is it-
what makes
racers
it-
are like
what
athletes that
makes-
just like memorize a track.
What makes F1 a nerd sport is that it's actually much more about engineering and not just driving. So say like NASCAR, one of the most popular
Everything's the
motorsports
same.
here in the United States. No, they run standard stock cars, so everybody runs the exact
Right,
same
as
car.
I said, everything's the same.
But in F1, it's not. They have constructors,
Oh.
so each individual team builds their own car, and then there are a handful of engine makers.
Okay.
Would you say that
Okay.
it's?
Power units.
Would you say that it's like pod racing?
It's like
It
pottery.
is actually.
I know.
It's like pod
As
racing.
you're describing
Listen.
it, I'm like, oh, this is just gearing up for a Star Wars reference.
it is actually the closest thing to pod racing. This.
I feel like if
Less
that's
violent.
the case, like there has to be some like rules and restrictions and stuff.
Oh, there's
right?
a ton of rules.
Because how is it not possible that like because let's be real, there are definitely way better like engineering firms and like car makers and like genius like one you could easily buy your way to the best car, right?
Tons of rules. So one, they have a cost cap.
Welcome to Vroom Vroom of Villainy, guys. We
A
are
cost
deep
cap.
into the
A
F1
cost cap. F1
discussion
cars
here.
cost like millions and millions of dollars.
Well, so what they have a cost cap on what they can spend through the year.
Okay, so
And then there
a
are
salary
rules
cap.
about how much like you can put the car in a wind tunnel.
Is there
for the
variable
aerodynamics.
costs like the gas for the vehicles too? Like where like
So
if gas
the
is
real
super
question
high, then
is-
they have to cut corners.
The real
on
question is
other parts?
why are the gas F1s afraid to race the electric F1s?
They're not. They're just the
The F1.
We could do a whole episode on
the
this.
regular F1 cars are actually they're faster. than
No.
Formula E cars.
No way.
Yes.
No way. The electric ones
100%.
zoom, instantaneous. You ever seen the speed of lightning? That's because it's so fast.
Listen, okay, Elon fanboy over here.
Electric cars, all of them. They're all zip.
Speaking of electric cars, though, like as I continue to derail this,
Mr. Smee knows in F1 money wins.
See?
Yeah, see.
That's why the Yankees win. That's why
Actually,
St. Louis loses.
This is not
That's
the
why.
reason why, though, I can prove that this isn't true is because so Lance Stroll.
Oh, I
is
know
the
him.
Owner of
No, I don't.
of Aston
I
Martin.
don't.
He's a
Okay.
Canadian billionaire,
Okay.
and their team sucks.
Oh.
Okay, so $1 billion is not that much. People got like trillions nowadays.
Can I borrow $1 billion, please?
I mean, like for,
honestly,
for
you
F1
should
racers.
be happy though because it's the Team Papaya.
Team
Top 1
Papaya?
and 2. McLaren.
Papaya?
F1.
Wow.
Sponsored by MasterCard.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Let's just broadcast that to everybody.
I thought it was papaya. I thought it was like sponsored by the fruit papaya.
Yeah, I do like the papaya fruit.
I'm just saying.
I think I don't know if I've ever had papaya. Now we're on papayas. What a great in between matches here.
Honestly, the worst part is that people love our banter.
We gotta give a huge shout out to Mr. Smee though. Our chat rate is now at 1. It's been at 0 for a while.
Yes,
it's now
Mr.
at 1.
Smee getting it done.
I don't know how the chat rate is calculated. I don't know how it works, but
Mr.
we're
Smee
at 1
sparks
now.
truth, and Mr. Smee speaks truth.
Yes,
Like,
both.
both of those statements are true. You didn't even have to correct it. We just know.
He wasn't correcting. He was adding on.
Correct. Yes.
He was adding on. He was just proving. Yeah, we can unmute Vince so he can have his own microphone.
I was just saying that we did put the fastest match on
We
the
absolutely did,
mainstream
yeah.
table.
Well, when they both top deck until one of them loses, basically.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I thought it was gonna be because I don't remember their Swiss rounds being that quick. It was more mental gymnastics of
Well, they
knowing
went to
what to-
3 games in Swiss, I think.
They did, yeah. And I sat next to
okay.
him, and it was a very competitive game, is what I was telling Andy in the middle of that game. But I guess one thing that could be for certain, it maybe even. So there's a difference between certain and maybe, is that from the experience of that first round Swiss, Ace knew what to expect and how to alter for it. Not that he didn't know already, but he kind
he
of
won.
he had a feel for the deck and what to do.
I will also say there is, again, the lucky.
Better lucky than good.
Yeah, better lucky
They're
than
both
good.
top decking for a lot of those games.
And Ace just had better top decks.
Okay.
Bumping the chat.
Let's go. MS Paint here. Let's get this bracket going.
We got a
All right.
bracket. Okay.
We're in MS Paint.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
if
didn't
we
even
do
know
it-
this software still existed.
This is the Rules of Villainy special.
we can do it live here. How about that?
Oh yeah,
Let's
people would love this.
Yeah, because
add,
I think our original logo was made in MS Paint, wasn't it?
possibly
Yeah, maybe.
display capture. Let's
It was
grab.
just a font that was like.
Yeah, it was just a font.
Yeah, I mean, for the
Oh yeah,
longest time.
the splatter might have been from MS Paint. Okay, so we need
Oh,
a
that's
couple
right.
lines
That's
here.
what was from MS Paint.
Yeah.
So we got.
If you hold shift when you do that line will always be straight.
I know how to use MS Paint.
Well, the first one you didn't do.
because I don't care. It's MS Paint.
I
This is taking
care.
too
I'm a
long.
perfectionist. Look at, oh my god! Don't do that! Don't do that now! How dare you? Say that.
taking
Honestly,
too
I gotta
long.
have to walk away because this is making my OCD.
Yeah,
Like-
yours. Come on, man. You know me.
There we go. And then
Dude, you have so much space, and you gave so little space.
Yeah.
This is for the winner out here.
Sheet is for the
Okay.
winner.
Okay. So
We'll try
this-
again. We'll try again.
Oh, you
right?
can just delete the whole thing. Here, why don't you do this? Use the box shape, and then just make boxes. Well, that's gonna be too much.
And then
Yeah.
erase boxes and
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
Wow, you're crazy.
It's
How
a
about
lot
we
more-
just do this?
Okay, we're gonna yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm just going to do this.
Yes, let's just use that. This is beautiful.
Now it's
There we
shorter.
go. There we go. There we go.
Wait, hold on. Let me erase a little bit. There.
Yeah,
Okay, now this is the part you're really going to love. So
you're gonna
this
write it. You're not
is
gonna even type it.
Ace.
Yep.
Ace.
Ace.
Honestly,
And
that
Nick.
could be worse.
He's been practicing. Look at that. Look
All
at
right,
that.
And then we got Ace is the winner. And then who are our other matches here?
Kirsten and Tom.
what-
Kirsten was 2, right? So she
2?
would be down here in the bottom bracket, and then Tom W is her opponent.
Here's the S's are hard.
Oh, that's just a cross.
Kirsten. And you said Tom is her
Tom
opponent?
W. Yeah, Meme Hammond.
It's for Gantu.
Okay,
Yes.
and so now
This is something Gantu would do.
what else we got, Vince? Who's in the next
we got
bracket?
Bron
Ron
and
and
Britt.
Britt.
3 and 6. Does that go down here?
Oh, we gotta pull up. I gotta see the list.
I never remember. Who got it?
Who do you think got it?
Oh,
Britt
wow.
got it. All
Britt
right.
got it?
Confidence. Congrats, Britt.
This card versus Ruby Sapphire kind of just, if it don't flow, it don't flow.
Oh, wait, Britt did get it? Oh, I thought we were giving you a hard time.
Yeah, I thought we were giving him a hard time too. I didn't know. I legit didn't know. But
No, I could
Quarterfinals.
hear him over there. He's like, "What's up with all these evasives?" I was like, "Oh no, Rob's in trouble."
Oh yeah.
But then I was like, you know what? I don't really care that much because Britt's gonna win.
Yeah.
I was
so
like,
what is
it
it?
doesn't
2
really
6.
matter.
Where did they go? I don't know who those two.
Hold on. Quarterfinals
So
after
was-
round 6. Ron and Britt would be.
But which one goes where? That's the point.
I think it's here.
3 6 goes here.
I was 3-6.
I thought 4 5 goes here. 4 5 goes here. I think.
This is 1 and 8.
And then 4 5. And then
So if
3,
you're in
6.
chat, let us know how a bracket works.
Ron.
I mean, ultimately, Melee is going to make
Yeah.
the pairings, and we'll just course correct. Like,
But
Yeah.
maybe
we
the
can
brackets
predict
are
what
up.
they're doing. So this was 3 and 6.
That's a
this
great
was
6.
2 and 7. 1
Where's
and
the
8.
6?
Riveting.
I
this
hope
is-
you love this content, y'all.
6. There we go. Okay, and then this last one is 4 5, which is who?
4-5 is going to be Mitchell and Tom C.
Tom. That's a weird name. Sorry.
Well, technically Mitchell should be on the top, but that's okay.
All right, Mitch.
Mitch. Very good.
Yeah, we'll do the ELL.
I have a hard time calling him Mitchell every time because his last name's Glenn. So I always call him Glenn, and I don't know why.
And this is he's the 4.
He's the 4, so he should have been at the top.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on here. I need the keyboard. Look
Oh,
at
sure. I'm glad I could be here for this part.
I know this is the most riveting content.
Why'd you
of-
do it that way? Why don't you just control exit and not control C it? Now you got to rewrite Tom C.
How'd you do? Nice.
delete.
Kirsten won. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Congrats to Kirsten. I almost said Kristen.
Honestly, you wouldn't have been the only person.
Whoa.
Oh.
I have no mouse pad. Also, by the way, guys. So we got 4, 5. So
And now we determine, we know Kirsten and Tom are right. And Kirsten won, Britt won. So that's going to be a fun matchup. But we don't know if Ron and Britt are in the right section and Mitchell and Tom are in the right section. So it could be Ace versus Britt and Kirsten waiting on a winner. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure the 3-6 goes at the top.
seed, Top 8 bracket. I googled this yesterday.
And I'm just dropping my phone on things. So sorry for that.
Oh no, I did racket. So these are the top seeded racquetball players.
Oh,
Bracket.
now we're on racquetball. And the
Rackets
Blues-
of villainy.
I got a great update right now with 8:50 left in the first period. The Blues are up 2-0 in Winnipeg. So I am.
What's the series at?
They're at Game 7.
Oh, this is game
This
7.
is Game 7, and I'll tell you what, man. I went to Game 6 on Friday night. Electric. The best sporting event you could go to is playoff hockey, man. I told Emily, who had never been to a playoff game before, it's like I've taken her to her first Blues game, and she enjoyed it, had a great time. We've been to several. I was like, you don't know what playoff hockey's like, and it was loud.
Okay.
So good.
So according to printyourbrackets.com, it's 1-8-4-5-3-6-2-7.
Okay. You did it right.
So we are just waiting on this last match here to finish up, right? Tom and Mitchell still going, right? Tom and Mitchell are still going? Okay, that's what we thought.
All right. Well.
All right. Well, I have to use the restroom.
Is this round 1 of the?
Yeah.
So, Vince, you want to hang out?
Yeah,
I have to
yeah.
use the restroom. I'm
Should we go back to caster cam, or are we going to leave the bracket up for?
This is double mic'd.
Oh, I am double mic'd. Echo. Yeah, we can just actually
That's not a sport.
mute that.
Choose this one. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna hold on to the. Yeah, so I guess we can go to caster cam. I know people love
Chair
this
does not
artwork.
move.
Yeah.
I'm tired of trying. Kirsten, congratulations. We have Kirsten in the room.
Congrats.
We are moving on to the semifinals here shortly. We got one match still going. We have no idea where it's at the moment. So you might be sticking in with us for a while.
And they
right?
have 30 minutes still.
30 minutes on time, yeah. So
Because they 75 minutes in Top Cut.
yeah.
Something I haven't been sticking to.
They're in game 2.
They are in game
Perfect.
2.
Now you got plenty of time
So,
for
yeah,
that.
they got plenty of time.
Try to get closer to the mic. This chair does not like scooting.
I actually can sit further away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm distracted. I'm like, I have like the ADHD.
Yeah.
You know,
It's been a long day. It's been a long weekend. You have been absolutely killing it with hosting these set championships. Yesterday at game night, 32 people. I think it went really smoothly. You know,
yeah, I think
everything
it
went
did.
really good. The players were in good morale, just like good.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Ron over here doubting me. But yeah, nah. You know, you were final 2, man. You were battling with one of the best here in St. Louis for that play mat, and and it was one I was trying to get out the door because I had a date night planned with Emily, and I was like, I need to get out of here and go do all that. Cinco coming up, and it's just gonna be busy tonight, tomorrow, and but when it was you two that were paired, I'm like, I can't miss this match because you two guys who work with one another to better yourselves and everything, and then playing at the most competitive level that you can locally for that set championship. Fascinating to watch. I wish we could have recorded that one. Unfortunately, it didn't work in your favor, but it's good Lorcana. You'll bounce back.
Still some defeats itself sometimes, and
That's a tough battle.
Yeah.
It is a tough battle, and the deck decided to stop flowing for me.
Once you got that beautiful Sonic Warrior out there, I was like, yes, let's go. And then boom, Hades, and it's like. You do need I need the enchanted. Andy's behind Ron. We're talking about Ron playing yesterday, and Andy, as soon as I mentioned Sonic Warrior, Andy goes, should have been an enchanted, which he has, or it does have one, but he doesn't have it, is what he's saying. So a little bit of.
I would know, right? You and Travis, your song.
Yeah. If it was enchanted, it would win. Yeah, I fell victim to who you saw earlier. If you've been with the stream the entire day, Rudrose was here hanging out, and he did a really cool video not long ago. I got to be featured in it as a helpless Lorcana player looking to win and sell my soul. And to do that, I sold him. He sold me all of these foils, or my character at least, to advance my Lorcana career. It was really funny. He wrote this entire parody of Poor Unfortunate Souls, and you should definitely check it out. It was a lot of fun to do. But
we'll link that in the description.
For sure. There's probably a lot of links I got to put in the description. These streams on these set championships go 8+ hours sometimes. I come home and I timestamp the videos, and I put all the inks or all the decks in ink decks, and like. There's a lot of post work
is everything
that
up
happens.
for the game night yet? Or
I put it all up last night. Yeah. After we got back from our date night, we just kind of chilled out. We had way too much to eat at one of the local Mexican eateries, and it just
easy to eat a lot.
Oh my gosh, the chips and salsa, and let alone the queso. Like, we got to get the queso. So we spent the rest of the evening just being chill, and. That allowed me to get all the decks up, and hopefully you guys check that out. If you go on Ink Decks, you can find it. It was a game night set championship yesterday on May 3rd. And if you want easy access to it, you can join the Rules of Villainy Discord, which absolutely will be in the description below. It is right now. You can go there under our deck list channel. I already have all 32 of those decks up there, and we'll have that for this event. Can't promise tonight. The Last of Us is on tonight, so I will have to watch that.
Oh, it is on tonight.
Yeah, and then
I don't watch that show though.
You should. It's incredible.
I have too much TV to.
It's heavy. It's really heavy too. And as a fan of the big fan of the video games, it's beat for beat. It's so good.
But I love Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, the whole world loves Pedro Pascal. In fact, everybody loves Pedro Pascal so much that there's like people are rising up. They're like, I'm tired of Pedro Pascal because he's in everything. But
I'm fine with that. I want
because
more
he's
Pedro.
so good. Because he's so good, though. He's amazing. You should watch that though, but be ready for heavy, like from the get go.
Yeah, there's one particular episode in first season that people tell me I should watch. I think it's the one that won the Emmy.
Third or fourth episode. Yeah, Billstown. It's incredible.
Yeah,
they took a small moment of the game not small. It was a whole level, but they added so much more depth to it and showed you like just the character, like deep dive into these characters, and absolutely incredible.
Those characters were in the game
Yes,
too?
yes,
Wow,
yep. One of them was. The other one is only referenced through notes, and you learn about them through things that you find in the game, their relationship and everything. But in the show, you actually get to see that relationship develop. They make some liberties, whatever. Absolutely incredible. Now we're on the rules of Last of Us. So thank you for a podcast within a podcast within a podcast.
I know. So yeah, we'll be winning the Webby for that.
Yeah, the Webby. That's another one of our awards. Yeah, we still have, for those of you tuning in, it looks like we got 21 people on there right now. We are waiting on the last match of the semifinals.
It looks like it just ended.
Just ended. Okay. Let's take a look at the melee and see. I don't know where to get to it on the computer, so I'll just pull up my handy dandy pocket computer, also known as my phone. It's not reported though. We had a walk-by results giving, so don't know. Those of you tuning in and have been here all day, thank you so much for making this happen. This is something we enjoy doing. It's going to be the last one here from Grapes Games, unfortunately, but we could really feel the love here today with everybody who showed up, made this event possible. 39 people, first weekend of set championships here in St. Louis, and
the largest set champs to date.
To date, yeah, for sure. Not just this one either. Like, I think, like, you're talking about all set champs, right?
That might be true. I know.
Yeah.
I can say for sure.
For Archazia's Island, because there's only been 2 of them. Well, 2 that we've been a part of. There's a couple more that happened. There were 8 and 14, I think, happened yesterday. But yeah, 32 yesterday with us hosting, and then 39 today. We got Andy Schilder in the chat. That's a familiar name. Shouting Beard Watch.
It's still going, although I do trim it periodically.
Yeah,
now,
you have to. You have to.
Keep it me looking.
I'm about to trim this mop on my head.
Like a wild man.
Betrayal for life. So thanks for hosting, guys. It was fun to play on stream there. Finally, good luck to the rest of the top 8. Thank you, Betrayal.
Who is Betrayal?
I think it's one of the Toms. It might have just been the Tom that just walked by. And that'd be really funny if he did that. If it just didn't say anything as he walked by. It might be the other Tom that just played Glenn. Or Mitchell. I told you. I warned you guys. I call him Glenn. I don't know why it's in my head. He's Glenn. And I told him that today. I was like, I hope you don't mind, but like, I have to call you that. Like, I know your name is Mitchell, but you are Glenn now.
But so we had, which we saw on stream, Ace and Nick.
Mm-hmm.
So that went 2 games.
Yes.
Ace won both. Kirsten was playing Thomas Warren, and she won 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had Ron and Britt. They're a married couple on our ROV team. You've seen Ron, Reckless, also known as Reckless, on the stream a few times and on this live. And then, well, you're going too close.
We're doing close events.
I don't love too close.
Too close events.
Then Britt won 2-0. So we're just waiting on this last.
I don't think the camera goes any further left.
I don't love this. This is not my.
But the further I zoom in, the more you get faded out to the left. So
I know.
Yeah, close events, everybody. I was at the request of Andy. He's checking his beard now. You guys don't want to see that. We're on beard watch. We're not on beard grooming. Yeah, so
you don't want beard tips of villainy.
Beards of Villainy. Another podcast within a podcast within a podcast. All right, let's get this back to Zoom. Next time we do this, we need to get something on the wall behind us. A lot of white space.
Yeah, although this wall is not
pink.
white.
Yeah, I do this every time. I'm looking at a white screen, but a pink wall. And magic.
It's actually entirely pink around us.
Yeah.
It's a very light pink.
Dude, it's grape-esque in color. Maybe grapes are a lot darker than that. But welcome, Andy. I tried to do close events.
Close events now?
No, I brought it back. Every time it zoomed in on it.
There's still one more match going?
No, Mitchell just finished. He took the victory.
Mitchell won. All right. Okay, it's reported now, so we can update the bracket. I'm probably gonna step out of here. You guys want to cast the next one?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I'll take a break.
I'm down.
You want to play?
All right.
Yeah, that'll be
I'm going
fine.
to send everybody to the Be Right Back screen, and we'll be right back very quickly.
information. All right, we are back with the semifinals. It's only showing so now we can show the hours. There we go. Okay. This round hopefully won't take an hour, guys, but technically 75 minutes here on the clock for these players.
And so we have Britt and Kirsten. We have Britt on a emerald amethyst and Kirsten on a steel amber. So thank you so much for the folks who have come back in who have temporarily abandoned us, but come back. We appreciate it.
Yes, definitely.
As we went down our inception of podcasts within a podcast within a podcast.
I saw we got Hockey Pucks of Villainy. And then we briefly visited Beards of Villainy. I'm glad Brad did that. He just started talking and he reached for the camera and went for his move as instructed.
So these are two of our Rules of Villainy teammates.
Two of our best teammates, too. I mean, look at them here in the semifinals. Unfortunately, paired against each other. Or fortunately, I mean, it means that Rules of Villainy is going to be represented in the finals.
It does mean Rules of... Well, we also still have another team member.
Yeah, Ace. So it could be a Rules of Villainy versus Rules of Villainy finals. We'll have to see. But we do have Kirsten on the play because she was the higher seed, right? The second seed. Decisions, it seems like. Are they waiting for us to start?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
Yep. No,
all right.
They're just thinking. All right, so we inked a Pete and we played a queen. Which I think is probably right. Like, I mean, you're not as necessarily concerned
with those actions with shift
Diablo.
Target too.
Oh. And we talked in the interview about that World's Greatest Criminal Mind and the ability to use that shift queen.
Yeah.
And Kirsten's like, I didn't even think of that.
So hopefully now she remembers it.
Yeah.
See the Lawrence going to the inkwell.
So we're going to shift, you think, here? I think so.
Absolutely. Don't. Ooh. You can't really afford to do that against Amethyst Emerald. They just have too many Diablos. That's what Brad and I were talking about. When Amethyst Emerald was, see, there you go, boom, another Diablo. Now you got to remove that or you shift. But by that time, they're just playing it outright. So when we saw the Amethyst versus Steel Diablo matchup, basically we had 4 options for just 4 little green Diablos for the Emerald Steel to hit, but we had 8 1-drop Diablos plus 4 2-drop Diablos that all can be shifted on for the big Diablo. So
right.
your numbers increase quite a bit there.
And this Diablo is evasive.
Yes.
Which is the same as the shift line Diablo.
So we see here, take the Zeus here, which can immediately be sung if desired. We are going to see it get sung, and the turn is passed.
You're probably concerned at that point that your opponent has seen that and can then play something like the Ursula to snipe those songs out of your hand.
Very true. It is very true.
So it doesn't look like, though, Britt has the Ursula in her hand right now. But that is something you would generally see. And yeah, there we see. And just as you said, turn 1, Diablo. Turn 2, Diablo. Turn
Can't
3,
keep up with all those Diablos. Inks the Troubadour. I think she drew another aerial there. Do we see the aerial come down?
So we're going to quest for 2. And we're going to...
Oh, the world's greatest criminal mind. Wow.
As we just see that
what
snipe
play.
away. What a play.
What a move.
I love it. And we see...
She says no birds.
Yes, no birds.
Oh, out of cards. But can we get... Oh, we see it.
No way.
No way.
No way.
Oh, my goodness.
God. And the Lorcana.
But wait. Look at that card that Britt just drew.
Oh, a sudden chill. And you know that's coming down to
That has to be played. Unless she wants another hand. Unless she doesn't mind
she
getting
might
a new
think
hand.
about that, but I think she
Nope,
knows she's got
there it is.
That. Yeah.
Yep. And then passes turn. Nothing else to play. 3 cards left.
Kirsten does have 2.
Oh
my god!
Oh my goodness!
Decked! Holy crap!
Wow.
What a play!
You're so... Oh, I think they might have heard that one. Wow.
That is wild.
Oh my goodness. So we see Kirsten 4 ink can still ink for turn. I mean, like, all of her characters can do whatever they want. Oh, did she get another one? Does she could ink, play her whole hand, and then just make her flip through her whole. Actually, I think it's a little premature.
That's greedy. Too,
you play a Pete if you have it. Yep, there you go. And then you quest everything. And then you just quest for 5. And next turn you threaten to go 8 more to 13.
So much yelling. It's wild. This is what this game is all about. It's so exciting.
She missed the Daisy trigger before the whole new world because she was so excited about top decking it. You definitely wanted to quest that Daisy first and then play the whole new world that she had top decked. So I just realized that now. So a slight misplay gave a crab to Britt. Not sure that that'll come into handy or matter now. And she snipes.
She snipes that whole new world out.
That's 3 now, I believe.
That is 3. So there's 1 more left.
Question is, does it matter?
I don't think it matters at this point.
She is threatening a lot of lore here. So we will maybe see a fox come down. That's probably the best play here. No, we just see her try and play out our cards. Get some bodies on the board. Hopefully, maybe a Cricky. Something like a Cricky could be very, very punishing. With 3 bodies on the board that'll now all challenge for 4. So we'll ink the queen. I think I would have done the aerial first and looked for a song. But this is fine too.
Yeah, and you're going to instantly
hit the bird. Yep.
That, takes away that Diablo. You're able to draw a card.
Those are the 2 she played this turn. 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
15.
15. What does Britt get off the top? That looks like a
genie. I don't know that there's an out. The Cricky helps to. She just top decked the Cricky, so that gets her 2 removed. So that's the Daisy and the Queen. And then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that's just.
Yeah, and I think it's
that's
probably
just
too late at this point. So Cricky takes out the Queen. Really, all we're doing at this point is not even delaying, right?
Yep,
not even
that's
delaying.
it.
So Kirsten will take round or game 1 of the semifinals with that amazing top deck of that.
Wow.
Again,
we need to get special shirts made. Rules of Villainy slogan on the back says "Better lucky than good."
Better lucky than good.
Better lucky than good.
Because that is pure luck.
Where's the mayor? He kept telling me to watch.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I'll go grab him.
Can you reset their score while you're at it? But yeah, so we're gonna go quickly here into game 2 of this semifinal round here at Grapes Game. This is the final set championships for Lorcana at Grapes Games.
It is really unfortunate, but unfortunately, Grapes Games is closing their doors. So much yelling, something happened. I don't know what happened.
Oh, you're gonna be mad you missed that.
What happened?
As I walked out there to find the mayor and tell him that his lovely soon-to-be wife was looking for him, I got to witness Jimmy opening. They're all out there. It's like a Willy Wonka factory out there. They're ripping Japanese packs of Chapter 2 or Set 2 Floodborn. Jimmy got a enchanted Lady Tremaine. Japanese enchanted Lady Tremaine.
All right, I'll be right back.
No, you can't steal that.
Oh, I forgot about the company. You're just kicking it around.
Yeah, I am.
You know how much that thing is worth?
I heard somebody got a Tremaine, and it is mine. I appreciate the gift.
So much yelling. Where's the mayor? I kept telling you to watch. I
Yeah.
told you I was about to go on stream, and then I was here for, what, half an hour, 45 minutes?
He was here for a while. Yeah, he
and
was here for a
somebody
while.
didn't show up on time.
Yep. You know, sometimes your team just wins that fast, and
Yep.
you miss the game. You know.
Now Mr. Smee, I would like to order my 5XLT better lucky than good.
Yeah.
Hey, honey, how are you? No,
Good
Jimmy
job.
just pulled it. Oh, you already probably told everybody.
Yeah.
Jimmy pulled an enchanted Tremaine from Japan. Very, very cool.
Yes.
I may or may not have been opening Chapter 1 Japan boxes.
Ooh, anything good?
Got a foil Tamatoa.
Okay.
I got a foil John Silver.
Ooh, foil John Silver. All right.
Yeah, I got a
Potato
Bell.
Captain.
Got a Bell. I got a Ursula. No enchanted though.
Ah, that's all right.
Emily says she was walking our child, Winston. Thank you for walking him in my absence. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time here. Vince is casting this semifinal, or is this semifinal? Semifinal game with Britt and Kirsten as they shuffle up for game 2, game 3?
Game 2. Yep,
Game
game 2.
2.
So we'll grab Vince back in here,
Yep.
but thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
The people wanted their mayor or at least one of the people wanted their mayor.
Yeah.
So.
All right. I'll be home soon, sweetie. See ya.
Don't you love that? A live romance on stream.
Now you make me want a Pepsi. Don't spill Pepsi on our equipment.
Wow. All right. So I'm not going to talk too much here because we have the door open at the moment. But we are into game 2, and Britt is going to go first here in this round. All right, so we see a strength, and we're playing a Cinderella, as though I cannot know who it is. So we don't talk about Bruno Goes in the Lane. Well, improvise. And that improvise allows you to draw a card. Excuse me. Yeah, so improvise. His chosen character gets +1 this turn. Draw a card. So Ursula, so we see Kirsten's hand here. We've got a Rapunzel, Pete, Strength Storm, and Mr. Smee. And it looks like we're going to take out the Storm, which makes perfect sense.
Sorry.
Or those are promos.
Yeah, look, we got promos.
I know, isn't that great? We got caster promos.
Caster promos, let's go. Sorry. Gotta open my Mountain
right.
Dew Zero Sugar Baja Blast. The official drink of Rules of Villainy. Please sponsor us, Mountain Dew Baja Blast Zero. So refreshing and Baja-y in flavor.
It really is.
Well, Kirsten's off to kind of a quick start. we see.
So grabbing that Ursula into the Mr. Smee. Man, they're opening a lot of.
They are.
Japanese
You see those packs?
packs, yeah. Have you bought any Japanese?
Not of Floodborne yet. I'm hoping that a store has one locally. Once I saw a couple stores had first chapter, I was kind of like, well, you know.
I think I'm probably gonna order a box or two. So if you want to get in on that, let me know. Because of the shipping.
Yeah.
The shipping is what really kills you.
I was considering getting some too, and like we did last time, but I don't know. I'm hoping maybe Fortuna gets some. They had some last time, right?
They did have some boxes. So why was Kirsten able to skip giving Diablo -4 attack before giving it +4 attack to Criminal Mind?
I believe it's any character -4 and +4, right?
Yeah, that's the way that works.
So she gave her own character -4.
Yeah, so you can give, whenever this character requests, chosen opposing character gets -4 this turn, and chosen character gets +4. So you give...
No, she has to choose an opposing character. The -4 and the +4 cancel out, so the Criminal Mind shouldn't have worked.
But if she had another card on board, which she did, I think.
I don't think she did. She had just the Diablo, right?
No, I think she had another card on board.
We could go back and look. I think it is a little too late for that to matter. But yeah, that is a good point. That is a very
Because you don't
valid
have to
point.
give the same... You can give any...
Right, but if there was no other characters on board... Yeah, it only works if they have 2 characters.
Oh, was Diablo alone?
Oof.
No, well...
Well, I guess even the judges missed that one. Because I did not realize that was the interaction.
I didn't even realize that was the interaction there.
And I guess neither did Kirsten nor Britt or any of the people watching out there. Or you guys fast enough. We're like a game later.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It happened last time too.
I honestly don't think it would have mattered though at the end of this.
The one in the 1K one?
No, I don't think it would have mattered
in this one.
In the
Maybe.
first round that much.
Maybe.
I think Kirsten had control of that game.
She would have gotten one more card off the Diablo, right? Because she would have been able to take it out the following turn. But oh, he called it way above, and I missed.
I'm sorry, Tyler.
Oh no. Now it's definitely on us. I feel really bad. This happened at the 1K where we realized something, but it went past too quickly. They were playing very quickly, and several turns went by, and ultimately it really didn't seem like it mattered, but it was definitely a sussy play, and we should.
I will just say, like, you know, we are 2 folks that are casting.
We're doing our best.
And running the tournament, we're doing our best here, as best we can. And as we say, you know, if there's a person that's watching that's in the St. Louis area, hit us up. Join the Discord. We would love help with production. We need folks to be able to sit at the table and catch these.
Yeah, we had when we would have our guest casters on, luckily Vince was able to sit at the table and sort of do that. I appreciate it, Tyler. I'm throwing blame on myself because I
feel bad about it, honestly, because we want to have good, clean games here, and we should have seen it.
Yeah,
no, you
I
didn't
think
miss anything. You were right. I for some reason I thought there was another character on board,
and I just didn't realize that interaction worked that way. So that is good to know. We will go let them know. Well, one, if they do it again here, we'll catch them. We got eagle eyes on them now. But we'll let them know in between after this game is over so that they understand the interaction going forward. We'll issue both of them a verbal and written warning.
We'll put them on a pip.
Okay, we'll put them on a pip.
We'll put them on a Lorcana pip.
Sheesh.
Hard
cast all in the
world. After using the Zeus on that Diablo by singing it with the Rapunzel. I know, I appreciate you all, though.
pointing it out in chat. Please keep continuing doing that. I
Yes.
don't take it personally. I totally missed it.
I genuinely feel bad too because, like I said, we had this happen at the last event we streamed where we saw something. We also didn't necessarily know if we were
we got a
official judge. Like, we didn't know if we could make judge calls at that last event we were doing. Vince wasn't there in person. If Vince was there in person, he would have kicked the door in and ran over, been like, Pete, no actions, and whistled, and I just was not doing it. Some of the players were ready to be done with the night, ready to move on, and it didn't look like it mattered. So
tell you what, I should dress up as Pete, like the next DLC.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Pete, no actions, and but yeah, I basically was like, hey, if we're running the event, we'll have the ability to be able to judge this, and we'll make sure these things don't happen. And to see it fall through on my watch is rough, but it's all right. We'll get them.
Kirsten's looking through the discard here. This is definitely a much slower game than game 1, where Kirsten was definitely in the driver's seat the entire time. So Britt is questing for 1. We're going to pay 3. It looks like probably to play the Fox here. Bounce the Diablo back, and we're going to take out the Rapunzel. Or no, I'm sorry. Not take out the Rapunzel, because Rapunzel's a 1/5.
Oh boy.
All right. So Diablo to see the whole hand. We saw 2 whole new worlds there.
Oh, the strength off the top is very, very nice. A Rapunzel would be absolutely brutal. Honestly, if you were playing the Diablo to see the hand, I might have done that first before swinging the Fox in, because a Rapunzel would be another Rapunzel on top of this one would be so punishing to be able to just draw 3 more cards right off of it.
Honestly, I think that's actually good. I didn't even think about that. That's such a good order of operations when you're playing, just to think about, because you're right. That's 3 cards you're giving your opponent.
Yeah, and negating 3 of that damage that you did as well is not nothing. You
don't really gain a lot.
Right. It means, so another Rapunzel here would mean that she would heal 3. Pete would sing to take out the Fox, at which point then there is no threat to the Rapunzel the following turn unless she has another Fox in hand.
I think at this point, though, are we singing or requesting? Would you not play another character?
Oh, okay. So she's going to keep her Rapunzel safe by doing that.
Oh, okay. I see what's happening.
Interesting.
I see what's happening here.
Face to face with greatness, and it's strange.
All right, so we see a queen and a daisy.
You're welcome. So we see the shift Diablo come down. Oh, so we can exert it to...
So she does have a hypnotize.
Yeah, but
Britt has a hypnotize.
Another one in hand even after ditching. So we are going to play the hypnotize. Okay. Oh, that's an easy answer. I almost wouldn't play that. She has a whole new world in hand. 2 a whole new world. So she doesn't care about the whole new world. Unless maybe you had an Ursula to follow up with to snipe it out, which would kind of be nice. But
so
take
Diablo.
out the Rapunzel. Okay. And you draw, I draw, we draw. Okay. So, problem here is a wheel gives Britt up to 14 cards. Anywhere from 7 to 14 cards. She needs an answer for the Diablo. We do have the Queen trick on board if there is a Criminal Mind in hand.
So the queen trick would work. The queen combo is requesting 2. So
She takes the Cricky.
I think that kind of boxes Kirsten in a little bit.
sing the wheel, and let
So how
Britt
many?
draw
2,
however many she wants.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's all or nothing, right? With a whole new world, like you can't just draw.
Nope. It is. So it draws 7 cards. Each draw is its own individual trigger of Diablo. So she draws 7 cards off the whole new world, and then she can singularly draw 1 card at a time for each trigger and decide when she wants to stop. Yep, could draw 7 more. Yep. So looks like she is choosing to draw a few more. Do we see Kirsten? Kirsten, I think, was really, really hoping to get another whole new world. Maybe bait her into drawing too many, and then another Zeus. Okay. Just play as many characters as you can, I think, here. Excellent. So she risks losing both of her characters here to a Cricky, right? If another one was taken off. Or no, yeah, if another one was gained off of the wheel, which you kind of at this point have to assume that she was able to draw until she got whatever she wanted. Looks like maybe about 12 cards in hand, 10 cards in hand. So we see the shift come down. What are we throwing away? Probably the friends. Yeah, you don't need that.
Because you don't need that at this point. You've drawn all the cards you need.
And you won't have it if you get wheeled anyway, so...
Doesn't look like she did draw a Cricky, though, that I can see in hand.
That is true.
So I think Kirsten might have gotten lucky here. But we do have, although I don't really know that does much, there is an Elsa in hand.
So the Elsa, yeah, but without a Cricky or a Fox, you can't really threaten the Queen. You really want to take the Queen because that's her singer.
We got 6 ink. I don't know, like, so if you played the Elsa, you could.
You got Cindy. Looks like that's going to be her move here. Elsa.
So we don't know what's going to be exerted yet.
Looks like we're taking some time to think here. I personally think I think you're right. The Cindy goes here. But the problem is you didn't do anything to stop her Singer 5 in the Queen, which allows Criminal Mind to work. It sings Zeus. Yeah.
And Brit has inked for turn, I believe.
Trying to mainline this caffeine, try and get us keep us in it. You get an IV drip going. If Vince or I flatline someone,
like she's thinking about singing. Okay, so she is not. She's gonna put 2 damage on and quest for 1.
She is really just saying, I don't think you have a Rapunzel, because that is interesting.
All right. Looks like a troubadour.
Oh, Kirsten. I was wondering what Kirsten was doing. She drew the card very, very slowly, I think out of respect so that Britt could remember her Diablo trigger.
Yeah. I mean, that's nice. I love when especially when team members play.
Absolutely.
But I still think it's good. See here. So, looks like we're going to Zeus.
And then along came Zeus.
All right.
Oh, she had the Rapunzel. Oh,
she did have the Rapunzel.
The punish. The hard punish here. So
she drew another whole new world.
But we don't see... Is that a Gaston in hand? Right behind the whole new world.
Does she run Gaston in this?
I don't know. She did before, but she doesn't. She might not anymore. So... Oh, And then along came Zeus again. It is a thunderstorm out here in St. Louis, folks. And then we quest for 4 to go to 10. 1 damage. I didn't see what the trigger was.
And I think that was the enchanted Zeus, or one of them.
One of them was. The first one was, yes. My enchanted Zeus. I'm just kidding. I played it in my deck first, though, when I was playing Sapphire Steel, and I had to take it out of that.
Where are you at on enchanted of them all now? What's your...
We're getting there. We're getting there. I'd have to look. We're over halfway still. Probably we might be 3/4 of the way now. None of us are gonna ever catch up to Boo Hunter of Boo Hunter fame.
Does he have them all?
I think he's a Pokemaster. He might have he might have them all. I know he's got several sets
there
completed.
Comes the Cricky. So the Cricky.
He's quite the collector.
So 3/4 when you play this character, your other characters get +3 this turn. So Kirsten does have 10 lore. That just hasn't been updated. We see the queen come down. Oh, you're right. That is the Gaston.
Excellent. Slightly harder to remove. I have 83. I'm missing 37.
What are we doing? You're missing that big one, aren't you?
I'm missing the else. Are we gonna tell him something?
Update your lore, please.
Sheesh. Sheesh. Enforcing lore update. Yikes. So yeah, 83. I have 37 I'm missing. But surprisingly, like the value is calculated here. I own $6,000 worth, and I'm missing $4,000 worth. So I am missing quite a few of the big dollar ones.
Big dollar. One of them is in the $700-800 range.
That Elsa's pretty expensive. Vince has got one.
Target pack, baby. All right, so the Elsa comes down, takes out the Smee.
Is it going to be enough? I don't know that it's enough. If she's at 18, that's pretty brutal.
And we still have one other match going on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I didn't know if you wanted to check Melee and see where that's at.
I'll check in a minute here.
All right.
It is not reported yet.
Okay, not reported. All right, so we got not enough removal, it looks like. Oh, and the cards come down.
And Kirsten will take that.
Kirsten returns to the finals to defend her Grapes Games Set Champs title.
She is. She's
yes.
a returning...
The returning champ. If you guys watched us last set for the Azurite Sea set champs, you saw Kirsten take her Diggy style Amber Steel all the way to the finals and win against that Kiwi Birds style Sapphire
looks
Steel.
Like just as this match finished, Ace and Mitchell also finished.
All right, and who got that one?
Ace did. 2-0.
Ace got it 2-0. Okay. All right. So it will be Ace versus Kirsten. So essentially, like almost the same matchup, right? So Ace is also, I believe, on Emerald Amethyst. There are some obviously key differences between his and Britt's list, but we will see.
We do know that Ace's list tends to be a little... I guess they're pretty similar.
No Prince Johns. Ace runs no Prince Johns.
No Prince Johns.
It's wild. It's wild. Kind of crazy.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, we will be right back.
Yeah, we are going to do a be right back because I got to use the restroom and we got to make sure everyone's ready to stream this finals.
Yep.
All right.
We're going to give the players also just a few minute break.
Yes. So give us all 1 second and we will be back very shortly for the finals. Kirsten versus Ace.
And see you then.
All right.
We are back. We talked with Britt and Kirsten. We let them know the mistake in the first game, and they decided that they wanted to play a third game. So basically, it's essentially like a game loss. So Kirsten will go first, though, because she would have had the going first in that one, I think. And so she gets the second chance to go first here. But we will play game 3 here. So we'll play game 3, and the winner will go ahead and play ace. We see them altering their hands. Again, they're both teammates, good friends here. There was no hard feelings. Neither of them realized that interaction worked that way. Others around did, but I think they were just not crowding the game to avoid, pressuring them or anything. So, but it's corrected. Everyone learns. We're going to go to
and just a reminder
game
what
3.
that issue was is this queen, whenever this character plus chosen opposing character gets -4 this turn, and chosen character gets +4. So you can give your opponent that +4, but you also you're forced to give your opponent the -4. It's a little too bad the character isn't where you can give your own character -4, which I think is how you thought it worked.
That's how I thought it worked. I thought it was anybody can get negative and anybody can get plus.
No.
Which actually makes me wonder if that was like an interesting or a specific decision made by, the game development team to do it that way with this card.
Yeah, well, I mean, because World's Greatest Criminal Mind did come out in the exact same set.
It did.
So we see Kirsten show her hand. She's got a Storm and a Zeus.
See the peak go down, not as impactful. Really only stops Bruno and friends. The Troubadour. Storm the Diablo. Get the value out of that.
Yeah, and I mean...
So do we have an Ursula in hand? We do, so we will lose the Zeus. And then along went Zeus to the discard.
Which is kind of unfortunate, although I don't think she really had the ability.
That top deck, though. Looks like she got a Storm off the top, so almost doesn't matter. Oh, we'll put the 2 on right away. We're not saving it for Diablo. I mean, that's served her well in the past.
Well, one thing I really like about Kirsten's gameplay is she plays very aggressively. Not greedy, but she plays on a very aggressive way versus I think some players might, like you saying, like may hold that back for something like a Diablo later,
right?
Which I think is, fair strategy, but it just shows you that different players have different strategies on how they approach the same deck.
Oof, sudden chill here. I think it has to be the P.
Yeah.
But it looks like it might not matter if she decides to go Diablo. Oh, no, 3 to bounce the Ursula. Okay.
We're going to take... Problem is she doesn't have anything that'll survive to swing in. So I think she has to ink it.
I think... you're in danger of losing your next card or their last card.
Are you saying okay? So she
you
has
ink and play it with no value, or you keep them. You just keep both cards and hope you can hold one.
Yeah,
I don't
that
know.
honestly probably maybe. I don't know. I think you're right. You probably have to keep both cards because you're in risk of both cards being potentially sniped out of your hand. And now we know the information here because Britt has Sudden Chill in hand.
Correct. Well, and she also knows that she has an Ursula in hand, although neither of hers are songs, so they're not really in threat there, but definitely interesting decision. So we're going to ink. You really, really can't afford to...
I think Kirsten was really thinking about not inking a card that turn.
Right. Oh, and she passed. She keeps the card in hand to try and get the value.
We'll see if that pays off, but she could be penalized right now.
Yeah, this could be a really, really bad punish. And you can You could even ink and play the Ursula, see what it is in her hand, and then decide if you want to sudden chill it or not.
Because sudden chill is 2. I think if you're Brit, you just have to. Like, the sudden chill is absolutely something you have to play.
The last card is always the best card to discard. Yeah, she's going to look and see what it is. Rapunzel. Now she knows she inks and plays the sudden chill is the best move. See, Elsa's not needed for next turn anymore. The sudden chill gets rid of the Rapunzel. Fox clears out Troubadour.
Can Kirsten top deck? Well, she won't even matter.
Lawrence. It's not a bad. I think you leave the Smee. The Smee's not in any danger of being hurt. She inked the Elsa. Oh, you quest it and let her trade the Ursula for the Smee. That's brutal.
Oh, and a Cricky.
No, that's an improvise, I think.
Oh, it is an improvise? I thought she had a Cricky.
No, she has. It looks like Crab Friends and improvise, but even without like any cards in hand, this is still a big punish. So there's the possibility. She takes out the Smee with the Ursula easy, and then we can. And then we can see. Then we get to see the. Now I lost my train of thought. Oh, we get to see the Ursula take out the Smee perfectly, and then the Fox can trade the Lawrence the next turn pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
And
Probably gonna hard cast. Oh, so she's gonna Crab. Interesting.
Valuing the body on board. So we see that traded.
I don't know. I think I might have chosen to hold on to the Crab and play the Friends.
Well, now she just sings the Friends,
Yeah,
right? So
now
it doesn't matter.
So we're gonna sing Friends.
2, 3, 4, 6 to 6. So it did lag. Went 6 to 7. All right. So she went from 5 to 7 there. Just
She
making
did. She was at 5.
Just making sure we're keeping track properly there.
So folks that are just seeing this here again, so we informed them about the missed
The improper usage of the queen. And they both kind of decided that would have changed the course of the game. And so they decided they would just play the game 3. So essentially just a game loss. And we go to game 3. Kirsten was on the play for this game. And it looks like she quests the Smee. Has 1 card in hand. Keeps the 1 card in her hand. Oh, we see a hypnotize. Oh, brutal. Oh, no.
Oh my God.
No. That was her.
But she didn't have enough ink to play it. She was really
Which is
hoping.
why she had to hold it.
Yeah.
So that was rough. It's her ticket back into the game, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, I think you'd much rather be Brit in this situation.
So we can trade that. We can quest 1 with the Peter Pan and get on the board.
Nothing on the board. Oh.
Oh yeah, she should have been at 9 because of the Smee quest, not 8. It lagged again, I guess. I apologize.
Oh, we're gonna Bruno.
Megan asked who else is in the semifinals. The other semifinals was Mitchell and Ace, and Ace took that one. So he is waiting the winner here.
Okay.
She gets a storm, or strength, but she won't be able to play it. Did she ink it?
She did ink it.
Okay.
She's like, no, you ain't gonna rip that out of my hand.
Yeah,
Which I think is
we do see
the right call.
Bruno here. Oof.
Goes to 5, so we're 5 to 9. Pete, no actions. Would have really liked to have that last turn. But this is a scenario where, like, I mean, Britt is just in full control of this game.
Yeah, Kirsten does have 5 ink, which allows her to play any card that she top decks here, I believe. Some of them would definitely be better than others.
It would allow her to play every card in her deck except for, I think, the Sonic Warrior.
Ah, you're right. That is 6 ink. So... Oh, she inked it instead of playing strength on the Iago. Even a 1 damage strength on the Iago gets rid of it.
She's just off tilt.
I know. That's brutal. The discard got to her. This is rough. She's it'll be all right.
All right.
So we see the crab down. It won't matter. Quest for 3 to go to 10. She's just trying to get as wide a board as she can here. Try and put the clock on as fast as possible.
The problem is Kirsten doesn't have anything that's going to answer this board at this point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go to 15. We do have a Singer 5 out, but I don't know that there's enough to come back with. A Whole New World would just fill both hands. Yeah, Dylan, we talked to them, and they decided that it would have changed the game a lot if that had, not happened. And so they decided they wanted to play out a game 3 to have as much fairness as possible. They're both teammates. They're both good friends. Kirsten said she didn't want to win that way, and
did she?
She top decked the Whole New
Top
World.
decked a Whole New World,
but
it's a little too late, I think.
She needs to get rid of 2 characters. That can be done with songs that are sung by Pete and or played. So like sing. Oh, I see a Zeus, and we can ink. Oh, looking for the other song. Oh.
That's not the song you want.
Nope, she needed a removal spell. She needed a removal song or action. So let's see. We see the Zeus, I'm pretty sure, in hand, but I don't know that we have another. Does it on the Iago. That's fine.
All right. Britt will take
that.
that.
And that is it. So we actually see the result here reversed. So, but hey, I think Kirsten is, like I said, she didn't want to go winning the way she did. It's unfortunate we had the mishap that we did, but we resolved it here. And in a game 3, it looks like Britt took it down by discarding them out.
I want to be clear for the listeners out here. This was a decision that the players decided to make originally. Like, as the judge ruling here, like we missed it. I did want to go back and unrule there, but the players both agreed that they would rather play a 3rd game, and so that's why they played a 3rd game. It wasn't a judge ruling to do that. The judge ruling would have been to keep the games as they are, just because you can't unwind an entire game. But those players decided that it would have made a difference, so they wanted to basically a sudden death kind of round in game 3 to try to fix that error that occurred in game 1.
Yep.
And so that's why they played this out, and that's why we had it. And then Britt ends up moving on to face the top table with Ace, and I think that's great. It just goes to show you how great our community is to do things fair and square. And I appreciate they're both our teammates, and I give them a lot of kudos for making that decision because as we see here, Kirsten is now out of the tournament, so she will not be defending her championship, unfortunately. But Britt will be moving to the top table with another teammate of ours, Ace, here in the finals, and we will be right back for that.
Yes, be right back.
All right, here we are. Let me actually just. Can you fix the semifinals? We're in the finals. We also don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we are in the finals. We're playing for that playmat here at Grapes Games, the final Grapes Games set championships.
Yes.
Very sad. So I'm going to read through some of these comments while we're getting the mulligans. We do have a mirror match. We've seen all these folks on screen today. Thank you all for joining us with 50 viewers. If you can just drop a like in here, that'd be great. I tell you who would really love that is villainous Kirsten. She would appreciate to like this video. But we see here mad respect for Kirsten voluntarily doing that. 100%. We agree. Michael, I don't like that decision and feel bad for Kirsten. There was no way Britt was coming back from game 1 with that error, in my opinion. One last chance. Same, feels bad. Should be 1-1 again. They still had 20 minutes, not a sudden death. I'm going to respond to these here in a second, but like you said, the players made the choice themselves. It is what it is at this point. And Christopher kind of hits it exactly why we did it that way. It's what the players chose to do in that round, match, and we wanted to respect their decision there. Tyler, you owe Kirsten a beer.
Yeah, I definitely think we definitely there's probably better ways that both players. I like that idea. 1-1 again. You know, just erase that game, make that game 1. We had time maybe, but you know, we talked over with the players, and that's what they decided. And it is rough, but again, we're all on the same team here. We're all happy to see everyone playing. We're happy to see Ace in the finals here with Britt. Look at that, double Rules of Villainy jerseys. As we see the Diablo shifted on turn 2. We see the friends sung. Card advantage here is probably going to be key in this matchup. The Hypnotize Inked 2 to play their own Diablo. We will lose Diablo to the mini Diablo.
Yep.
Medium Diablo, right? So that's first order of business. Now we can get down to other business.
But Britt did get a card off of that.
Yep, she got 1 card. Not the worst. Plus, she got to sing Friends. That's always a good option there.
I was looking at the wrong Diablo. This one here, and it's because it has Challenger +2, so it's actually a 3-2 win challenging.
Just not in defense. It's poor with defense and great with offense. But Britt's answers with her own Diablo, which does deny Ace the opportunity to do sort of the same thing.
That was the timer for the last round.
For the last round. Okay. Well, we are untimed here in the finals, so we will see this to the end. 49 people hanging out with us, watching this match. Thank you all so much for joining us this whole day. We've been going for quite a while now. 8 hours, coming on 9 hours here of nonstop streaming.
Wow.
Got the timer going at the bottom. Oof.
We've been on stream pretty much all day. Like you, me, we've had Travis in here for a little bit.
Yeah, we had Justin
also
hanging out with us.
Rudrose.
Yeah, Rudrose.
Ron come in for a little bit. Linc came in.
Talked with Mikey for a little bit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mikey did not make it to the finals against his dad, as he said he would. But it is a mirror, essentially. I think we do know that Ace doesn't play the Prince John.
All right, so Diablo takes out Diablo. We got a little
bird on bird crime
action.
So we see the fox come down to protect the other Diablo. So we can freely shift the Diablo 2 to play the Ursula to see. So to chill or Bruno.
What would you? I think I would probably take out the sudden chill.
It's one card left in hand. Sudden Chill is pretty brutal. She's only on 3 ink, so Bruno is still a couple turns away. So yeah.
So I think that's the right decision there.
Just committing it to memory.
Taking a little mental photo.
Yep, quest for 2. Head on up to 4. And we pass turn. Everyone draws together. So this is where that Pan Shadow Finder would be very, very nice. We will see Ursula played. The one card revealed is a Sudden Chill. The Snipe.
Yeah.
So we see the Diablo answer come down this turn, but it won't take it out. So we will just quest for 1 with
So we'll get on the board.
Fox.
Brit has 1 to 4. Ace leading here.
Notoriously, though, Brit has more cards in hand. That is
And
very,
you did
very important.
make a point that cards in hand do matter here.
I think card economy is going to be everything. I think Ace is looking at potentially inking or holding on to maybe this is a 5+
It's such a risk
card.
to hold on to cards though here. He will get a draw though off of the Diablo.
Okay, so we know the Diablo's gone this turn, though. We can trade the dual ink Diablo for it.
So it looks like we got a Crab, Genie, and Bruno. And she has not inked this turn, so you're right. There we go. We see that trade made.
I think we just see the Genie come down. Get a look at what we get off the top. Okay.
Oh, there's
the
that
Shadow
Peter Pan
Finder.
Shadow Finder you were
So
talking about.
nice.
Probably. Do we ink? You think here? Probably thinking about inking maybe that Bruno.
I don't know. Bruno's pretty valuable. Okay, all right. We ink it. Fair enough. I don't know that I would have inked it, but it's fine. We'll quest for 1, go to 2. Ooh, so we see a Bruno, a Genie. Is that double Bruno? Diablo?
Think.
Okay.
So do you think Ace maybe holds on to maybe challenge that Genie next turn, or do you think he? Okay, so he's just gonna quest.
Oh, he wants the
takes
2
out
for 1. Yeah. He wants the 1 for 1 at least. So he gets 1 out of it, and he stops a quest from the Genie this turn. Although we know that she has that Pan Shadow Finder, which very nice to take out the Diablo.
That's coming down.
Very nice. Now we get the quest with our Genie. We threaten the opposing Genie the next turn.
And all other characters with evasive will also now get rush.
Yes. Yep. So.
Oh, she's a Grecke in hand.
Yes. This is. So now we see Ace contemplating who and or what to Bruno. I feel like you Bruno the Genie and you can play the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. Yeah, you take out the Shadow Finder.
So Shadow Finder with the Genie. And it looks like we're going to pay 5 for the Bruno on, my guess is this Genie here.
Yes. Genie seems...
Little does he know that he can have an opportunity to hit a Grecke. So let's see. There are 3 cards. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it was the Grecke.
Oof.
And so Ace has to be happy about that. Because he didn't know that card was in her hand. Got it?
Yep, now he knows one more card in her hand, so...
I would much rather... so we're
discard.
Hypnotize. Discard 1, we discard that Ursula.
I feel like you ink the crab and you quest and bounce the fox.
I think that's right, because you want to heal that for the
Yeah.
future. That sounds right to me.
I feel like she's trying to contemplate whether she wants to ink the fox and have an extra body on board with the crab. Quest for 1 to go to 6.
I think you actually have to play a little bit more cautious at this point,
Yeah.
and you can't get too greedy because you then don't have a lot of cards in hand.
Yep. And currently she's still ahead.
Yeah.
Well, on cards in hand here. And we know one of them is a genie. So we're going to see the Bruno. Bruno's the fox. I think he's looking to get that genie that he put back earlier.
Looking to get that genie out. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And okay. So is the fox. I still think he's probably happy about that still. Like, not the most optimal, but
Hey, it's a card.
it's a card.
Oh, how much does she have? 6 ink. So she can play genie. She just top decked the Diablo. So she plays the genie, gets a card, inks it, plays the Diablo, threatens a lot. Oh, ink the crab. Easy ink. Easy ink. Diablo. Oh,
Yeah.
why not the crab? Why not the crab?
Why not what?
Why she inked the fox instead of the crab from her hand? Punishing. What a top deck from Ace.
Wow. Ace goes to 11. I think partly the reason here is because she wants to take care of that genie.
Yeah, but she can take care of the genie just fine with her genie, and now she risks.
Well, now she probably needs to.
If she had the
Elsa.
fox here, she genies the other genie, and then foxes and plays her genie
I
again.
think at this point, though, now she just has to take care of that Elsa.
No, that's a mistake.
Wouldn't you have taken care of the
Elsa,
Elsa instead?
That way the genies trade, and you get a true 2 for 1, and not a 1 for 2.
I think maybe it's just that she
one
did
for
the
one.
additional lore in the genie.
I mean, if the genie quest, that's fine because you have the Diablo to back it up.
Well, I think here we're now thinking, okay, so. Oh.
That's punishing. Very, very punishing.
And now, very quickly here, Ace has actually turned.
Oh, she
the
got
card
another
drawing
genie off
to
the top.
advantage. So,
And she's able to put the Pan Shadow down.
all right,
Pan
that's
Shadow
actually really
Finder.
good. That's great. So we're going to
Quest.
quest for 2. We're going to go to 8. And that Diablo is evasive. So there isn't much.
So do we see the Elsa come down? I think really the Elsa doesn't get you much here at all. I feel like he plays the Shadow Finder. Yep.
Yep.
Takes out the Diablo.
Yep.
Although his Shadow Finder's now gone.
You take out the crab? Are they going to? Is he going to trade the crab or fox or crab? That seems like such a.
You need to force her to trade the fox
Yeah.
or the crab into the fox
I
because you're trying to be in the driver's seat here with your lore, but
And I mean, especially because you're well on card advantage here.
she is threatening to go past him though this coming turn, right? She's rounding turn 3 at Monaco, and she's got the inside line.
You know, I just want you to be aware, Monaco's famously a track where you cannot pass on.
You can't pass on Monaco. Well,
No.
well,
It's a street circuit. It's a very old one.
not with that attitude. You can, okay. So, I think Britt is passing on Monaco here. She's passing him on the Monaco track, and that's just
I love that you all humor me in my hobby, like our podcast within the podcast. You know, one thing I have thought about though, just as an aside here. So we see Britt does an effective job there of clearing the board. Is I've thought about doing on our channel, not turning into a Lego channel, but doing like a building stream of my Disney sets.
Yeah, we could definitely.
Because you all do all this extra content.
Yeah.
I should, and I have all these Lego sets I need to build.
Vince is just at home building Legos anyway. Might as well stream it for everyone, right?
So if you're interested in that, you want to join me building Lego.
Yeah, I mean, like building Lego is easily like one step above watching paint dry, right? So,
do you know how many people actually watch paint dry on YouTube?
Probably more than you think, right?
So we're gonna quest with the Shadow Finder and Ursula. Go to 12.
What a top deck! Genie is so good here. Oh, and the Genie takes out the Shadow Finder with the Rush. And the Crab takes out the Ursula.
There we go.
That is a big punish here.
And quest for 1 goes to 13. Dunstan here, F1 fan. LOL, you have 1 chance to pass in Monaco.
Well, she was trying to do it.
It's okay.
Lego of Villainy. Bricks of Villainy, I believe, is the official name. This is... I think maybe you might have been right, Vince. I think maybe it's impossible to pass on Monaco. And she wasn't able to get on the inside line and turn the corner well enough. So we have to see what's coming down. We got the Iago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't do anything, and that's it. All right.
And Ace will take game 1.
All right.
So we will go to game 2 of this finals here. Set champs. We got 54 or 59 people here. That's amazing. I'll bet if I go look, though, most of you have not hit that like button. So please do so.
Yes.
You don't like hearing it. I don't like saying it.
Once the video hits 59 likes, then we can stop bothering you about it, right? Just got an update from Lorcana Heat. Thick Flare. Zipper got cooked. So pour one out for Zipper. We have several more weekends, though. I believe in the bug, right? He's a little bug.
He is a bug. He is a bug. From set 6.
Is it set 6? I don't know. We can look it up here. I know it was you were a big fan of the resist that Zipper brought to the table.
Listen, I was trying to find a lot of positives in Sapphire.
Set 6, yep.
And I had Ward too, I think, and Quest for 2, so it is like a cute little card.
Dunstan has hit the like button.
I appreciate it.
It's one of those like meetings where you always feel awkward, where they're talking about people doing something wrong at the company. They're not saying who, and you feel like you aren't doing that, but like, are you part of the problem? So ultimately, Dunstan, you are not the person we are targeting here. But if you haven't hit the like button, we're looking at you.
Yeah, Azurite C, set 6. I don't love that Lorcana named Azurite Sea and then came out with Archazia's Island like back to back. They're too similar.
Too similar, yeah.
Too similar.
You get them
We needed,
confused
like,
too much.
Like I like Shimmering Skies versus Ursula's Return. Like I get that.
Very
But then
different.
I'm like, okay, wait.
I mean,
What's set 6 again? What's set? Sometimes I'm like, it's Azurite Island.
Right. But arguably the next set is completely different, and you still get that one wrong. Do you know what it's called, Vince? Quick, on the
Reign of
spot.
Jafar.
All right, you got it. Not Return of Jafar. Not racing Jafar. Jafar Racing. F1 Jafar.
Just to be clear, though, you know what set 9 is called?
Fabled.
Yeah.
It is. I thought that was not going to be
Not
a set.
going to be a set.
Very sad.
And you didn't think there would be an illumineers quest.
I didn't think that either. I was hoping it wouldn't. I hope it's better than last time. The last time it just didn't have enough replayability for $60, you know?
You know what's funny about it is like I was pumped about it. But the thing is, you get to play with your wife all the time.
Yeah.
At home. Cassian's not the best Lorcana player.
Yeah, I believe that. But
although arguably, since kids beat me, maybe Cassian could beat me too.
yeah, that's probably true. You might need an even easier opponent.
For those that watch our podcast, Cassian is my cat.
He has been a guest star occasionally.
Indeed.
So we're still in the altar phase here. These are untimed matches. So if you're Brit, you get to go on the play first. What are you thinking about here that you're going to try to do a little bit differently to kind of control this matchup?
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like she did a lot of the right things there. There was a couple plays we thought maybe could have gone a little differently, but Brit's been playing this deck for a really, really long time. I think she needs to continue trying to keep card economy, make sure she has more cards in hand than her opponent. And I think really she wants to try and find those high value Diablo answers. Pan Shadow Finder is arguably the best one you've got in the deck. We actually see it in Ace's hand there, it looks like. So we know he will be able to answer it.
So we see a fox.
Oof,
Ink and improvise to
turn
draw a
one
card.
missed. So we get to see the hand. Oh, I'm sure she's not too happy.
No, that is
not the greatest.
That's not great. I don't think there's a 2-drop there.
No, there's the Ursula. We've got the Ursula for the 2-drop. We'll pass the turn. So do we get another improvise? Does she have like 3 improvise in her starting hand here? So we'll see the Ursula come down. Let's look at his hand. We got Friends, Ursula, Diablo, no big Diablo, Hypnotize. Okay.
So he doesn't have the greatest hand either.
Yep, certainly not the best. They both have the Diablo answer, and neither of them have the Diablo. So a lot of good that's doing. So it may come down to a later game with like these genie battles, like we saw later.
Pretty clear. I think they both altered their hand to try to deal with the other's Diablo.
And then as a result, sacrifice their own Diablo.
Yeah. All right, so we see. To be clear, when we're talking about the Diablo, we are talking about the
big one, the most important one in the combo.
I'm not sure I would call this Diablo the big Diablo, but
it's as big as the Diablos get.
Well, in terms of cost,
yes. Certainly.
But terms in
price,
terms in strength,
rarity,
but yes.
Also in strength as well.
No, because the other Diablo, the
that's
middle
Challenger.
Diablo, Challenger. So
but that's not raw strength.
Okay, well.
Half the time he's got only 1 strength.
All right, so we're going to quest. Looks like here with the Ursula, so it goes to 1/1.
I think you need to bounce here. I think the bounce is better than the Shadow Finder because the Shadow Finder takes out the Diablo, but it gets traded into by the other Diablo. Yep, so we see this come down. And so if he wants to trade his evasive Diablo for the Mim Fox, that is, I think, a trade she is definitely willing to make. Whereas, she doesn't want to lose her Shadow Finder. So now she can use the Shadow Finder to presumably answer whatever comes down in response.
You think Ace takes that, though?
He has 2 options to take it here. He could play his own Shadow Finder and swing into it, which would allow him to gain 1 more lore, but he won't.
Okay.
He'll swing that in.
So swing that.
And he'll pass. Yep. Yeah. See, that I think is not the greatest play for him, but it's definitely a viable play. But we do see Brit with almost double the cards in hand that Ace has. This will allow her to ink much further, and just keeps drawing.
So we got 2 Iagos in hand, it looks like, and
that Shadow Finder is going to get so much value. If that sticks on the board, Iago's come down, so we're going to see his own genie
come down.
So this
I think for sure he's gonna. He's gonna pass. Okay.
Yep. No, he doesn't want to risk having the Shadow Finder taken out.
Well, the Shadow Finder's a 2/3, right?
Yeah, I think.
But you're worried about the buffing it with something?
Yeah, buffing it with something, or.
So 1 Iago into the Inkwell.
We've crossed that 9-hour mark here. 52 people hanging out with us.
9 hours. Whew. Feels like it.
Yeah, it really does. 52 people hanging out with us. What a crowd. We're going to see the hand.
So we're going to see
Diablo. Fox, Hypnotize. All right. Then we are going to... Ooh, she has a big Diablo in hand. I think you maybe play that. We play the Shadow Finder. Interesting. Do we quest for the genie? I almost say we don't.
I don't want the card recognition.
You don't want the AI card recognition? Maybe we try and turn that on in the finals. Hopefully it doesn't crash the stream. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. What happened?
So, I don't think we saw the Elsa come off the top,
So
which
did
would
we
have been the
see?
biggest
So we saw
punish.
her play her own Shadow Finder here.
Oh, but she quested her genie. Hypnotize. The Diablo.
Interesting.
Very interesting choice.
I would have probably gotten rid of the Iago.
Really? Well, the Iago rushes in so good right here because
All right.
now she can punish this genie turning sideways. And quest one, oh, this is brutal. Shadowfinder takes out the genie. Iago takes out the Peter Pan. She quests for 1 to continue staying ahead.
Yeah.
3 cards in hand versus 4. We do need to start drawing some more. We don't want to get down to top deck range yet.
Okay. So there we go. We see the Iago.
Also a bird.
Lots of bird on bird.
Okay, so we see the Iago take out the Shadowfinder. We see the Shadowfinder take out the genie. Good plays. I think we see that come down.
And that was just
All
the
right.
entire play that you laid out right there.
Hey, I've been beaten by Brit several times with this deck. I know what's going on. Ooh, another Hypnotize. She keeps a Cricky, I think, in hand. So let's see. He's got double Diablo, the 1-drop Diablos. It's Cricky. Ink. Play the other Diablo. Pass the turn. Okay, all right. And
Bird is the
aces
word.
out of cards, and
Out of
bird
gas.
is the word. So we see the Cricky come down. She does not care.
Quests for 3 goes to 7.
That
Gonna pass
Shadowfinder.
turn.
I don't know that I would have turned that Shadowfinder sideways.
Plays his own Shadow Finder.
So we got the Iago to 5, and then quested 1. That is an interesting choice.
So we got a...
You just play them. Play them
Yeah.
both, right? Yep. Play them both.
and
Turn
then just
everything
turn
sideways.
everybody sideways.
Or do you, you got no Iago into the pan. Oh, I think you force that trade. I think you force that trade so he can't get his own Iago off the top and punish your Cricky. That would be so bad.
I don't know if Ace is running Iago, though.
And see, now the Genie gets to come out, and that's also punishing. So Genie can rush in along with the Diablo and take out the Ursula. Yep. And now the Pan Shadowfinder can finish off the Iago. It's not the greatest, but it is a play. It does look like it is in Brit's favor.
So we're going to quest for 6 here. Go to 18. This is looking kind of rough for Ace here. What can we get here? So Diablo.
He has his own Cricky, but it's not enough.
But that is just not going to do it.
That is
And we're
not
going to
gonna
go
do it.
into
Diablo.
round 3 here.
Game 3.
Game 3, yes.
Round finals.
Round 3. You're gonna have to
Rewind a bit.
get a time machine.
I mean, you could just rewind the VOD.
You could
When we're
rewind
done,
the VOD.
don't miss any of this exciting
You could
action we
rewind
got
the
going
VOD,
on
but
here.
I was just saying, you could go to Maurice's workshop. I'm sure Maurice has invented a time machine. He is an amazing inventor, and you can then go back to this morning and see round 3. But if you want to see round 3 earlier, you can also later. You can see this on demand on YouTube.
Absolutely.
So Ace will be on the play here. He is the higher seed going into this.
So he gets the double, 2 games on the play,
Which,
guaranteed.
which, as we've seen, can be a huge advantage.
Very much so. 9 hours and 15 minutes
I don't
coming
know
down
about
to
you,
this.
but I'm feeling it, man.
I am feeling it. I'm excited for Applebee's afterwards, though. Coming to Applebee's with us?
No, probably not.
Oh, you gotta. It's worth it.
I can't even tell you the last time I've been to Applebee's.
I'm pretty sure they're one of those places that do like discounted appetizers later in the day.
Oh yeah, like happy hour.
Yeah, I know that they're one of those places that have some good drinks. They always got the funnest drinks at like Applebee's, TGI Fridays. Those
TGI Fridays is like bankrupt.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe their drinks were that fun. Then.
There's only like I think one left in the St. Louis area now.
You know what my favorite is? Red Robin. Yum.
Red Robin.
Yum.
I have to say I'm a little disappointed because I love not a huge chain restaurant fan, but did like TGI Fridays had the Jack Daniel's sauce.
Ooh, okay.
For their steak. Oh, so good. It's like a sweet.
See, he just ate Applebee's.
Like, oh, and I just ate.
Yum. Yeah, Red Robin. Red Robin. Yum. Not sponsored. This is not a sponsored stream.
But Red Robin, you can get in touch.
Hit us up. I love me some burgers.
Andy's he loves smash burgers.
I'm a burger aficionado. I mean, I'll eat a non-smash burger too. There's some places that do them really well. There's a place here in St. Louis, Stacked. I don't know if you've ever been there. They got some pretty good burgers. They're bigger, thicker patties, but yeah, I love a good smash burger. You get that little lacy edge on there. You can stack like 2, 3, 4, 5 of them up there and just go to town.
I do like the what is it? ABC Brewing or what is that? What that's called?
Alpha Brewing.
Alpha Brewing.
Yeah, we've been there after Fortuna a bunch. That's really good place. They got great drinks and good burgers. Those are smash burgers. So we see turn 1 missed by Ace. That is probably the best thing you can see when you're going second. So Britt is very happy about that. So we see the sun chill.
And Britt also misses on her first turn.
Yeah, but Ace gets smacked in the face with a 1-drop on turn 2. Top decks the 1-drop, so really brutal.
I'm excited though. I got a
second chapter box.
Flood
You apparently bought the last one. Kirsten was mad. She was gonna buy another one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Kirsten got one for us, so that was pretty
You got
cool.
the signs though.
Yeah, we did get some of those signs. We'll see them in the back of the podcast soon.
You got the metal sign, which is the one that I wanted the most.
It is a pretty good one.
Y'all outbid me by $5.
Kirsten has the credit card, and she's the one in charge of the money.
I think
she knew what she wanted.
I have a feeling Kirsten would still outbid me had I even gone higher.
Yeah,
I think she really wanted that metal sign.
they went, like, the first one went higher than I was going to pay for them because I'm cheap, I guess. But Kirsten handles all of our money, and she was like, no, we can get this. We got this. What's up? Coming in?
No one changed melee. It says I'm against ace in melee.
Oh.
You what?
You got to fix melee.
Says it's me and ace.
Oh.
It's fine. We'll fix it here. We see the Diablo shift come down with Hypnotized, discarded. I wonder if this tablet's going to hold on. The charging,
2%?
it's not charging fast enough, apparently. It's draining battery that quickly. Wild. So the shift Diablo comes down. The song gets sniped with the Ursula.
Make you do it all in caps. There we go. And that is all corrected in melee. The current official scorekeeper for Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, hopefully not for much longer.
But it's not.
We know not.
We
for
know
much
it's
longer,
not.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll learn more about that on Tuesday.
I am excited to join. I keep checking the website to see if they have the player signups, but they still only have the store signups at this point. Oh, so we're taking out the Ursula, one on each of them. So he wants to get the value out of it by being able to trade into the Ursula before losing the Diablo. He's gotten a few cards off it. I don't think he's too upset about it. Let's see, what do we have in hand? No Shadow Finder in hand.
Right. So Diablo trades with Diablo.
Interesting. I do see. I think we have a crab in hand. So I think you play Genie here. You let him turn his Genie sideways. Hope he doesn't have the Elsa.
So it looks like we took an Iago off the top there.
Yeah. Elsa, I don't see it in hand. That would be, I think, the most punishing response here from Ace. The classic Genie fight. Oh, we just seen another Genie come down.
Double Genie.
Also works. And a Diablo. Quest for 3 to go
Goes
to 4.
And back to Brit. It's a Diablo on that top.
She has
there.
2 now, I think. So,
Does she have 2?
yes, not ideal.
I can only see 1.
Nope, they're both
no,
right there.
You're right.
And the
Got
little
2.
one. So I think at this point you crab. Oh, you Diablo here. And you little Diablo. Iago, Bruno, Hypnotize. Okay.
So it looks like in hand we have that Diablo, Friends, and a crab for Brit.
Yeah. I really kind of wanted to see the crab come down, have the Genie take out one of the Genies at least. But instead we see, ooh, a Shadow Finder. It's pretty brutal. Do we establish a Shadow Finder, or do we just try and keep her board clear with something like the Bruno? Oh, we ink the Bruno. We'll see the Shadow Finder come down. Oh, nope, the Hypnotize. All right.
So what do you take out here? Crab? Or do you get rid of your other Diablo?
That is a good question. The other Diablo might
I mean,
be
I
the
think
right
you have
play.
to hold
The
Friends.
Oh,
I wonder what do you think her reasoning is on the Friends there?
really not sure.
Maybe just afraid of
Another Ursula?
more discard?
I mean, I think she should want to play the friends. That's her
Yeah.
out, away from the discard. So she has a pretty decent answer to the genie with that Bruno. It would require her to ink the crab, play. See, this is where I would have loved to ink the discard the Diablo earlier. Ink the crab, play this Bruno, sing friends with your Diablo. Instead, we'll crab the genie to take out a genie. Do we see another? Are we going to see the other Diablo shifted here? So she gets 2 cards. I think we are. Okay.
Here we go.
And the Ursula. Oh, and Quest for 1. I would have gone the Ursula.
Draws 2 there. These Diablos, unfortunately, are short for life here.
Yes.
As they get quickly removed by Peter Pan, Shadowfinder, and Genie, respectively.
And now any evasive that Ace plays is able to take out this Genie as well. So will we see this Iago come down to punish? We will. Iago into Genie.
Yep, that'll take care of that. He'll take 2 damage.
That is
And I think he quests
brutal
for the Ursula here. Because that Ursula has been quite a champ already. Definitely got the value there.
Sudden chill. Okay.
So it looks like she has a Peter Pan Shadowfinder in hand.
And the Elsa to come
Elsa.
down.
She
but
doesn't have enough ink to play it.
Yep. She got
And she has no inkables. So we see the Shadowfinder come down.
Ooh, the Genie. I wonder if you value the Shadowfinder more, because now another Iago, another Genie punishes very,
But I
or
think
even
the
that
problem here is
small bird.
Brit is backed into a corner, right?
Yeah.
You know, so she's got to answer this board, or it's going to get away completely from her. So I think those are the right decisions based on what we see there. I think the only thing I kind of second guess here.
Oh, what a punish. The dual ink bird has the rush. Iago takes out the Shadowfinder.
Iago
See
survives.
an improvise to
Okay,
draw a card.
Gets another sudden chill.
So now the Iago with Vanish. That's only if your opponent chooses it, right? He can choose his own. Yeah, when an opponent chooses this character. All right, so we hypnotize. Discards that last one. Don't have enough for Elsa, so we pass. Okay.
Yep.
Go for 3 to 15.
We are in striking distance here.
He is running away with it. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't quite have win on board, but very close.
She does have the ability of the Elsa here. But
Shadowfinder.
I think the Shadowfinder is the correct answer there. But I think if I'm Ace, I just ignore it.
Oh, no, he just plays the character, rushes into it. Even more punishing of a top deck. What do we see? Improvise on the Iago. On the Iago. Did she not choose the Iago? Oof. Don't know that it matters, but
Yeah, she can't. And Ace will take this down.
and that is it. Ace is our champion.
He
Our
is the
Grapes Games
final
champion.
set championship here for Archazia's Island. Let's go to the caster cam. So thank you so much for joining us. We are.
I got 5 seconds left on
I
this.
think
Apparently,
I think it died.
And it's gone.
the
That's
tablet
fine.
that we run the cards on. Nobody here. Everybody's safe. But yeah, Ace takes it down. He went into the top cut as the top number one seed.
Number one seed.
And just didn't relinquish that throughout. And so takes this down. He will get the Hiro Hamada playmat.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
then, and honestly, we have great competitors here. Yes, we are, Christopher, going to post the deck list. Brad is probably going to get those up tonight, tomorrow, maybe.
Tonight, we are going to promise to all 57 viewers out here right now, Brad, the mayor, we promise he will put these. No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
I'm not telling. Emily will
kidding.
probably
I'm kidding.
jump
Yeah,
on
yeah,
chat really quick and be like, no.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
But so we will have the deck lists up. They will be linked in the description below when we get those live. And also, please
Come on
join
in.
our Discord.
Brad's still here. We just promised to all 62 viewers that you would have the deck list up in the next 20 minutes.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
God, that's going to be a long time. But it's going to be tonight, hopefully.
So
Gotta do
he's
that
saying,
and the timestamps.
he is saying tonight, potentially, but we're going to
Some,
give him some
we'll see.
time. We're going to give him some time to do that. But yeah, we had a lot of great competitors here. So we had 39 people enroll. And it was a great experience here to have the final Grapes Game Set Championships. And it's really sad that this is the last time we'll be streaming
We're out there all emotional. I didn't mean to cut you off.
from this room.
Yeah.
Eddie says, "Holy long day." Yep, 9.5 hours here. We've been hanging out and streaming, putting this on for y'all. It will be really sad to not be able to be huddled in this room and casting from such a wonderful store here.
We really thank
place.
Kristen and Andy so much for providing the space that they have and the community that they created. I know Brad has talked about this story quite a bit, but Brad came into Lorcana because of Grapes Games.
Yep.
You know, he was a collector. We're going to be a collector of the game and not a player. And here we are, 7 sets later, and we have our own podcast.
I think...
And I don't think it would have happened. And they're part of our team, too. So they're, you know, Andy and Kristen aren't going away. They're going to still be in part of the community. And hopefully maybe we can get them... They've casted in the past. We can get them, you know, on the streams in the future. We just are trying to figure out where we're going to be as well, because it's a big loss to us and the community. Yeah, what do you...
I was just going to say, I think you nailed it on the head. Hit the nail on the head is the phrase that it's big ball of emotion here. But I think Kirsten actually said it best. We got a big all in the family mat and had the whole community, everybody who played here sign it. But Kirsten, her message on it was that ROV grew from this grapevine. And then when Kristen saw that just now, we were just like looking over now, she was, you know, emotional about it. It was such a touching moment, you know, and it's Vince said it all. I said it all out there. I said a little bit of it on here earlier. We all grew from here, this store, and a lot of the community started here too. So it's a bummer, but they're still with us, and we're gonna keep playing the best Lorcana we can, and hopefully you'll see more of them here on the stream, like Vince said.
And we're Andy and I and the RV crew, Brad and villainous Kirsten, are all trying to figure out where we're gonna be next. I know we've said that One for All Games in Peoria
Quarterly,
right? is doing their quarterly stream, so we'll definitely probably be doing some of that up there. They were doing the 1K right last, and they're talking about potentially doing more.
I got 2K or more even.
You know, and so, but we're gonna find a store here that in the St. Louis area. We're blessed actually in this area to have such great stores.
We'll find one that can handle our excitement and our our craziness here. We pack a lot of people into these tournaments.
Well, and also like you know, it is not inconsequential to have a podcast set up and like kind of take over a portion of somebody's store.
Yeah,
and so like
absolutely.
when you see this, we are in
the Grapes' office to give a kind of
We
an
move
idea.
all
Like
the
we
stuff
move
out of
stuff
their
out
office.
of their office to create a space, and it's amazing that they allow us to do that. I'm super sad that we're not going to be able to be here again and just have the great community that we have here. Like, I mean,
Community will live on elsewhere, though.
it will, absolutely. But it grew here. The seeds of it grew here at Grapes Games. But with that, I think we're going to sign off. Andy, you got any last words?
Like, subscribe. Podcast this Tuesday. We're doing it live. Everyone gets to watch the next chapter event from Ravensburger, and then that evening come home, get your hot and spicy noodles ready for dinner, sit in front of the TV and watch the three of us plus Kirsten talk all about what we saw and all about the next chapter. So that'll be Tuesday.
We're really pumped about it. I mean, I know a lot of folks are somewhat disappointed about Worlds and the news, and we are too, but I'm also still really pumped about the future of this game, because I mean, I think days like today really show you what this community is about, and the fact that, like, if it wasn't for Lorcana, I wouldn't know Brad, I wouldn't know Andy, I wouldn't know these people that are, like, I mean, some of the best friends I have in the area, and so I wouldn't be able to do that. And so I really does show you how important I think this game can be to folks and the community that it's building. And we're only still, the way they say that, the next chapter, which means we're only in this first chapter of this game. It's so wild. So with that, as I always say, folks, be safe, be wary of those wannabe heroes who want to disrupt your villainous plans, and as always,